Florida was, as of the moment where we looked at it, 1,268 deaths. Now, it would be fantastic if that were the case. It didn't make sense. The numbers just didn't pass the sniff test, given the size of Florida and the policies and the number of population, densely populated areas. And now we have the answer. Florida officials have been withholding. They've just been not releasing the data from medical examiners about coronavirus deaths for more than a week now. The Hill reports that Stephen Nelson, the chairman of the State Medical Examiners Commission, said to the Tampa Bay Times, the state health department intervened, and they told me they are going to remove the causes of death and case descriptions for mortality data, which will hold down the official death toll from coronavirus in Florida. Now, many Republicans want to argue it's fine to reopen, shutdowns aren't necessary. They support it by saying, look, we don't have that many deaths here in Florida. And yet they're lying about the deaths. They are hiding the deaths, according to this report. Not only is this disrespectful to people who have lost their lives, it's disrespectful to people who, seeing these fake numbers, will go outside instead of staying home, will not wear a mask instead of wearing a mask, will go and protest and lobby for opening instead of understanding why it is that we're doing what we're doing. So when you look at the measures that can be taken to deal with the virus, stay-at-home orders, closing businesses, social distancing, masks. What Florida has chosen to do is just lie about the number of people dying, claim nobody's dying. It will also backfire, by the way, because if you use fake numbers to support opening up when you shouldn't, that will drive a crazy explosion in the number of cases and deaths. You would imagine eventually it would get out no matter what. Well, here we have one report. They are blowing the whistle and saying that the number is fake. And it never made sense. I'm trying to think if it was on the show or on live streams. A week and a half ago, I was saying the Florida numbers should be spiking. Okay, heat and humidity may play a role in slowing the spread, but from the studies we've seen, it's only a minor role. It only makes a little bit of a difference. Where are Florida's deaths? What is going on? And boom, in comes a whistleblower who says they're just not reporting them. If this is true, and there's every indication that it is disgusting, sick, and it will lead to even more death. We have the latest numbers from last week's new unemployment claims. 3.8 million more people, additional people, have lost their jobs. We've been tracking this weekly since the start of coronavirus. I mean, we always track it weekly, but we've been looking at numbers this bad since the start of the virus. Some weeks, the numbers have been as high as 6.8 million in 1 week losing their jobs. This is now a reduction in new claims. 3.8 million more people lost their jobs last week. So in total, this is the terrible news, 30 million people have now lost their jobs due to coronavirus. To give you a little context for that number, before this started, the workforce was believed to be 158 million in the United States, 158 million. 30 million is about 19%. 19% of all working people have lost their jobs in the United States in the last 6 or 7 weeks. This is nightmarish. These are numbers that are so outrageous that 8 weeks ago, they would have been unimaginable numbers. The slightly okay news, if we're looking for trends, right? Like if we want to find something, the slightly okay news is it's not 6 million every week. It's been diminishing. We had 6.6 million people lost their job. Well, you had 6.8, then 6.6, 5.2, then 4.4, and now 3.8. So hopefully over the next 4 to 6 weeks, we'll see the numbers of new claims continue to diminish. Eventually, hopefully, we will see a net decrease in the number of people who are not working. But this is not going to be quick. You know, Trump talks about this V-shaped recovery that'll be as quick or even quicker than the decline. Doesn't seem like it's going to be that way. Many jobs that are being lost are permanent job losses. Many businesses are not going to reopen. And what's also becoming completely clear is that there hasn't been enough stimulus from the government. We're now well into month number 2 of this. Some states are about, here in Massachusetts, we're very close to entering month number 3. And there are still people who have not gotten their $1,200 checks. And even when they get the 1,200, it's not going to be enough. This is going to be a big deal. Remember that before this, half the country couldn't even afford an unexpected $400 expense. That was before this. Those numbers are going to go way, way up. They're going to get much more ugly as this continues. We are going to need more stimulus. I would like to also see infrastructure done. And I'll talk next week about how much more stimulus we are likely to need, as well as what an infrastructure deal would look like. And, you know, the thing about Trump is everything is always a crony capitalist hit job. Even when, as I said earlier, Trump is using a lot of the right tools here to deal with this recession, which could become a depression, or maybe already is, but is not yet reflected in all of the numbers. Trump is often using the right tools, but it's always done in the wrong way. It's always done in a corrupt way, eliminating oversight for the stimulus money. The PPP program, which saw huge swaths of the funding go directly to big businesses and organizations that don't really need it, even organizations with large endowments, and a lot of small businesses getting zero, getting absolutely zero. So next week, we'll talk about what would infrastructure look like, how much more stimulus are we likely to need depending on how this goes, and related topics. My question to you, you can get back to me on Twitter at dpacman, is where do you think unemployment will top out? There are people saying 40 million. We're at 30 million now. Some people say 40 million. Others are saying it's going to be a full 50, 55 million, like a third of the workforce if this extends for another 6 to 8 weeks to this degree. Let me know where you see that tragic number. I'm on Twitter at dpacman. We've got a tremendously good program for you today.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Yvette Cooney and Daniel Lightwing. Yvette and Daniel, thank you so much for your support. Also want to say a quick thank you to Richard Firestein, who's today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Hard to believe it, Richard, but you've been a member almost 5 years. Very much appreciate it. Grab a membership yourself. It's quick, it's easy, it's painless, and it feels good at joinpakman.com. Let's go to the phones, which are exploding today. At 617-830-4750 and see what's on people's minds, starting today with our caller from the 443 area code. Caller from 443, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Anthony calling from Maryland.
All right, Anthony, we've got you. Sounds like you have gremlins in your phone, but go ahead.
Ben Shapiro recently made a video titled "Fascism is Secretly a Left-Wing Ideology." He said that left-wing means more government and right-wing means less government. He said that fascism is left-wing by that definition and anarchism is right-wing. Would you agree with that, sort of that description of the political compass?
No, I wouldn't. More versus less government is very different than saying more or less libertarian, for example. What matters is what government is doing. What matters is how is government interacting with people, and government doing things is not fascism. But Anthony, I'm going to let you go because your connection is so bad. It's just a very, very strange noise that's there. And hopefully it's not another one of those embarrassing instances where the problem is on our end. We'll find out with our next caller. Let's go to our caller from the 707 area code. Caller from 707, what's your name and where are you calling from?
Hi, David. This is Bart, and I'm calling from San Francisco.
Hey, Bart, what's going on? Your connection is pristine, I must say.
Oh, I'm glad.
Yes.
Question for you is, did you figure out your YouTube issues with the algorithm? I know you were having issues with that, and I emailed you a while back about that, and I was just wondering if you had what the status was of that.
Well, I don't know which element of that you're referring to, because the YouTube algorithm is sort of like a lobster regularly shedding and molting and having a new shell, and it's a constant new series of issues. But certainly, so YouTube has whitelisted us for coronavirus monetization, so that issue has been solved. But there's always issues, you know.
Good.
There's search issues, there's other issues. So I don't know exactly which issue you're referring to right now. The biggest issue is
Oh, it was the monetization. Sorry, it was the monetization. I was just gonna say there's people like me out there, or tech people out there, I think that can help you. But just in case you're interested, there's people that follow you that I think could be helpful. If you need
Got
help
it. Okay. Well,
in that arena.
always, any tips and advice are welcome. But right now, I mean, the big thing now is because of the virus and fewer advertisers
Yes.
wanting to advertise, CPMs, or how much you make for every 1,000 views, are down about 35%. That's more of a
Okay.
systemic issue than an algorithmic issue, unfortunately.
Gotcha. Then move on. I know you have the other callers. My next question is, what can we do to help the Never Biden folks you mentioned that are saying Never Biden and so on? And who are the leaders of that movement? How can we help, convince them to go down a better road, to at least get through this transition point?
The leaders question is an interesting one. I don't know who leads the Never Biden movement. I mean, it's, again, I think that in the same way that support for Bernie was overstated if you just looked at Twitter and Reddit, the size of the Never Biden movement may be overstated if you're paying too much attention to Twitter and Reddit. I think it's a smaller movement than maybe people on the internet think. But I don't know that there are necessarily leaders to convince. I'm not sure. I don't know if there, I mean, like, are there prominent Never Biden people? I'm asking genuinely. I don't know.
I don't know. I was just listening to your comments about that and how you were mentioning that there's a movement. I was just trying to figure out ways that we could help convince that movement and where to go on Twitter or wherever, to talk to people and to help them understand
Yeah, I mean,
the
listen,
situation
for me,
better.
what's been the only thing that's been at all effective, and there are probably more effective things, is to really drill down on, okay, so who do you want picking the next Supreme Court justice? Whose policy do you prefer on the environment? Whose policy do
Mm.
you prefer on taxes? And usually with most of them, I mean, listen, if they actually prefer Trump's policies, then they should be voting for Trump, and there's not much to argue about. But usually people will realize, oh, I prefer Biden's policy on everything. Why would I do anything that helps Trump get
Mm.
reelected? It's counterintuitive, doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Absolutely. Last question. And why can't reporters do real-time debating with Trump? So what's the real issue? Is it just access? And what's your take on that? And how do we convince them to be a little more forthcoming?
Yeah,
In
Trump
that
just
regard?
silences them. He moves on. He controls the bully pulpit, and it's hard to insist on a debate with Trump in the press briefings. Although I also wonder what the outcome would be. I think it would just turn one lie into four that now you're trying to fight. So we've talked about that before.
Okay.
I don't know. Thanks, Bart. Really appreciate the phone call. Hope to hear from you again. Let's go next to our caller from the 513 area code. Who's calling today from 513?
This is John from Ohio.
Hey, John, what's up?
So we only just started getting some recognition of the Tara Reade story, like in the mainstream media, but it still hasn't been getting the attention that I think it should get.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a take on why that is, or do you have a take or opinion on the issue in general?
Well, listen, I mean, my view has always been that people who come forward and say this happened to me should be heard, and their claims should be taken seriously and investigated. And that's my view, regardless of who's being accused of or political party. Full stop. Right? I mean, that's my view. And then, there should be a full and proper investigation. In terms of why it's not getting more coverage in corporate media, I have two ideas about that. One is that there is skepticism among some in corporate media about elements of the story. Now, I'm not an expert on the story, so it would sort of be beyond me to go through all of those details now, just on the basis of your phone call. I'm not prepared to do that right now, nor do I think that it's necessarily the best thing to be doing. But I think part of what's holding down coverage in corporate media is skepticism of some elements of the story. And whether that's right or wrong is a real debate to be had, right? I mean, if you believe that accusers' allegations should be taken seriously, then, take them seriously and investigate. And then I think the second thing is also we're just in a crazy situation with coronavirus constantly, and a lot of stories that would normally get more attention, stuff related to insane government corruption that would normally at least make more of a blip. The Tara Reade story arguably is part of that. Some recent thing that's being widely misinterpreted about UFOs, but still, there's a lot of stories that I think, were it not for coronavirus, would be getting a lot more attention.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
All right,
Thanks.
my friend. Thank you. Great to hear from you. Very much appreciate it. Let's go next to our caller from the 831 area code. Caller from 831. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Phil from California.
Hey, Phil, what's up?
Hey, so recently New York decided to suspend the primaries, and last couple of weeks, people have been researching into the exit poll discrepancies between Super Tuesday and some other states. Do you have a lot of faith in the elections these days, and how confident are you in your vote being applied accurately in November?
Well, so there's two kind of the latter question is an easy one. I'm pretty confident my vote will be applied accurately in November. That's my belief based on what I observe voting here in Massachusetts in prior elections. But that's the more important question you're asking is the first one, which is general confidence in the election system. I mean, listen, there's no doubt that there is one party that has been working for 15 to 20 years to try to suppress the vote or to disenfranchise. And this includes everything from redistricting and gerrymandering up through and including voter ID, voter purges, etc. Right now, based on what's going on right now, my instinct is that November 2020 is not going to be as determined by maybe voting machines, as has been the focus in the past, but how people are interacting with the voting system in general, meaning vote in person versus vote by mail, and how coronavirus is going to affect turnout. So because that is unprecedented and crazy, and we see one side, Democrats saying we should be voting by mail, you see Trump saying we should not be voting by mail, that is making me scared about what is going to happen in November of 2020. Now, all the other things like voter ID, everything those are all still issues. But for me, what's most present and foremost of foremost importance for November is where are people going to vote? How are people going to vote? And how is that all going to be carried out? Because we know Trump knows vote by mail is bad for him.
Yeah, true. And I have a lot of Bernie friends that, the earlier caller was talking about the Never Biden thing, and
Yep.
they've discussed it. I think most people are going to actually vote for Biden because they kind of are going to do the math, and if they're going to 2 + 2 is going to equal 4 for them. And they're going to
Most
vote for
people
Biden.
are. Most people. I mean, remember,
I can
listen.
see a lot of.
In just real quick, in 2016, I think you had about 10% of Bernie supporters ended up voting for Hillary. And that's, ended up voting for Trump, 10% of Bernie supporters voted for Trump. That's roughly in line with what we see in terms of abandonment in prior elections. Like there was not a crazy amount of that in 2016.
Yeah, well, and Hillary's supporters voted for McCain more than Bernie's supporters voted for Trump.
Yep.
But I just think it's one of those things where the Democratic Party had a real chance to ignite a base. And they may have just created more independents and more people that just don't feel, like the party represents them anymore. Because, frankly, the whole campaign just felt like a smear. Everything on the media, it was just so negative. So I think a lot of people just have a bad taste in their mouth, and voting for Biden is not going to help them.
We will see where it all shakes out. I think that there's a universe where you are correct, but Biden still wins, right? I mean, the number, you could be right and Biden still could get the votes he needs to become president. We've got 6 months to go, and a lot can happen between now and then.
Yeah, we can put a lot of pressure on Biden to make our things happen if we want him to. So that's a better way to do it than trying to deal with Trump.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
exactly.
agree with you. I agree with you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. Appreciate the call. Thank you so much. Let's go today to our caller from the 707 area code. Who is calling today from 707?
Yes, my name's Gabe. I'm calling from Humboldt County.
Hey, Gabe, what's up?
Okay, so I was making sure you could hear me.
Oh, I can hear you.
Yeah, so I'll be real brief. I really appreciate you taking me on. I live in a rural part of California, and one of our major crops here is marijuana.
Yes, I've been up there. In fact, I was up there once for a conference, and the conference was in.
Oh yeah.
It was near Ukiah. Arcata, exactly. I was up in
Arcata.
Oh,
that's in Mendocino. Yeah.
And it was just like Humboldt County. Weed country. It was crazy, yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I live in a more rural part of California, and I'll try to be brief in my questions. So, first of all, Joe Biden does not have a pro-legalization stance. Now, my father was a grower. I'm a second-generation American, and my family still deals with immigration issues. So on that, I am extremely anti-Trump. But on that, I'm also anti-Biden because he not only doesn't support the main cash crop from my county, but he also was in power when I've had family members being deported. So I'm more so wondering why I should vote for Biden in terms of what's the difference. Because to me, I'm looking at it like you got red version and blue version of the same person. And by voting for Biden, I'm not only continuing my own family's destruction, but my country's destruction because it's a one-party system.
Right. Well, let me ask you
this. And I'm curious if there's any answer for this. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me ask you this. If we think about the future of marijuana legalization, which we're seeing a lot of at the state level, right? So a lot of what we're seeing, the next 5 to 7 years of marijuana legalization will come from the state level, not from the federal level, is my prediction. Do you believe that we will get more favorable rulings of cases that are appealed to the Supreme Court related to cannabis if Trump picks a replacement for Ruth Bader Ginsburg or if Biden picks a replacement for Ruth Bader Ginsburg? What does your heart tell you on that?
Okay, so I'm actually really glad you asked me this. I thought about this a couple days ago. I was talking to my wife about this. So Trump and the Republican Party are pro-money. And right now in Humboldt County, there is huge, massive, multi-million-dollar corporations coming here and spending money. They're lobbying. I think that marijuana legalization, even with a Trump in office, is closer than you think. Now, again, I will never vote for a right-wing death cult. I'm not going to vote for Trump, the Republican Party. Yeah. You know, they want to see my state burned to the ground. And so on that end, I just want to tell everyone here, do not vote for Donald Trump. Don't do it. But on that same level, it's like the difference between the left and the right in this one is minimal because it's like, okay, yeah, you may get someone who may not be favorable towards it, but financially they'll let it go. I mean, it's just like, you know, alcohol prohibition, you know, I'm sure a lot of the folks that legalize alcohol.
Gabe, just a little bit here because you're saying a lot. I don't agree with you. I think there's no doubt. Hold on. I think there's no doubt that whoever Biden picks to the to go to the Supreme Court would be better on this issue than whoever Trump picks. I also believe.
Oh, no doubt.
I also believe that, remember, back during the Obama-Biden era, they said, even though weed is illegal federally, we're not going to send federal agencies into states that have legalized it. When Trump put in Jeff Sessions...
But they did. They did, though. Obama administration, there was many raids by the feds during those times.
There's no doubt that there were, but they were dramatically diminished, whereas Trump's AG ran on, we're going to ramp that back up. So yes. For me, it is not what
Trump's a fence walker. He believes in nothing.
Gabe, thank you for the call. I very
Good.
much appreciate it, and I hope that you, make the decision that is right for you. Let's take a quick break. Don't hang up if you're holding, because we will be right back with your calls in a brief moment.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
Let's go back to the phones at 617-830-4750 and see what is on people's minds, starting with our caller from the 240 area code. Who's calling today from 240? Where are you calling from?
Salutations, David. This is Rob. I'm calling from Maryland.
Hey, Rob, what's up?
So I've always worked at small businesses. I've always resisted going to big corporate places for work because I know that I would suffer. It would be spirit crushing. I prefer places where, rather than there being a very established culture, the place has a malleable personality that I can actually come in and contribute to.
Okay.
And because I work for those types of places, I'm unemployed right now. And it's looking less and less likely that those types of places are going to come back after the dust settles, because they typically have much lower margins that they're running on, that if they miss a month of profit, they can't keep up. And so now I'm very reluctantly applying to the Safeways and the CVS's and the Burger Kings of the world, because that's all that's going to be left after this. And we're also kind of creating an entire generation of the young people right now who are seeing that they really only have three kind of options as far as career paths. If they want their careers to be pandemic proof, they can either go into public service like government, healthcare, or education. They can go into they can go work for a massive fast food chain or at a grocery store, or they can get one of those corporate jobs where they can work from home, and those are diminishingly rare. I mean, those are the jobs of our parents' generation, not ours. And so we are going to, for a long time, have this shift, I think, that crushes the dreams of a lot of people who may have been better in non-essential fields such as cosmetology or the arts or culinary or being in a research field of academia where you have to actually go somewhere to study something. And I wanted to know if you had any ideas about how we could incentivize, or if this is even a good thing? Like, should unnecessary jobs just disappear? And if not, how do we incentivize people to still follow their dreams?
So there's a lot there, Rob. And so first of all, I don't know that I agree with you about the jobs that are pandemic proof. I mean, what we just learned this week about the nearly 5% GDP reduction in the first quarter. And half of that GDP reduction was in healthcare, which is counterintuitive because with so many coronavirus patients, how could that be? It's because almost all non-emergency healthcare has been shut down, and it certainly has not been pandemic proof for people who work in dermatology offices and the like. So I don't totally agree with the premise, but what I would tell you is just because a job is not essential in a pandemic doesn't mean it's not an essential job. So as an example, transportation is essential to 99.99% of human existence. We're in a pandemic shutdown where people aren't traveling. So everything from cab drivers to airline pilots are suffering right now. But I would not want to disincentivize people from working in those fields because they're so important 99.99% of the time. What we need to do is we need to be more proactive, as I spoke about on the Wednesday show this week, about softening the blow to a lot of these industries. And by that, I mean to the workers, not to like the hedge fund people that are speculating in these businesses. We need to have an economic system that's more proactively protecting them. But the last thing I would say is, hey, during however long this is, if it's 2 months, if it's 9, whatever it is, to say there were jobs that weren't really useful during that time. These are jobs that are absolutely necessary to society 99.99% of the time, and I would not suggest people abandon them. We just need to be better prepared to deal with situations like this. My friend, I'm going to let you go because I have so many people that want to get on, but it's an important question, and I'm glad that you asked it. Let's go next to our caller from the 603 area code. Who's calling today from 603?
Hi, my name's Eric, New Hampshire.
Hey, Eric, what's up?
Not much. I just have a quick question. Because of the pandemic, how wider will the separation between classes become without any policy or tax change? If say, Trump gets reelected and, everything becomes the way it has been for the past 3 years, how far do you think the haves and have-nots, that separation will grow?
I don't have a mathematical answer, but it's going to grow. And you're asking a really important question, which is we are now seeing, that there's this implicit understanding of blue collar and white collar that exists. The idea sometimes is made very simple by calling it office work versus factory work. The reality is it's much more complex than that right now. You see, as I mentioned, for example, airline pilots very much affected by what's going on right now. You see people who work in restaurants, but also people who work in certain types of retail and even people in certain areas of healthcare that are being hit because they are typically non-emergency healthcare, et cetera. So we are going to see a growing. Yeah.
I was more talking about the people that the shareholders of the airlines, not the pilots.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking about the ones that have the wealth.
Yeah.
They're going to seize opportunities, whether, but not the person that goes to work, the ones that tell the people to go to work.
Absolutely. Listen, at any time there is a cataclysm, a crisis, a pandemic, a natural disaster, something like 9/11, these are opportunities for speculators and those who are flush with cash to make a ton of money with speculative and non-productive use of assets. There is no doubt about it. And you're completely accurate in that there is going to be a widening income gap, a wealth gap rather, as a result of this because of people who are in a position to seize some of those opportunities. Totally.
Okay, great. I mean, that's what I thought. Unless there is policy or tax change.
Of course.
To
So like one
balance it
example, now
out,
this is something Trump actually floated this, but he didn't do it, which is what about suspending the payroll tax for a certain period of time, the Social Security, Medicare? That would actually be an interesting thing because if you, I don't remember exactly where the line is, but it's around 125,000 a year. You only pay Social Security, Medicare up to your first 125,000 a year in wages. So people who earn a lot more than that in wages, or people who are earning their money through capital gains, they're already not paying that. So suspending that would be a way to directly do fiscal stimulus to people who are actually mostly working for a living. It wasn't done, right? But that's an example of a policy that would have helped.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
All right,
But
my friend, thank you so much for the
I-
call. I very much
thank you.
appreciate it. And it's great to hear from our mostly friendly neighbors to the north in New Hampshire. Let me go next to our caller from the 312 area code. Who's calling today from 312?
Hi, David. This is Priscilla. I'm from Chicago.
Hey, Priscilla, what's going on?
I'm just wondering, what's your take on, there's a lot of Joe Biden sexual assault allegations, and I am not a Trump supporter. I would never vote for him in my life.
Mm-hmm.
But I honestly also don't feel comfortable voting for someone who's had so many sexual assault allegations, and I honestly feel like at least some of them are credible. And yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
So I'm aware, we talked earlier about the Tara Reid allegations. Which other allegations are you referring to?
I'm not sure of the name specifically, but it's mostly just, am I comfortable voting for someone who even has these allegations against them at all? Because it would be hypocritical of me to be like, oh, I don't want to vote for Donald Trump because he's a rapist or whatever, but then go and vote for someone like Joe Biden who's allegedly done the same thing to other people.
But so is there any allegation other than the Tara Reid one that you're aware of?
I am not specifically aware of any other names, but I've heard that there are multiple allegations. So maybe I'm just not informed enough. I don't know.
Well, I think there's definitely people that are, there's definitely a blending together of like Biden hugged a senator's daughter and it was weird, and the Tara Reid thing. So here's my view, and I've sort of stated it already, but here's how I think it applies to voting. Every woman's allegations should be taken seriously and investigated. What Tara Reid is alleging is serious, and it deserves investigation. She deserves to be heard. This is my view, regardless of the political party of accuser, accused, whatever, period and full stop.
Okay.
Where I would next go to is, great, you don't want to vote for anyone who's been accused of anything like that. Perfect. The next question is, what else do you care about, right? In the sense that, so Trump's been accused by 16, 17, 22, 46 women, according to one book. We know that he's paid off some women. His own wife, under threat of perjury in a deposition, accused him of raping her, etc. And then we do have the Tara Reid allegation with Biden. Where are you on climate? Where are you on taxation? Where are you on coronavirus response? Where are you on education? Where are you on diplomacy? Is there any difference there in terms of your view on Trump versus Biden?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I just think Biden is stronger on all those issues than Trump, and it goes back to what you always say, it's kind of picking who I would rather have,
Right.
Definitely not my ideal. I voted for Bernie in the primary, and I wish I could vote for him again in the general. However, I am still considering voting for Biden just because I really don't want Trump back in. And
right.
also,
So
like
in other words, Priscilla, is there if I say to you, who do you prefer, Trump or Biden? Is there a clear answer in your mind?
Biden, yeah.
So then is there any question about what you should do in November?
There is still, just because I don't know, like, he's just not the person I want. And it goes back to, do I really want, it's so hard because I am pulled in both directions. Like, yes, I don't want Donald Trump, but I also don't want to just give Biden my vote just because, and I feel like that is
Priscilla,
kind of what the corporate Democrats are expecting.
It sounded like you were saying it's not just because, in other words, you said you preferred Biden over Trump. I listed 6 or 7 policy issues and you said Biden's better, right? You said that about a minute ago.
Yeah.
So it's not really just because. It sounds like you've analyzed their positions on policy and you've decided which one's better.
Yeah, I have. I don't know. I feel I still feel some hesitation, and I'm not sure. I still feel like I will vote for him, but I don't know. And I know a lot of people are in my same boat, that they're just kind of feeling, I don't know. It's like we're in a rock and a hard place. We're forced to vote for someone who we're not completely behind, which I get that's kind of the
Well,
way it
that's
works,
always
but
the case
I
to
don't know.
different degrees. I mean, no, I'm not, I've never voted for anyone I'm completely behind. It's always, who are you more behind?
Right.
And it sounds like you're pretty damn clear about that.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I am. I've just been such a Bernie supporter since high school, and now this is going to be my first time voting.
Wow.
And yeah, it's just not the way I planned, but thank you for your time.
Priscilla, I can tell from talking to you that you're going to do the right thing in November.
Thank you.
All right, Priscilla, take care. Have a good one. All right. I apologize for everybody I was not able to get to. We are out of time today, but we will take calls again. Really appreciate you joining me. Quick break. More after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex French press or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram as David Pakman Show. Check out behind-the-scenes pictures, memes, funny stuff, and more. Follow us on Instagram at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Let's get into audience questions for the week, starting with, hey, David, what do you believe is the future of the progressive movement in the Democratic Party, or is the future of American progressivism outside of the Democratic Party? So there's a philosophical debate here. There's an ideological debate to be had about, will the Democratic Party allow itself to become a truly progressive party, or will it not allow that, meaning that if progressives want a real foothold in the United States, they will have to work outside the Democratic Party as third-party candidates or whatever else the case may be? Beautiful conversation. I love it. Completely irrelevant if campaign finance is not reformed. And arguably, if we don't actually change our system of elections away from a first-past-the-post, winner-take-all system. I think that if you look at the Tea Party movement of 2010, if the Tea Party movement had decided to work exclusively outside of the Republican Party, instead of just having Tea Partiers run as Republicans, had the Tea Party succeeded at taking seats, it actually would have weakened the Republican Party, and by its very, by the inverse, it would have strengthened the Democratic Party. Why is that? If the Tea Party candidates were not running as Republicans, they would have been running against Republicans. They would have disproportionately taken votes from Republicans. They would have played spoilers for Republicans, and they likely wouldn't have won as many seats either, right? So you would have had some cases where Republican seats would have been lost to Tea Party seats as third partiers, and that would have weakened the Republican Party. You also would have had seats that a Tea Partier running inside the Republican Party could have won, but would not have, because Republican money would have poured into the Republican candidate and not the Tea Party candidate. So because campaign finance is what it is, and because we have a voting system that is what we have, the Tea Party won a bunch of seats in 2010 in the midterms because they ran as Republicans. At the local level, some didn't, but nationally they ran as Republicans. Eventually, the Tea Party became integrated into the Republican Party, and the Republican Party overall was moved towards the Tea Party. This was a massive win for the Tea Party. You don't really hear much about the Tea Party anymore. It's just part of the Republican Party at this point in time. That's an example of a success at changing the party. Now, there's an argument to be made that Democrats are not Republicans, that the Democratic Party would not ever be so influenced by a progressive wing like the Tea Party was able to influence the Republican Party, because they're just fundamentally different parties. I completely disagree with this. And the evidence is, look at how the Democratic Party has already moved in the last 5 years, since Bernie Sanders in 2015 started more prominently talking about Medicare for all, free college to a lesser extent then, more in 2020, minimum wage increase. A lot of the stuff that was made prominent by progressives back in 2015, 2016, 2017 is now relatively mainstream in the Democratic Party. Now, there is no question that because the Democratic Party, as much as the Republican Party, are very corporate influenced establishment parties, you still see, a majority of Democratic senators don't support something like Medicare for all right now. But I think the evidence is clear that the progressive wing, progressives, have already influenced the Democratic Party. So my position is, if we don't change campaign finance, move to public funding of elections, limit the duration of a campaign, limit how much money can be spent, eliminate PACs, all that different stuff, I don't believe progressives have a serious chance outside of the Democratic Party. It pains me to say it. There's actually also a backfire risk. If progressives outside of the Democratic Party did a good job of taking some seats away from Democrats, running independent third party, in the short and even medium term, it probably helps Republicans by strengthening them in comparison to the Democratic Party. The progressive wing, these progressive independents, would be too small to really get very much done. In the long term, it's a question mark, and we don't know. So right now, if progressives were to break off and form their own party, it could very much damage the Democratic Party. If you're an accelerationist, right, if you prefer Trump over Biden, if it can't be Bernie, then maybe you like that. Maybe you want to see the Democratic Party destroyed in order to, at some point in the future, build it back up. That's a philosophical discussion. In practice, I don't see any way that if we don't reform public campaign finance, and if we don't reform how our election systems work, I don't see any way that progressives succeed at the national level. Local is different, by working outside the Democratic Party. Go bigger than the Democratic Party, of course. But in terms of electoral politics, you've got to fix campaign finance and how we do elections first if you want progressives to have a shot outside the Democratic Party at really making an influence. Hey, David, does the hashtag Never Biden movement help or hurt progressives? So there are elements to this question that are similar to the elements of whether the progressive wing of the Democratic Party should simply separate from the Democratic Party altogether. First and foremost, the Never Biden people who insist Biden can't win, these are the exact same folks who believed, even when it was very clear Bernie had no shot to the nomination, that Bernie was going to be the nominee. So in terms of their ability to do political prognostication, I would not put too much weight behind the opinions of the hashtag Never Biden movement. But I think that they bring an important question to the table, which is, over the long term, does the progressive movement benefit or not from Joe Biden winning in 2020? Now, I did a segment about this a couple of months ago. I am no stranger to this idea. If you sort of take a game theory perspective, you can argue that the best thing for progressives is for Biden to be the nominee, but to lose to Trump. Why could that be the best thing for progressives over the long term? This is theoretical. Well, Biden's the nominee, and loses, it gives progressives the strongest position to say, we told you. We told you an establishment Democrat can't win. We need an actual progressive as the nominee. And it would potentially position a real progressive for 2024 to potentially become the next president of the United States after Donald Trump's second term, right? That's the game theory question. Now, in practical terms, how much damage is done for decades if Donald Trump gets to pick one or two more Supreme Court justices during his second term? Well, that's not trivial. How much damage is done to the environment if we get 4 years of Trump versus 4 years of Biden, who supports the Green New Deal as a framework, if not fully, admittedly? How much does our economy suffer if we get 4 more years of Donald Trump's tax plan as opposed to Joe Biden's, which is better on marginal tax rates, which is better on the taxing of capital gains? I could go on. So I believe that if you want to ignore the damage and destruction that Donald Trump will do in a second term, in a game theory hypothetical perspective, there's a very good case to be made that in the long run, maybe the progressive movement is more jump started by Biden losing in November than winning. In practical terms, as a person who gets one vote and has the decision to make, do I take an action that reinstalls Trump or do I take an action that removes him? I have to vote for Joe Biden. That's my moral compass. I can't take an action that would make it more likely Trump gets 4 more years. And this gets us to incrementalism versus accelerationism. When I look at history, and I've done this before, I won't bore people by doing it again. When people say, hey, let's burn it down to build it back up, I don't see instances in the last 150 years of American history where that was actually what worked, other than through cataclysm and massive death. When we look at the progressive era, the New Deal era, and the civil rights era, yes, there were protests. Yes, there was some violence. Yes, and I'm not minimizing it by saying some. I don't mean, what I mean is, in the grand scheme of things, those were advances that happened because of peaceful protests, because of who was on the Supreme Court at the time and was able to uphold some of those changes. So the theoretical question of the long-term progressive movement's success, if Biden loses versus if he wins, let's do it. When it comes to November, I can't take an action that helps Donald Trump. Okay, last question today. Hey, David, are you worried about violence if Donald Trump loses in November? I want to be really careful when talking about this because I worry that I'm stepping into a minefield where I might be giving people ideas, and I really don't want to do that, which is why I've sort of resisted talking about this. But I think at this point, it deserves some discussion. Okay, let's game it out. Joe Biden wins by a lot. What do Trumpists do? Joe Biden wins by a tiny bit. What do Trumpists do? I actually think the more dangerous scenario is if Biden wins by a little bit, because if Biden really just crushes Donald Trump, my instinct is that you will see Trumpists sort of just like pretend nothing ever happened and say, hey, you know, coronavirus was a unique circumstance. This isn't really a big loss for Trump. This was, people voting because of a pandemic that affected every country. This doesn't say anything about Trump. Okay, Biden's the president. Good luck with that, guys. And I think you would see Trumpists be relatively quiet if Biden absolutely blows out Donald Trump. Now, more likely is that it's going to be maybe a closer election, no matter who wins. The scenario that scares me is if Biden wins very narrowly, very, very narrowly, and Trump fuels the idea that something unfair happened, that the election cannot be trusted, that the results have been doctored, that it was rigged in some way. That's the scenario that really scares me, particularly in the period between Election Day and what would be Joe Biden's Inauguration Day. That period, in my mind, could become one of these where you want to stay home when the virus is spreading. Maybe you would want to stay home during that as well in certain parts of the country. I believe that law enforcement locally, state, federally is more than equipped to handle it. But that doesn't mean that there could not be dangers. And yes, it is something I'm thinking of, and I am hopeful that it does not go that way. If Trump wins, I think it's less likely that you see that violence. I think the scenario most likely to lead to violence would be a narrow Biden victory, which Trump casts doubt on the integrity of the election in a way that really gets his base going and going crazy. I hope I'm wrong. Let me know your thoughts about what you expect, what you think there. We've got a fantastic bonus show for you today. It is Friday, meaning producer Pat Ford is taking the reins of the bonus show. So that's it for me for the week. I will be back with you on Monday.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Okay, I'm going to stop the meeting.
I'll be back in a few minutes, okay? I gotta adjust his monitor.
It is Monday, May 4th, 2020, 6 p.m. after 6 p.m. And we only do Newfane Select Board via Zoom tonight. And I want to thank Cord Trowbridge for making this possible this evening. She has offered to be the host for us tonight to set everything up, and we're all very appreciative of her. Given that this is basically still new to us, we have to say a few things. Number one, one of the things that Cora said is that what we're going to do is try to have our meeting in the normal fashion as well as we can do it. So if anybody wants to speak, Cora suggested that you raise your hand. In some instances, I might not be able to see your hand when it's raised, so then call down. We get a call in from the public, or if a public person walks into town hall, I am to ask that person to identify themselves and ask them what the purpose is of their being here. They probably want to speak about a particular item on the agenda. So we will have the person identify themselves. And so that's it. So we're ready. If you have your agenda in front of you, I'm going to start. I'm calling the meeting to order. And the first item is additions or amendments to the agenda.
So I have an additions amendment. I'd like to take a vote on the administrative assistant returning back to work into the building. And also I'd like to have a motion to vote regarding the situation with Christopher Williams from the last meeting on April 6th.
So first you want to have a vote on having Winetta come back to the office. And Kelly?
Yes.
Okay. And the second one was about Chris Williams, and what is it that you wanted with that?
Regarding his behavior towards me in general in the meeting, profanity and disregard for proper conduct during the meeting.
Okay, so you're going to speak about that. Is that correct? You want that added to the agenda?
Correct.
A public agenda. Okay, anybody else have an amendment?
I've already asked for an executive session, so apparently that's not something that anyone has put up to a vote for Christopher Williams. So I could put that up to vote as an executive session. I'm not sure how that happens on this forum.
Yeah. Nobody sees anything now.
Well, they're seeing, but they're.
Can we mute Mike's microphone for a few minutes until he, thank you. I believe the Christopher Williams issue should be an executive session when we're all together and address it at a time where we can all talk, where it's not on Zoom.
I think you can do it on Zoom as an executive session with a closed.
However, it's not a 100% confidential meeting because Zoom has had issues where people hack into it. Yeah. So I think it being a confidential issue as an executive session, it should be done when we're all together at the town office when we can do it in a meeting.
So are you making a motion, Angela?
Yes, I'll make a motion to have an executive session when we can meet together in person.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of postponing what Shelley is suggesting about having a meeting regarding Christopher Williams until we are together again face to face, please say aye.
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 Anybody else? I'll say aye. I'm in.
Is Mike on camera?
He's Mike.
Yeah.
We just made a motion. Did you hear the motion?
Yeah.
How do you vote?
No, if you're going to do it, then we'll do it in the executive session. I said aye.
Oh,
okay. We didn't hear you.
Okay.
Aye.
Christopher, do you want to vote on having this in an executive session when we're all together in person?
I don't care.
So we have 4 ayes and one who doesn't care. Seems like the ayes have it, and we are going to postpone executive session regarding Chris Williams in reference to Shelley Huber's request until we meet again. And that's it. Okay.
So we're adding to the agenda tonight about voting to return for the administrative assistant to return to work.
Yeah, I have that on the agenda.
Okay.
Okay. Next item is approval of minutes. The first one is, can somebody make a motion to accept the minutes from March 27th?
I'll make a motion to accept them.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
My discussion on it is that regarding that under new business in the minutes, that we did not vote not to have meetings by the select board. It was just, and per the minutes, it doesn't say that there was a vote on it. So my problem is that we have not been meeting on a regular basis, and every other town has been. So I just want to make a note of it that we have not been having regular meetings.
Yeah, we had a meeting on April 6th. That was our first Zoom meeting.
Yes, but we also didn't have another one in April.
We missed one meeting, that's right.
My recollection was we were to continue the meetings and two of us were to do pay orders unless we had business to discuss at the April 6th meeting.
What I'm noting is that there was no decision on that. It was just a blatant, decision.
I thought we voted.
No, it's not in the minutes, and I don't recall a vote being called. So I just want to make a note of that on behalf of the town of Newfane, that they're aware of it.
Okay. Okay.
And there's some misspellings in the minutes.
Okay. Anything else?
As far as the March 27th meeting, emergency meeting, that's all I got right now.
Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor for approving the minutes of March 27th, please say aye.
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 As noted, aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Okay. The ayes have it and the minutes are approved. The next set of minutes are taken from the April 6th regular meeting, and that was the meeting that we held by Zoom. I'd like somebody to make a motion to accept those minutes.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, any second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Again, there's a spelling error. And I made a note here under administrative assistance report that she's been meeting with you as the chair to discuss, that's the misspelled word, how we are following the governor's executive order. So my question is that the executive order decision-making for working remotely or at the office is a decision for the whole select board. It's a majority vote. And you as Madam Chair should relay that information to her, because we work as a team, not as an individual. You were asked to work with her. You were chosen as the chair because you were retired and able to devote the time. And we also reserve the right, I reserve the right as a member of the select board to have understanding of what's being done. And when we make a vote on it, majority rules.
Okay. Anybody else have a comment? Okay. So we're ready to vote. All those in favor of accepting the April 6th minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed accepting the minutes? Okay, the ayes have it and the minutes are approved. Next on the agenda is the road foreman's and road commissioner's report. Jay, please.
We have set the pre-bid meeting for the Monroe Bridge as May 26th at 9 a.m. If it has to be changed, we will, but it looks like now with conferring with V-Trans and so forth, that should be safe enough time to have a meeting. There's progress now again on both the sand salt shed and the Depot Road box culvert. The V-Trans bridge inspectors have been down to do their yearly inspection of the arch bridge. They had recommended removing some loose concrete from the bridge sides and bottom. I was a little concerned about that, so I called Carolyn Coda, who's in charge of the new bridge, and she's suggested it'd be better not to disturb anything on the bridge. We've been cleaning culverts as well as graveling, grading roads now that some of the restrictions have been eased. And we have a chance to buy a number of used large concrete blocks from a local resident. These would work well to keep the gravel from running into the driveway, as we could build a retaining wall with them. We can buy them for approximately $1,200. This would be half the cost of new ones. And I don't know if the board was interested in those or not.
Is that in the budget?
I think since it's an improvement to the town garage, I think it could come out of the capital for the garage.
Okay. Is that what the blocks are being used for, is to retain the sand from running into
the gravel pile?
Oh, okay. I didn't catch that part of it.
To make a
firm.
The way it was, the gravel just kind of eventually worked its way down into the driveway, and we cleaned it all off. We've got it back out of the way again, and we were just thinking if we put a retaining wall there, it'd make it easier to keep everything.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, not just that, that's what separates that with water too, right?
Right, yes.
Chris, are you raising your hand right now?
Yes, excuse me. I make a motion that we buy them.
Second it.
Okay. Any discussion on that? Okay. All those in favor of buying that, please say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Say nay. Okay, the ayes have it, and that will be perfect.
Just one more thing. The signs are posted underneath that bridge, the arch bridge, to tell people not to stay underneath there or swim or be underneath the bridge, and they tend to not pay attention to it. But that's their biggest concern with those blocks, with the cement being loose, that it could fall, onto the river below. I don't have a better answer than the signs that are already there, so I don't know if you have any ideas.
Well, can you tell us what the signs say?
I believe it said something about danger, falling. I can't remember exact verbiage, but to do the fact that there's falling objects and to stay 50 feet away from the bottom of the bridge.
Do you have police yellow tape across there?
We have some caution tape. I just don't know if we could get it to stay there. That's the only problem.
Also going back to keeping the bridge as is versus, I think that we should do what the person you spoke to, just keeping it as is.
She's afraid because that bridge was filled with gravel, that if we disturb anything, we could start to lose part of the bridge.
Yeah, definitely.
So that was we do have signs. We've warned people, but just to let you guys know that, there is loose concrete, and I'll go down once the water is lower, I'll go down and just look and see if there's anything else we can do to make it so it's harder for people to get underneath there.
Can you post signs at the edge of the bridge too?
I believe there is one as you go down the path.
Okay.
Yep.
I believe there's one on each side, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many more years before they tear that thing down?
A year from now.
Mm-hmm.
Not soon enough.
You know what I was thinking? Remember, you and I talked. I said probably the only thing you could do if you really want to stop it and maybe tighten it up is get somebody come in with that gun knife and spray it on the thing.
Right.
Like you do a swimming pool, and that might seal it and hold any loose pieces in place. You know?
Yeah.
Because if you disturb that arch,
right.
that's we was told that made it so they could travel across it because the arch is still rugged.
Right.
And if you take any, like you say, you take any chunks out and you start losing dirt, I think it's going to probably weaken and go down, you know. At least if they cover up some of them spots, if they had to, you know, if it looks like it's going to be a real problem. Got like Mike and Im did on the rails there a couple of years ago.
I think they're going to be down again. Some of the other bridge people are, and they'll take another look at it, they said. See if they can come up with anything else we should do.
I guess it's still, you can still drive over it without any problems. It's secure enough.
Yep, they don't even recommend posting it for lower the weight limit or anything, so.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I would suggest if you check and see if there's any way you could put more tape, precaution, police tape around.
Okay.
And thank you.
I'll go down and take a look.
Can I ask about the sand salt shed?
Sure.
What kind of progress is happening on that?
Today, the engineer was supposed to have the haste report, which shows where everything is and the timeline for continuing. And I think the drawings are supposed to have the additions that all the state people have given him to change. Because a bunch of people review it, and so it's still in the engineer's hands. They're doing their thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
And what's happening with the South Newfane, South Wardsboro Road? I saw that trees got caught, it got filled in, and there's still cones there. So is there anything more that needs to be done there?
We're waiting until the river engineer and our local VTrans engineer can come out and look at it again and reassess it. I think they're both able to travel now. So, of course, they haven't traveled for 6 weeks, so they're probably behind.
Yeah.
As soon as I can get them up there, we'll look at it again and see what we have to do.
And another thing, are you able to work on, oh my gosh, I can't even think what the metal, I want to say gutters, but they're not gutters. They're
the culverts. Guardrails.
Yeah.
Guardrails. Yeah. Yes, I've got them coming down to do some work. They were able to start work, I think, just recently, as in the last week or so. So they're supposed to be coming down first thing this spring.
Oh, so that's a private
Yes.
company that does it, not you guys. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, there's quite a lot to putting them up. They need some pretty specialized equipment to do it.
Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah. Okay.
Chris,
Yes.
Do you have anything to add or report on with as road commissioner?
No, I've got something to add, but I don't know when I should add it. It's to do with safety
Okay.
of the town of Newfane's people, particularly the fire department. When should I bring that up?
Does that have to do with roads right now? Or just the fire?
Well, yeah, it is to do with the road, with the trail.
Then why don't you bring it up now? Can you hear me, Chris?
Yes?
Yeah, why don't you talk about it now?
Okay. I am very, very concerned about the firefighters and rescue people with the amount of out-of-state traffic down at Williamsville Station that's going up into the town of Newfane on the trail. The firefighters, somebody gets hurt, has to go up and drag them out of there. They usually do every year. All out-of-state people, and I'm very concerned about the safety of the fire department, the rescue workers.
Well,
You're talking about the town trail, town
No.
forest?
No, the swimming hole.
The swimming hole where they park for miles just by Depot Road.
Yeah.
I mentioned that in the bottom of the emergency management report too. There's a little spot on there where I mentioned that too. They're working on that right now with the state police and the property owner. They're trying to limit the use of it. I noticed there was a lot of people there this weekend, but they are working on it.
There's also parking over on Grimes Hill and going in that way too.
Yes.
Because there's a bunch of cars in there this weekend.
The biggest concern the fire department has is we're constantly trying to order the gowns and the goggles and so forth, and you only get a little bit at a time because everybody needs it.
Yeah.
To go and carry somebody out, we're going to go through like 10 sets of it.
Wow.
And we don't have enough to do that. You know, we have enough for regular calls, but not enough to have 1 or 2 calls down there would wipe us out of everything. So that's what they're working on, is trying to cut down the use of that for a while until things get better.
You know, Jay and Chris, I took a walk on the West River Trail, going over the Green Iron Bridge. You know that? And you make a turn on Rice Farm Road and you walk down.
Oh, towards Black Mountain?
Yeah, well, it's a sign for Black Mountain entrance.
Oh, yeah.
For the West River Trail.
Yes.
It says there that if you have traveled 10 miles or more to get to that site, you're too far away from home now. We want people, because of violence and because of rescue, they don't want people traveling long distances away from home because they are concerned about exactly what Chris and Jay are talking about.
Wow.
And then the other day, when was it? Sunday, I went up to Townsend, to the Townsend Trail, right past Gerdas. No, right before Gerdas, you know that one. Yeah. And so I went down there, and there was 3 people from the Rescue Inc. sitting at picnic tables. And I just thought, oh, maybe they're having a little lunch together or something. So I took my walk by myself. I came back, and it turned out that they have, what do you call those things?
Oh, drones.
The drones, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, they have a drone up in the air that is going to be used to see if anybody's hurt or if anybody needs rescuing, because they're also concerned about people going too far away. So you might want to talk to them, the Rescue Inc., and see how they're dealing with things, because that was very impressive.
Yep, they've been involved in this also.
Mm-hmm.
Well, can we close down like our town forest trail situation?
That's been pretty good. They've been spacing out, and there's a steady group of people using it, but never a huge number at once. So that hasn't been so bad. They've been, you know, seems like there's 2 or 4 people maybe at a time walking the whole trail system.
And they're also putting up signs at these places for the entryway to the trails about social distancing and masks.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, if we should put signs up.
Yeah, I think that might be something very good to consider. Okay.
I've never been on that trail, so I don't know if it's dangerous. You know, if people often there's calls to the town.
No, that one's pretty well laid out. So
yeah,
Any
have to check it out someday.
Any other thoughts or comments about this? Okay, well, thank you, Chris and Jay, for your concerns. And
I make a motion to accept the road foreman's and commissioner's report.
I'll second it.
Please. Second. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Who seconded?
I did. Shelley.
Yeah, I said so. Okay, so that's been approved, and we move on to treasurer's report. And Melissa, thank you so much for being here tonight with us. And I read your report before, and great to be part of this meeting. So could you read your report to us, please?
Sure. Okay, so I've been working remotely from the house for the past month. Everything's been going good. It's been a smooth transition. I've got my calls forwarded from the office to the house, so anybody can get a hold of me. I stop by the office regularly to pick up the mail and timesheets and everything. I do regular bank deposits still. I've been stopping at the town garage, and Jay and I have been exchanging things through the mailbox out there. So last year, I don't know if you guys remember, we had put 5 accounts into CDs. Those CDs actually are becoming mature this week. I've looked into CD rates, and there's nothing decent out there right now. I think it'd be too hard to switch them over into a savings account, not being able to get into the bank. So the shortest thing that they have right now is a 91 days, and it's for 0.30%. So I don't know, I would suggest maybe just rolling them over for 91 days and see if we get a better interest rate at that point.
That's what I'm thinking. I make a motion, that's what we do.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Any comments?
What's that?
In favor of accepting that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Any opposed? Okay. Good, Melissa.
Okay, I'll take care of that this week. We also received the VLCT grant for the Waynesville Hall alarm, so that's all, should be finished out and completed. I have the current balances for the reappraisal is $58,090. The capital is $338,845. Village tree grant is $1,310. Monument upkeep is $2,148. Fred Adams Fund is $706. Records restoration is $12,235. And the general fund right now is $1,978,000. So that seems a little high right now, but we do have $890,000 of that, a little over, going out to pay the school taxes, this accounts payable, this pay order.
Melissa, I just want to make a note, there's an extra number in that.
I saw that as I was reading it.
So
that's why I cut it a little short.
So just to make a correction on that, but
yeah, I think it's $1,978,974.80 is what it is.
Oh wow, okay.
Okay, and like I said, $890,757 is going out tomorrow for the schools, so that'll shave off quite a bit, along with everything else that's going out. We do have a couple of larger invoices coming in for the state of Vermont, and then the Wyndham courts. Plus the rest of this money does have to carry us all the way through till August, if that's when our next tax roll is going to be.
So
providing everything goes out on time.
Mike, I had requested copies of the reports that you give us, but I haven't seen any of those.
Which reports?
I think a general fund report, I believe, or it's where you itemize everything out and where we're, budget report.
Yeah, I probably didn't get you the budget reports last month with everything going on. I can email it to you.
Okay, that would be good, so I can see the ups and downs, you know, where we're doing, what we're doing, you know, financially. But
yep.
Can you give us kind of an overview of how you feel our money is at this point?
I think we're definitely in good shape. People are paying pretty good. So no real concerns. There's people that have made arrangements already. But I think we'll be good. Hopefully if the taxes get out on time in August, then we should be in good shape.
Okay.
That's good news.
That is,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of makes me wonder, like this whole money thing with that school, where we haven't even had school now for months. I mean, how come they're in such a bad shape? I heard they're wicked, you know, they're in the whole wicked, the school system. And I also heard today that our taxes are going to take a hell of an increase. I was talking to somebody up Stratton, and they're talking like 20-some% or 20 some cents on the school budgets.
I did see some numbers. I can't recall where I saw it. It was increased.
I mean, I don't know what the hell they're thinking, but it's going to be crippling us pretty quick, you know. I mean, Chris, we try to cut here and there on the roads in the town, and that thing just keeps going haywire. I mean, Chris, they don't have school now until September.
Well,
I would think they could be cutting a little bit of that money back.
I got a return from my car insurance for not driving as much. You know, I got a check for $21, but I mean.
Well, I mean, just saying, like school, but yeah, just like I think we was talking the other day, so as we were talking about this whole school system, the way it works, you know, it's because we don't have enough kids, and they got north, they got so many kids, but each school is supposed to be treated equally. You know, each school is supposed to have the same kind of education programs and all that. I guarantee you go up Burlington and them places, probably twice the school systems that we're offering down here. And I mean, if it's supposed to be all treated equal, that state maybe ought to start handing some of that money back towards us.
That's true, because it's a pupil equalization program. And so the less, you know, the smaller rural communities are supposed to get as much of a ability to have programs as the more wealthier areas are to get, you know.
I mean, if I had my way, I wouldn't have sent them the damn payment until they come down and explained it to us a little bit more. Because I just think it's a bunch of, you know, bull, because I mean, they're not in school. I mean, I don't think half the teachers are on them lines every day. Maybe they are, but I mean, they should be saving money instead of costing money.
Well, there is a vote coming up soon for the school board.
I mean, if they raise that tax like 20 cents or whatever on us, do we just all sit back and just pay it, or do everybody start then at that time start complaining? But sooner or later, they're going to drive everybody out of these towns where the only one left is the native, and they ain't going to be able to afford it. Can't afford it now for most part, most people.
Melissa, are you in contact at all with the school systems about?
No.
I think you have to go.
I just do the kids doing schoolwork online right now, but that's it.
Well, they don't talk to us much, but I said if you didn't send that payment in, you'd get their attention. And then you'd hear them talking.
Well, I think we have to legally send that in. I think we're
maybe so, you know.
The letter from the attorney, our town attorney. So I think what we have to do is, as a community, people have to go and participate in the school board meetings and make an effect there. We don't have control of it anymore, you know?
No, I know we don't have control of it, and that's what I'm saying. If all of a sudden they just come in and say, oh, they need another 20 cents on the tax rate for it or whatever, when do people start saying that's enough, you know? I mean, you imagine how that raised your taxes here in town? I mean, what we're doing, we try to set budgets, and we don't even know what they got for a budget yet, do we?
No.
I mean, our taxes already might have gone way to hell up.
When are we expecting to get a tax, a bill from the school? Or we already have. We're paying on it, correct?
Yeah.
That was last year, though.
Oh.
They haven't voted on their budget yet, have they?
No. I think that's coming up, though, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out how they're going to do it, ain't they?
But
yeah.
Oh, you're paying the tax of $890.
This is the last payment for last year, right?
Correct. Last quarter payment.
And then we'll get a new one.
Okay. There a motion, please, to accept.
I'll make a motion to accept Melissa's report.
Second, please.
I'll second it.
Okay. All those in favor of accepting the treasurer's report, please say aye.
Aye.
And I just wanted to make a note on her report that she's got all of her monthly and quarterly reporting completed, and some biannual FHWA 536 for Vermont Agency of Transportation done.
Yeah, that was a new one.
She's on the ball, I tell you.
I had to have Jay help me on that one a little.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I've never done that one before. But we got it done.
Is there anybody who says no to accepting her report? Okay, so the report is accepted, and thank you very much for all the work you do, Melissa. And
Thanks.
it's been working out for you to work at home, and you do a great job as always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is administrative assistant report.
I'm sorry. I believe we haven't finished the rest of the emergency management committee report. We only did a little portion that had to do with the fire department.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
So we should go back to that and then Juaneto's report.
Thank you very much. So Jay, would you continue with
Sure.
the emergency management report?
So we've had one or two members of the committee who've been on all the conference calls since the beginning. Generally, there's been at least 2 per week. I believe they're going to just 1 per week from this point on now that things have slowed down a little. We've not received any requests for assistance from any of our residents. I've heard of many neighbors assisting each other, so it seems like the needs are being met. There is a group of volunteers that are available to assist with shopping and so forth, and they're in the process of trying to get the word out that they're available. The select board needs to adopt the current town emergency plan tonight. And then this summer, when things settle down, Vermont Emergency Management may have some suggestions of additions to the plan. We can then revisit the plan at that point. Newfane has between 1 and 5 cases of COVID-19 in town, but they won't give us the exact number. So people need to stay vigilant, especially as more businesses open up.
Wow.
And the fire department and state police have been in contact concerning the swimming holes on the Rock River. They've also been in contact with the property owner try to limit the use of the swimming holes. That's it.
So you said that we have to vote on the emergency
To
management?
just re-adopt the current one
Okay.
for now.
I'll make a motion to re-adopt the current town emergency plan.
I'll second it.
Okay. Any comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so we're accepting the emergency management as it is and continues to be. And Jay, thank you very much. You've been in back with us. And, you and the guys are doing a great job.
Can I just ask Jay, that one piece of paper, the emergency management sheet, that's what we're adopting, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the same plan as what you had last year, but we just have to redo that one page each year. And it doesn't require signatures this year. I just have to type in the name of the chairperson.
Okay.
And once we get a chance to see if they've got any updates for us, then we'll kind of take a look at it. So.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
So now we move to administrative assistance report. Juanetta, please. Come up here.
I've returned the computer and the printer to the town office in order for the select board to continue to have meetings and to comply with open meeting laws. I have downloaded a program that allows me to connect remotely from my laptop to the desktop at work. I'm able to access all of my emails and files that are on the desktop. The Vermont State Police contract is coming up for renewal on June 30th. I want to remind the select board that you previously discussed the possibility of splitting and sharing hours with the Windham County Sheriff's Office. There was also a slight increase in the budget for added patrol you had planned for traffic calming. As of Thursday morning, all of the town employees and some of the elected officials at Town Hall have completed the return to work certification form. I have taken the following paragraphs from the State of Vermont Governor's Office Addendum 11 to the Executive Order. This Addendum 11 shall take effect upon signing and accept as modified in this addendum. The executive order and the addendum thereto and directives issued thereunder shall continue in full force and effect until midnight on May 15th, at which time the governor, in consultation with the Vermont Department of Health and the Department of Safety, Division of Emergency Management, shall assess the emergency and determine whether to amend or extend this amendment. All businesses, nonprofits, and government entities shall continue procedures to support work from home and telecommunication for all workers to the extent possible. We cannot allow for the resurgence of COVID-19 that would undermine or lose important health outcomes achieved to date. Our work to transition Vermont out from under the stay-at-home order swiftly and responsibly will take just as much effort and goodwill as we have all expended in recent weeks. Working closely with the Health Department and Safe State Emergency Operations Center and dedicated professionals across the state, we have developed and will continue to refine critical steps to ensure the health and safety of Vermonters and the continuity of healthcare system.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for Winetta's report, please? Or do we have a motion to accept the report?
I make a motion to accept the administrative assistant's report.
I'll second it.
Well, I have a question as far as what's going on in as far as administrative assistant's duties and stuff.
I'm still doing the same work that I was doing here at the office. I'm able to access everything on the computer at home. I come in for meetings with Marion after the office closes for her safety and for convenience when I was watching my granddaughter while her daycare was closed.
People in the office right now, and you're sitting close to Marion, and the safeguards are that you're supposed to have masks on, you're supposed to be 6 feet apart, and that's not being done. So the other concern I have is that other administrative assistants and town managers are back to work. And in our building, we have a large space, as you can see, and you're located in the corner, the north corner or whatever of the large expansive room. And I think at this point, regarding the, I think it's order number 12, and also on this report here, update on new work safe additions to stay home, stay safe order. It says services operating with a single worker, such as appraiser, realtors, municipal clerks, attorneys, property managers, etc., may operate if they can comply with the mandatory health and safety requirements listed above, with no more than 2 persons, service provider and client, present at one time. So this was dated as of April 17th, and now we're on May 4th, and I think it's time that we have you come back into the office.
Well, as Winetta just read, it says that in bold letters, if you have the copy of it in front of you, it says that government entities shall continue procedures to support work from home and telecommunication for all workers to the extent possible.
Yes, and I also spoke with our VLTC attorney, and it's a decision by the select board, and it's also by order by the governor that you can allow people to return to work. We have to get back to work.
Okay.
We all must move forward, and our employees need to get back to work.
Kelly, did you hear Winetta saying she's doing all the work?
I'm not
doing all the work.
I also have clients in other places, and I am going into their workspaces,
How about
in a
taking
listed format. So I don't see why there should be a problem with her returning back to work.
She's following the
We
government.
need to take a vote.
Yeah, let's take a vote. All those in favor of having Winetta and other people who are still working, who are.
I'm just talking about Winetta as an employee. The other elected officials have their own decisions
All
to
those in
make.
favor of having Winetta continue to work from home as it states in the amended that was addendum that she just read until May 15th, please say aye.
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 Aye. All those in favor of Winetta coming to work before May 15th, please say aye.
Aye.
Mike, are you voting?
No.
Okay. So there are 3 people who are saying that she should continue staying at home and working, as it says in the amendment here, until May 15th, and we'll have to hear what the governor says then. And we have 2 against. So, I mean, one against. So, yes. So the ayes have it for Winetta to stay at home and work, and that passes.
If she is working at home and doing her job and doing what she is supposed to do from home for the town of Newfane, I support that until the governor lifts the May 15th ban. So I'm with that.
So Chris, Andrew, and Marion saying aye, and Shelley saying against, nay, and Mike is abstaining.
Marion, can I just say something?
Sure.
I've been trying to order a couple of no-touch infrared thermometers because we're supposed to do temperatures every day.
Exactly.
And they seem to be all back ordered for like 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So I'll continue tomorrow to see if I can find any, but we should have one in the office and one here.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Jay.
Sure.
Okay. Any other comments about Winetta's report? All those in favor of accepting the report?
Can I make a motion to accept her report? We already did that, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Yes, okay. Sorry.
Okay.
So my understanding is as of May 15th, she'll be back to work.
Hey, Shelley, I've been talking. I'm talking. We voted to accept a report, and we also just voted whether or not she should work at home, and the ayes had it, which is working from home until May 15th, until the governor accepts if he says it should be longer. Okay? And that's that. Okay, next on the agenda is unscheduled members of the public, and there are none. And we have old business, which is the cat excavator. And Jay and Mike, Jay, would you like to talk about that, please?
Sure. So I think everybody has the 2 things that came from Caterpillar.
Yes.
Do you all get that?
Mm-hmm.
So the first one, excuse me.
I'm sorry, I just got it today, yes.
So the first one sounds like we'd have to pay it for 1 more year and then plan further ahead, and then if we want to do something different for next year. And then Mike had asked for a payoff figure, of which they sent today. And hopefully you have that one too.
It was like 217 or something if we wanted to.
212, I think it was.
12?
I think so.
The payoff total?
Yeah.
$215,732.84.
So basically it's saying that I didn't have a lot of time to read this, but my estimation is that we had a non-appropriation clause in it, but because we did not bring it to the town, they didn't have the option to vote on it, correct?
Right, the money was budgeted for it. Yes.
Well, he told me that the selectmen could have pulled it out of the budget too, but the whole thing is, like I said, the only reason I voted on it last year is because when I talked to that salesman, he told me we had 29,000. There was no other, that's what I told him. I said, there weren't all those loopholes in the contract. And the guy kind of makes you a little bit mad that all of a sudden they come back with us because it's really not the right machine for what we wanted for the town. And stuff like that. And I said, now we're stuck with it for another $29,000. Like I told him, I said, well, maybe the best thing to do is see if you can find somebody else that buy it throughout the year. I would pay that money and get it off our hands, and we got what we want at that point.
My understanding is that there's still a little discrepancy in agreement if this is a good piece of equipment for the road crew. Because I think that the road crew in the past have said it's a useful piece of equipment. And so there's some people who think it's not worth it, and some people.
Why I asked for payoff is because if we are thinking about buying a damn thing, and like I said last year, when we decided to spend the $29,000 on it, I said I wanted it, if it was going to go out as an article, because I didn't want the townspeople think that we were sneaking something through just to pay for it from year to year, and after 10 years we own it. I wanted them to see what that thing was going to cost and see if they wanted to spend $300,000 to buy an excavator like that, because that's what it would be by the time you got interest. So I asked him the other day what the payoff was on it, because I didn't know maybe the town could get a cheaper rate if we did buy it outright. If we're going to be stuck with it, you know, might as well get the best deal you can get on it. But I still don't think it's, you know, from like I said, from what the road crews all told me, that's not the right machine for what they wanted for the roads.
So my thought is,
even the guy from Caterpillar even told me that he said that he admits it's too big for our roads. I mean, that's what he even said. So, I mean, but that was the smallest size that Cat has. But it's, right now we're stuck with it to pay the rent. And if it is something we want, I think what we ought to do is look and see if we can get out from under it by letting him sell it to somebody else. And then we go for what we want.
well, also I want to bring it to everyone's attention that there's a lot of people in our community that are without work. They're, you know, may be having difficulties. And I think right now for us to think about purchasing a piece of equipment would be inappropriate under the circumstances. We don't know what the future is going to hold for us all. And I think that we stay with renting it for another year, put it up to vote for the town to make a decision for next year.
Well, I think, Shelley, that we actually discussed this last meeting, didn't we? That we would bring it up at the town meeting?
Well, I mean, we're dealing with it now, Marion, because we have.
No, I'm saying, I'm agreeing that what you just said is something that we already discussed.
I believe you're both correct that we had discussed that it goes up as an article next year after we pay another year's rent, and then the townspeople decide whether we're going to keep it or not.
So I think we need to make a vote on that.
Didn't we do that already?
No, I think we tabled it because Jay and Mike were going to get in touch with the people and get these figures for us. So I think it was tabled until we had this stuff. So then now we can make a vote on it.
What, do you want to make a motion, Shelley?
I make a motion that we continue with the lease agreement, and we bring up the renewal for the next term, financial term, at the town meeting.
As an article.
As an article. And it must be put in.
2020.
Someone note that. Because we forgot that.
I will second that motion.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor of bringing it up next year at the town meeting, and in the meantime, we continue to rent it, and we'll ask the townspeople to vote on whether we keep it in 2021. Please say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay. The ayes have it. And so we will do that. Thank you. Chris, do you want to?
We have a loader in the that the town of Newfane owns. I don't know if we own it all yet or not. That was bought exactly the same way that this was, what we're doing with this excavator.
On a lease?
Yes, nobody complained about that.
So we paid off the lease and then, do we own it yet, Melissa? Do you know?
We have one payment, I think.
Got one payment left?
Yeah.
He keeps muting me.
Oh, there you are.
Someone keeps muting me, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I'm not me, but I just asked the question, do we know how much longer we have left on the loader? That
I think we have one more payment left.
That's what Jay was saying. And then
Yeah.
we'll own it.
Yep, own it outright.
So while we're talking about it, what's the condition of it, Jay, and the life of it?
It's still in very good condition.
Well, I think at the time of next town meeting and the sum of money that we're looking at, it's appropriate for the town people to make that decision as to what we do next.
Okay. So we voted on it. So that's
Any
it.
other discussion?
We voted. We will do that. Voted on it, okay, and it's accepted. Okay. New business. The new business was going to be Shelley's request to talk about Lynetta coming back to work at Town Hall, and we already.
Yeah, we already handled that.
Yeah, and so the next thing is correspondence. Lynetta?
Yes.
Good.
So in this kind of a situation that we're online, is there any way of getting our copies that we normally get regarding, or do we have to just, I've requested to have the copies of the minutes and the agenda and stuff mailed to me versus me having to copy it all down, print it all out.
Well, we all have the ability to make an appointment with Carol to come to the town office and clean out our mailboxes. We just have to call her and let her know what time.
I didn't get a reply as to how that was to be handled as a request.
But yeah, the town offices are still open by appointment, so we can call anytime and go get our mail anytime we need to. We just have to call and make an appointment with Carol.
So Carol is still operating regular hours?
She's operating the morning hours and Peter's there in the afternoon.
Okay.
But you just have to call because the doors are locked and they'll let you in and get your mail and go. I mean, it's pretty accessible as long as you give them a call first.
Again, I wonder why we can't have our administrative assistant back in the office, but that's a vote down.
We voted on it.
Yeah, so the town will recognize that. I had the question.
She is pretty available. Our administrative assistant is readily available for anything we have. I've called her a couple of times and she's been right there for anything I've needed to have a copy of. So
I requested a copy of all the stuff. I didn't get a reply as to how I could obtain the document. I guess I have to make it through Carol.
Well, that's because, but we can go get our mail anytime we need to. We just need to call the town office and ask them to let us in at a certain time, and they will. And it's pretty simple.
Shelley, I have made copies to put in everybody's mailbox, but it was upon your request that everything be emailed to you prior to the meeting, including the minutes, which I have completed and done the last few meetings.
I had also asked for the copies of it to be mailed to me or whatever. So now my understanding is I have to call Carol, who is at the building on a regular basis, and ask to get in to get my mail, my copies in my mailbox.
Carol's only there 8 to 12, and then Peter's there 12 to 5.
We're up to correspondence.
I'm going to read the correspondence from Marion. This letter's from Tristan Johnson. It says, Newfane Select Board. I did see on page 40 the notice about a select board member and his business was contracted for services. I appreciate you having included this and that response to my request. All the best and thanks, Tristan Johnson. And that was requested last year after the town report was out. Marion was still on the board, and we did make sure that that was addressed in the new town report this year.
I'm not sure what he's referring to. Cleanup?
He had questions about a select board member and the services he provided the state or the town, as well as the large amount of social appropriations that were concerning him and how the town was spending that money. That's when we addressed the double posting of the rescue and a couple of the other items. And that was cleared up this year when we didn't include that in the same postings. They were two separate categories.
Oh, you're talking about a budget.
He expressed in his letter last year concerns about the budget as well as the town report and listing services that select board members provide for the town.
Okay.
He's acknowledging that we did that for his request.
Okay, I thought cleanup was like an outdoor cleanup with a select board member. I couldn't figure it out. I'm sorry. While we're speaking about that, I had requested on the agenda at some point or another about the special appropriations that were added to at the town meeting and whether or not how that was handled, because it never came back to the board. So maybe if we're not going to discuss it tonight, we can put it on the agenda for the next meeting, which is going to be held when?
We can do that. We can do it for the next meeting.
When is the next meeting scheduled?
May 18th.
20th. May 20th.
No, I think it's May 18th, Marion.
You know what? I'm looking at April calendar.
It's May 18th.
Okay, May 18th, next meeting.
And if all goes well, we should all be able to attend in person. If everybody feels comfortable.
Yeah.
Because that's when we're supposed to be able to go back to normal business, right?
Yeah, well, my question is, why is Marion and Juanetta sitting side by side with no mask on?
I'm not sitting side by side. I'm 3 or 4 feet away and I turn the monitor in my direction and Marion backs up. So there is social distance there. Could you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
So here's the question about the next thing on the item is pay orders, but there's been a question asked about whether we could do the Board of Liquor Control vote and then do pay orders. And truthfully, I'm not that familiar with, I think Chris and Mike know the answer to that better than me.
We have to adjourn the select board meeting, open up the meeting to the Board of Liquor Control.
Right. No, I know that. I know that, but what I'm asking is, could we adjourn the meeting now before we do the pay orders, open up the meeting again for the Board of Liquor Control, and then do the pay orders?
Oh.
I think we could postpone it, don't quote me on that, for a period of time and then start up again.
You Zoom? Does anyone have an answer?
Can you suspend it like what they do at town meeting when they open up the school board?
I don't know why we can't adjourn the meeting right now. Chris or I'm the only one who's going to be doing the pay orders anyways. And
Yeah,
then,
it'll be Christopher and Mike.
so we do it during the meeting, the select board meeting, go on to the liquor control thing. And then we do it, and then him and I'll go in and do the pay orders.
Okay.
I make a motion to adjourn the select board meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the official select board meeting ended now at 7 minutes after 7 p.m.
Was there a second?
You don't have to have one for adjournment.
No, yeah.
Okay. So now I'm going to open the Newfane Select Board meeting again, and it's at 7:08 p.m. on Monday, May 4th, 2020, and we're opening to have a vote for Board of Liquor Control for a renewal for Dutton Farm Stand.
I make a motion for the renewal of Dutton Farm Stand.
Second.
And second. Okay. Any conversation or comments? All those in favor of approving that, please say aye.
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 I have a question on that. No,
Yes.
I say aye on that. Can you sign that without the whole board signed it? If we authorize you to, make it easier if you were able to sign it. So the whole board doesn't have to sign it.
Oh, yeah.
Mayor, Carol has already been in touch with them, and she has asked them if she can fill in the names, if you so agree.
Well, there's still three of us that here tonight that could sign it. Mary,
I'm fine with that.
Right, Chris
I want to do the pay orders.
I don't care.
are in the building here with me.
That's a majority.
Yeah,
That's fine with me.
Where's Christopher?
Chris is in.
He's in Carol's office.
Town clerk's office.
I'm sleeping.
Okay, so is that approved that the three of us will sign?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we can adjourn that meeting, is that correct?
Yeah.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you so much. Okay.
We're all
Ready?
done.
Yes,
Just
please
shut
stay
this thing down or what?
and we'll see you on May 18th.
Stay safe, everyone. Good to see you.
is called to order. This is the Brattleboro Planning Commission, our monthly meeting, May 4th, 2020, second meeting online. And the first item on the agenda is announcement. Anybody got anything?
Just to let you know, the town offices are open. Well, we're still requesting that you do business online or over the phone, but you can make an appointment if there's some sort of an emergency and you need the offices. They're all staffed. If you visit the municipal center, you will need to have a face mask. If you don't have one, we will provide one for you.
Okay.
So we're still accepting zone permits and we'll be scheduling development review hearings as needed.
And are you in the office, Sue? Are you still working remotely?
I'm not. I will spend 2 afternoons in the office. We're kind of all spending some time in the office.
But not together.
What's that?
Not together.
No, not together.
Okay,
Nope.
Great.
So I'll be there generally Tuesday and Thursday afternoons.
Okay. Any other announcements? Okay, public comment. Are there any members of the public here? I don't see them if they are.
I don't see any other, any public on either.
Okay. So we'll say no to that. Approval of the minutes of April 8th, 2020. Did everybody get a chance to have a look at those? I see Bruden's nodding her head. Josh nodding.
Yes,
Kate,
I did.
Yep. Did. Tom, yes? Tom, can you give approval? A thumbs up or something? Or down? Or do you have a comment?
Can you hear me?
Yes, 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 we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yes, I saw the minutes.
You don't have any amendments, changes?
No, I'd like to make a motion to approve them.
Excellent. Is there a second?
Second.
Excellent. Further discussion? All right, hearing none, I will assume, well, I guess all those in favor of approving the minutes. How do we take votes on this thing?
A roll call would probably be good.
What?
So if you, Felicity, if you just go through each person and just get a yes or no
Right,
from them, that would be good. A roll call is.
Tom, approval of the minutes?
I approve. Aye.
Bruden?
You know, I'm sorry to be a pain. I have one correction or suggestion, which under our values, under equity, I think it should say creating conditions that permit full participation and opportunity. But anyway, if you don't want to belabor that, we can talk about it because it's on the agenda later too.
Well, these are supposed to be a record of the event that took place. So is that what was said?
If I said it, that's what I intended to say.
All right, well then it should change to that.
What I should have said anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just assume it is what you said. And the minute should be changed to what you said. And given that, do you approve? No, we need to go back again with that exception.
Sorry.
So starting at the top of my screen, Tom.
Okay, with that modification, I make a motion to approve last month's minutes.
All right. Prudence.
I second them.
And you approve?
And I approve them.
Jess?
Yep, I do.
Kate?
Kate approves.
Okay. Josh?
I approve.
Excellent. Does staff vote on the minutes?
Staff does not.
No. Okay. Do I vote?
You can, yes.
I also approve. All right. The minutes are approved with no abstentions.
Welcome, Jess. If you didn't miss anything. Okay, so we've approved the minutes. Now we're on to the first item of our discussion, COVID-19 and planning. So I went through and reviewed all the materials that got sent out. I wonder how many other people had enough time to go through and look at them. And I will start by saying that I don't expect us to make any decisions at this point. I think this is really an opportunity for us to kind of decide what it is that we want to hone in on and focus our energies on vis-a-vis planning and COVID-19. So, and we can ask for more data. We can pursue different kinds of reports depending upon where that conversation goes. So with that said, people just want to start talking, unless Sue or Andrew, you want to add some more context. You've been paying much more attention to all of the webinars and things that have been happening.
I mean, I guess one of the context for the data that you received is that there was some discussion from some members with myself and Andrew and Felicity about economic development. And so that's why the data that you received was a lot on the businesses and just kind of a collection of information about business impact that's to be expected. So, but there might be other avenues that you want to pursue as well.
For the economic impact, I think we should also add health and safety too, including somehow tying the two together potentially. I don't know if that makes any sense. I apologize if it doesn't. I missed
health and safety tied together, or health and safety with economic development?
With economic development pertaining to the town moving forward, you know, like the future of economic development and health and safety for Brattleboro.
Can you say a little bit more what you're thinking?
Well, for instance, like Tom and I briefly were talking about different things to do, and Jess also, pertaining to opening Brattleboro back up and like what the town can do. Like simple ideas are hand sanitizing stations, and maybe even like paintings on the sidewalk of like reminders to keep people 6 feet apart. I don't know if that's a part of the economic development conversation or if that's a whole nother thing, a whole nother category we should add on to another meeting, or if this one's appropriate.
I think that it's related to economic development because people definitely need to feel safe to come to Brattleboro, and or come down to, you know, wherever you're going in Brattleboro, people want to feel safe. And there are some discussions about that. I mean, I think by the next time the Planning Commission meets, there may be some more public type proposal on something like that. But I think we should definitely list it.
Yep.
Because I do think it relates to economic development.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more. You know, to get people to go back out and shop and consume and support local establishments, they need to feel safe doing that and knowing that the town at least is taking the precautions that we can within our capabilities to helping keep people safe.
Okay. More thoughts?
I could chime in with a few various thoughts I've come up with.
Yeah, please.
I'll reiterate or expand on something I said last time, but then also bring up a couple other ideas. One was that doorknob idea. You know, looking at the land use regs, you know, we require things like certain types of lighting and electric car charging stations in certain developments and people's houses or multi-unit places. So before I was saying that I think this is something, you know, requiring public buildings to have doors for the public that are able to be opened without putting your hands and fingers on it. So there's various ways out there. I thought that would just be a building code thing that's regulated at the state level, but I think our land use regs provide for that because, like I said, we require all sorts of specific things. So, and I think this would have a lot of benefit just beyond this pandemic too. I mean, you know, there's some public areas where, let's say, hundreds of people every day are touching, you know, the worst culprit, the round doorknobs. And I think, you know, I haven't seen any studies, but I've seen various articles that just summary sort of things, just saying stuff like that have the potential to be big vectors. So I'd like to explore the option of adding some requirement like that to the land use regs. And I also thought my thinking went towards one of the CEVID's big documents that was in the folder, and it showed in Windham County or Brattleboro the industries that are at most a combination of biggest by various metrics and at the most immediate risk because of this pandemic. And it was accommodation and food and drinking establishments, I think, if I interpreted it correctly. And as far as the food and drinking establishments go, now this is one that I think may not be at all within the Planning Commission's purview, but maybe we can make recommendations to the Select Board, or I don't know, League of Cities and Towns or the state. But maybe, especially with the warm weather coming, food and especially drinking can happen beyond, like associated with a venue, can start happening in a more spread out way, like not just right along touching the glass, you know, on one strip along the sidewalk, but I don't know, getting creative with not reducing the establishment's capacity so that way they stay a business, but you know, loosening some of the restrictions on outdoor eating and drinking, so that way the businesses can still do well.
I have something to add to that also when Tom's done.
Yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, that's one of my bullet points for this evening. I'm super excited to be having this conversation, so I really appreciate this. But you kind of nailed it. Let's see. You kind of nailed it with the. For instance, talking with downtown business owners, opening up sidewalks for food consumption and expanding or extending like liquor licensing onto the sidewalks. You know, I definitely know that that's difficult because of the varied area that we have between the street and parking spaces, and that's always been a concern in the past. But the times are changing, and they can also be really exciting. So if we can explore, I don't know, the purview of Planning Commission and liquor licensing, adding to the availability of space beyond just the indoor spaces that restaurants and eateries already occupy. So opening up and making sidewalks available is high on the list.
Would that also include shutting down roads and allowing restaurants to take up space in streets downtown?
I was just thinking the same thing too.
I'm thinking the same thing too, except for that's a scary thing to say, but I love the idea.
It's wild. It's crazy new times.
I have a couple thoughts to respond to those. So I don't know enough about liquor licensing, and I'm going to have to get back to you on that. I don't know if it's, you know, we follow what the state says, and therefore I think one of the things about liquor licensing, because I remember from Arkham, is, you know, there needs to be some barriers and whatnot. And so putting up barriers on a sidewalk can then create ADA issues. I'm just thinking aloud. I need to research that a little bit more to be able to report back to you. And as to Tom's comment, and this does get to the liquor licenses or shutting down roads. you know, the planning commission is in a position where they can make policy recommendations to the select board. So, you know, however these come out, you know, it can be a document that you then go present to the select board or something like that. So you should think big. They would ultimately have the say over things that are not land use regulation related. So
I definitely understand the
and
complexities.
then shutting down the roads. The other thing is Main Street, you know, a lot of our main roads, Main Street, Putney Road, Canal Street, a lot of them are state owned. So there might be another barrier there, but there's lots of roads that aren't state owned as well.
It'll be an interesting balance too, because we also need, in terms of maintaining social distance, you know, it'll be harder to use the sidewalks and not be within 6 feet of people if they're narrowed. So there's a lot of, there's just going to be some trade-offs and complexity, I think. But, you know, one of the things that Burlington's doing is because of lower traffic, they're using this as a time to cordon off and improve, you know, like bicycle, having wider lanes for bikes so that you can pass better, or they're not as close to pedestrians. So they've put up cones and done that a few places. So it's kind of an interesting time to try that. And, you know, we have all the usual challenges that make biking in Brattleboro challenging, just in terms of the width of the streets and things like that. But I agree, this is a time to be creative, and also when there's less parking, that gives us more opportunities. You know, like you could have those parklets, you know, that take up parking places can be seating spaces for restaurants and stuff. So,
or possibly with the results that we got from the downtown survey, we could think about recommending improving the top of the parking garage and using that space as overflow for downtown restaurants.
I don't mean to be the naysayer on that, and I would need more information, but there is some weird thing about the load. Like it can apparently, you know, handle however many parked cars can be up there, but there's something with the physics and the load of people being up there, because that's been explored for having like dance parties up there or movies. There's something weird going on there. I don't understand it. I could get more.
Right,
or that might be.
I've heard of that. So I knew a designer who was asked to redesign a parking space, and they had to build an enormous superstructure underneath the parking space for pedestrians to use that space, because of the way human beings, the weight is distributed over a wider swath, whereas or it's just distributed over narrow swaths, whereas a car, it takes up 7 or 8 feet and its weight is distributed over that 7 or 8 feet. If you have 70 people in that same space, the weight is differently distributed. And so parking garages are just made for cars and not for hundreds of human beings, or even 50 human beings. So that makes all the sense in the world to me. Sorry, I don't, anyway, I don't think you need to research it. You know, I've heard of that. Josh, I see do you guys mind? Do you want me to turn my camera on? I don't have my camera on just because I just don't, but I'm happy to turn it on.
Turn it on. It'd be nice to see your face.
Yeah, I like to see your face, but
sorry. You know, I just sit in front of this thing all day long. And I'm always looking at myself. So it was nice to just not see me for a little bit, but here I
am. So since we're talking about parking, the next big thing, so a lot of this conversation is definitely going to be difficult, and there's definitely going to be like, you know, the state might say this, the town might say that. And oh no, you guys are all disappearing.
No.
Are you there?
Yeah, we're all here.
Okay, cool. You all just disappeared.
People go in and out based on their bandwidth and what's going on there. So, I mean, I know we like to see each other, but actually if it's not coming in very clear, or if you're having sound issues, sometimes if you turn off your camera, it might improve those things. So it could just be your bandwidth.
Some of this conversation will definitely be difficult to have, but it's also kind of exciting. The next thing, talking with a lot of, this is obviously downtown specific, but talking with a lot of business owners downtown is not charging charging for parking downtown for an undetermined amount of time. And I think what that really means is like, it could be a year, it could be 2 years, 6 months. I think it should be not charging for parking downtown for a reasonable and a healthy amount of time. You know, I'm not sure what that looks like, but we really need to induce people's comfort going downtown to shop and be downtown and participate in events. And we need it to be affordable because this is a long-term thing that we're obviously dealing with. And the majority of folks' finances, even paying for parking meters and then parking tickets on top of that, is going to discourage just enough people from going downtown that could be devastating. So I don't know if a planning commission thing or if it's just us writing to the select board. I don't know what that looks like, but it would be amazing if we could have a conversation on what it looks like to not charge for parking for a long period of time.
I would point to, and I don't know exactly all of it off the top of my head, but I think if you were going to make some overture from the planning commission to the select board, we need to do the research. There is an enterprise fund that parking is, paid for, or that runs parking, and there was the 2018 parking study. So we'd want to revisit that.
Can I make a recommendation that that everybody just throw out all their ideas, and we'll just tally them up, and then we can shoot them down all in one fell swoop rather than one after the other, or not, as the case may be.
But just
so Josh, you want to keep going?
That's kind of difficult. I was kind of seeing this conversation going like free flowing. I'm not arguing at all. I like that idea. But my bullet points are definitely pretty random. So that's why I was just, I'm mostly interested on what you folks have to say also. I want to hear you out. And then as they were coming up in conversation, I kind of assumed I would bring up other ideas or other points, that may not have been brought up yet. So if you would like me to keep going with my list, I absolutely can, or I can wait to hear other people.
I mean, yeah, you can if everybody wants you to go. I mean, I certainly things too.
This is Kate. I'd like to hear what's on Josh's list, particularly if there's anything that it would help to look at more urgently. I mean, I think we're dealing with like an urgent crisis, and then there's probably going to be some sort of longer term thing where I mean, no one knows what's going to happen, but it's sounding like we've got sort of this urgent crisis of infection. We've got businesses that are just closed or operating on a shoestring. And then I think there'll be maybe some longer term period where things will be better, but not all the way back to normal. So I'm particularly interested in, given that we're right now in the crisis, if there are any ideas that can help the vitality of our businesses during that crisis period.
No, and I feel like that's absolutely right, Kate. Like we're dealing with an immediate crisis, and then we're going to be dealing with a long-term crisis after this, and we're talking about like the health and the vibrancy of Brattleboro. And a lot of my focus is on economic development. And that's just because of my situation with understanding like what it takes to run a business in this town and the complexities of that. So you're definitely right in the two different issues we have. And I think we have, like I mentioned before, we have a big puzzle we need to put together. So all of these ideas, like I want to hear everybody out. I'm excited to learn new ideas and learn what other municipalities are doing. But for me, the big one, right, like the number one on my list is repeal the 1% local option tax. And I absolutely know the Planning Commission doesn't have much to do with that. It's a town meeting and the select board idea, but I would love to write a letter to the select board to repeal that tax. That is huge, because it is only 1%. It's a penny on the dollar, but we're literally talking about change. and that's money in people's pockets to be able to go downtown and then, you know, potentially spend at an establishment that is struggling, that is going to be struggling for a long time to come. You know, so any little thing we can do is incredibly important, and it's just a piece of the puzzle that we need to put together to helping these businesses. So that's the big one, is the repeal of the 1% local option tax. Another thing too is, again, like, I apologize for my ignorance. You know, I've been on the planning commission for a couple of years now, and I still don't understand like the nuances and like how this system works. But I'm going to throw it all out there because these are things that I feel are important to the community, and things that we should start doing now, till maybe a year, 2 years down the road, things will just be that much more easy to maintain and manage, and we won't lose that many businesses out of this community. So this is a town thing, Brattleboro, and that's only hiring local companies to do the bidding and to do the contracting with the town on a rotation, though, so that we're not hiring the same companies over and over. You know, that's another thing. And like, again, that doesn't need to last for forever, but something we can do in the immediate to where we see taxpayer money going to local businesses. In turn, it's a true and honest trickle down, I like to believe, because we're hiring locally and having it on a rotation. That way we're not hiring the same company for the same projects. We can distribute the money in other places.
Josh, by local, do you mean Brattleboro specific, or do
Brattleboro.
you mean like Southern Vermont? You mean?
So I understand, you know, like when we put stuff out to bid, when we put out an RFP, you know, we're looking for, you know, we're not hiring the cheapest person, we're not hiring the most expensive, we're hiring someone in the middle. They may be from Burlington, they may be from Connecticut, who knows where they're from. I'm absolutely talking about Brattleboro specific, unless it makes sense to be Windham County, because we're the Brattleboro Planning Commission. And we're in Windham County. So obviously there's really difficult things when it comes to things I know nothing about, like who we're hiring for what. But if there are options in Brattleboro, I feel that it should be Brattleboro-based businesses getting these jobs. You know, that way we can keep our money local, which is incredibly crucial right now. Did I answer your question? Awesome.
Yeah,
So then,
I definitely think that that makes sense to weight location much heavier in the RFP process.
yeah,
Something,
especially
yeah. One of the things that you mentioned, I guess it was right before you said something about the local option tax, reminded me of a story that I heard from a Keene business. So I just want to share the story, and I wonder if there is a mechanism in Brattleboro to support this. But a business in town recently bought a historic building and is in the process of renovating it for their new office space. Virus hit, their renovations are slowing down. But another company in town who does construction received the PPP loan. And so they have to keep their employees. They value the building and saw that there was a small project that they could send their employees to work on. And instead of charging the business that owned the historic building, they offered the services for free because the salaries were being covered by the PPP loan. So it was a nice way for one business to take care of another.
that's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good story.
It reminds me of what is it in Brattleboro? Isn't there like a barter trade?
There is. There's a trade.
Brattleboro time trade.
Yeah, time trade. It's amazing.
Brattleboro time trade.
So can I propose a system for doing this? I think if we sort of, everybody throws out their ideas, and then we try to think about what ideas are feasible that we want to work on, because anything that we do as a planning commission needs to come, you know, from us as a group, and we have to decide as a group which of the things that we want to put our energy behind. So is that okay with everyone? And I guess the other thing that I mean, it seems like what we're working on right now is the notion of sustaining our businesses in sort of short to medium term. And so I think there are some other things we can do, but I don't want to throw us off this discussion right now. So I'm going to mute.
I had another thing came up that was sort of inspired by your comments about the local option tax, Josh. The co-op near where I work does a roundup program where you can just round up for good, and they pick a certain nonprofit program that they donate those pennies to. But it's an opt-in program, and I wonder if that might be a better option than saying it's a tax, just having an opt-in extra little bit that folks can donate, and potentially to a program or a group that is supporting local businesses like the DBA, or the United Way has a really incredible emergency relief fund right now in Windham County.
And are you saying that instead of the option tax, like keeping the option tax and then including that also?
No. If we would eliminate the local option tax, having folks be able to opt in for contributing money to the government of downtown or whatever it is, rather than having the flat, like, you must pay this.
I love that idea too, because like I was even thinking about that pertaining to parking downtown, because I understand like how much of a revenue we would lose by people not paying for parking meters downtown. So what if we said you don't have to pay for parking for the next 2 years, but you can if you want to. You know, if you feel like putting some money in the machine, the town will not complain if you feel so inclined. You know, so just stuff like that, you know, because we need to induce people going into town, and then there are some folks that want to help other businesses. So yeah, like you're talking about the co-op, Brattleboro Co-op does that too. They have those bottles or whatever they are that you can put change in for all the local nonprofits, you know, to support. So is that kind of what you mean? But is it for more of municipality and less nonprofit? Is that what you're referring to?
I don't know where the funding would go, or if it would make sense to go through a different mechanism, or if it would make sense to go to a town fund. Yeah.
I like that idea too, because we could potentially get more money than it going to the state and then us getting our percentage back, you know, once they take their cut. You know, so I do actually kind of really dig that idea. Should I keep going, or are you guys sick of hearing me talk?
Keep going, you're inspiring me.
I'm halfway there. So another big one too, again, I apologize for my ignorance. This is definitely new to me in the sense of like, what can the planning commission do? But some sort of rent stabilization or rent caps. And can the town do anything to promote affordable and realistic rental market in Brattleboro? You know, like before COVID-19, it was definitely getting out of hand. Rental prices were becoming totally unattainable to people that really, really want to start businesses in this town. So I don't know what rent stabilization, rental caps looks like in Brattleboro. You know, I know Sue and Andrew can talk a lot about that and like what our capabilities are, but I feel that we need the select board to do something when it comes to rents in Brattleboro and like the entire town, not just downtown. So that's the next thing on the list. We can skip over that one, and then
just to make sure I'm clear, Josh, you're suggesting rent for businesses, and not not rent for individual people's residences.
Right now, because
both.
Because of the conversation, absolutely businesses in the commercial market, but then I would love for that to transfer over into the residential arena also. But for the sake of the conversation to right now in this moment for this agenda item, I'm pertaining to just businesses.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Thanks, go on.
So then we talked about parking and not paying for parking. Then we talked about public health and safety, what Tom was talking about with the doors and the handles, hand sanitizer stations, paintings on sidewalks, reminding people to be able to keep their distance from one another. And then cleanup programs. This isn't for me. This is an issue I hear a lot from downtown business owners and all of town business owners, and maintaining cleaner facade to be more attractive, to pull more people out to go shopping. That's something I hear about a lot. I personally don't have any dogs in this fight at all, but it's just something I hear a lot about, and I would love to hear you folks and see if you guys are receiving the same feedback. And that's basically my list. So.
Josh, could you expand on that last comment a little bit more?
Which one? The a cleanup program?
Yeah.
So I didn't email it to you guys. Are any of you folks? There's a Facebook page called Downtown. I'm opening it up right now. Downtown Business. I lost my Facebook tab.
Downtown Business Merchants.
Yes, that one. Thank you. Are you following? Do you follow that? Was that Sue that said that?
So what is it? Downtown business what?
Downtown Business
Merchants.
Merchant page.
Merchants.
And they have like 150, 200 people on it, and it's all downtown business owners. And it seems pretty active. I wish there were more business owners, more vocal and active on it, because it does seem like a good platform where people are pulling ideas and getting together and coming up with things to do. And on that page, Stephanie from the DBA put together a document. I can email it to you guys, of a lot of different ideas that folks, business owners in downtown specifically only, have been talking about needing and wanting and desiring to create a healthier business community for downtown specifically. And that was one of the big things that they keep coming, Andrew, to answer your question, that is one of the big things that they keep coming back to. And it's like trash being left around, dog poop being left around, you know, like simple things like that, that I don't know what the planning commission's role is or the town's role is, but I'm sure we probably play a part somehow. And I believe the point of that is to really induce and attract people to going out and supporting, you know, shopping local and supporting local businesses, you know, and making people comfortable, safe, healthy, feel invited. And so, yeah. I want to hear you guys.
Josh, your comments remind me of, I mean, like the information that we were gathering with the downtown plan and things that people were commenting on and both like celebrating and complaining about. I think one of the things that stood out as a point, a pain point for people visiting downtown and using the downtown, was also the panhandling and the homeless population and how that was impacting business downtown. And there was a really wonderful article in the Commons just a couple of weeks ago, or maybe it was the Reformer, about how Groundworks' progress in finding housing for folks was having a huge impact on numbers of people congregating downtown, and creating disruptions downtown, and panhandling downtown. And it was really exciting to hear that providing housing to these folks really had a change in what the downtown was experiencing as far as that. I'm sure a part of it has to do with the social distancing as well, but I wonder if there is something that the Planning Commission can do to support the continued work. They were able to do that because hotels are closed and need to fill rooms, and they found a great partnership there. So if the space is available, it's really wonderful to see them using it and see how that changes what's happening downtown. I don't know if there is something we can do to support that, but
Well, it's funny. I was thinking about that because I'm like, what an opportunity this is to move forward, because we have all the homelessness housed technically right now. I mean, what if we could further that and and work for more of that permanent housing? Obviously, that in itself is really tough to get to. There's no silver bullet or magic bullet. But I think one thing is definitely furthering housing efforts to create more affordable options and diversify our housing stock, because a healthy housing, I guess, diversity of housing usually equals healthy economy. So that's not just affordable and high end. It's like the whole spectrum of housing. So creating conditions for that is really helpful. But I guess also it just continuing to work with the nonprofits. I'm not sure how that would look like for us. It's very new to me. But I mean, I just think it's a really cool opportunity that we're in, even though this is a very unprecedented crisis, to be able to house homelessness in this time. How could that look like further to really help that population get to more permanent housing?
I love this conversation so much. That's all I have to say.
So I want to build out on what Andrew said, because that's kind of where my mind is going, just because two of our values are equity and equality, in the values conversation that we had in our last meeting. And all of the reading that I've been doing is focused on this notion that the U.S. at this time in its history is so iniquitous, and that this crisis is putting that in sort of really shocking and disturbing relief. That the crisis is, in fact, we're all vulnerable, but it's not impacting us all the same. Many of us, in fact, are quite safe, safe in our jobs, safe in our homes, and safe in our ability to pick up at the grocery store and various other sorts of things. So I'm thinking about ways in which, I mean, there's been a lot written about the fact that the federal government is providing relief at a level that it's never done in the past 10 or 15 years. And it's done it in a relatively speedy amount of time. It's supporting small businesses. It's enabling people to stay safe and not have to go to jobs that would put their health at risk. And that these are the kinds of things that we actually think our government, well, I'll speak for myself. I actually think our government should do on a regular basis. It shouldn't be require a crisis for the government to make sure that people get health care and that they get covered. They can go home when they're sick and not have to continue to be working when they're sick because they don't have any sick days where they work. So the sort of development of the gig economy, all of these things that have been made working life precarious, can be walked back to a more equitable society. And this is a perfect opportunity for us to try to do that. But of course, our capacity as the Planning Commission is sort of limited in our ability to do that. But one of the things, the one place where we actually do have some capacity to do things is in zoning. And zoning can be done creatively in such a way to produce more equity. So that's the sort of thing. I mean, I like establishing the notion that an empty hotel room has a person who needs housing in it until such time as there's a paying customer in it could be a phenomenon that we now say, oh, we have these rooms. Why would they ever stand empty if people were homeless? Those are the kinds of things I think if we can build into our system so that we're not, I mean, I hope nobody's imagining going back anywhere. We're not going back. We're going forward into this new era that we are going to be living in for a period of time until there's a vaccine, and then for a period of time until there's another pandemic. So this new forward, I think, should include the base level of some kind of equity in all of our thinking.
Reminds me of something heard about a town developing a vacancy tax for building owners, mostly to prevent like the Home Depot building right now to just stand empty for years and years while the owners can use that as a tax write-off. It was a really interesting solution to helping them redevelop their downtown and incentivize building owners. This was primarily along the Main Street in their downtown zone, but to prevent those landowners from just hanging on to empty buildings. And I wonder if that's applicable to a hotel.
I love the idea of a vacancy tax. If we're going to tax someone, let's tax the folks who own the Home Depot building. I love that.
So other ideas before we get into, I mean, we can also, things that you guys want to know that we can search out information. We saw this really interesting economic development webinar by an organization called Urban 3 that I want to say they're somewhere in the South. I can't remember, but the spokesman, the person who spoke was a guy named Joe Minakazi. And he was essentially describing ways in which you should be thinking about how to make money from your town vis-a-vis property taxes, vis-a-vis zoning. So he had these really interesting models that essentially looked just like, it looked like the city because it had these tall structures. And then after a while you realize it wasn't the city, it was a graph that showed where the most income was coming from the various places in your town. And in fact, apparently the Vermont Department of something, I'm sorry, I can't remember who you guys are out there in TV land, has done this for Vermont. And so we can actually look at it. And if you really wanted to, I'm sure Sue could pull it up or I could pull it up and show it to you. But it's one of these things as we think about what we're capable of doing on the Planning Commission, to be thinking about how we can do our zoning so that we can capitalize on, because we do need the town to make money. There's nothing wrong with making money. What we want is more equitable distribution of that money, but we have to make it first. So that may be something that we can, that data, I would love for you all to look at the Joe Minakazi thing and then look at that data to see if it doesn't generate some interesting ideas about, as we go forward looking at our zoning, how we might be creative, like what Tom sent around right before the meeting, sort of rethinking our spaces to make them more useful. In the same way of figuring out how we can put tables on the sidewalk and allow people to have a beer outside, so that they can be 6 feet apart from whoever they're having a beer with.
I watched that webinar too. It was really interesting. And, one of the things he said was, identify policies that are restricting or limiting positive growth. We figure out the kind of growth we want, which I think we probably have a pretty good idea of, and then change policies that make it more difficult for that to happen.
Yeah, and we definitely started that conversation a few months ago with the what was it called? Infill development or development within existing properties. It was really interesting. And I think, go ahead, Felicity.
No, I was just thinking the one of the really cool things on his PowerPoint was this notion of the distance to the center, and that you put your community on a graph, and the people who are close to the services, they live close to the services, and they're being really sustainable, and so they pay the least amount of tax. The people who are living on the largest plot of land farthest away from the services pay the most tax. And if we're having all these people who are, which apparently we are, moving in from other states, so she'll remain nameless because it's safer here. Those people who are up there in the hills on 100 or 102 acres should pay the most tax. because they're farthest away from the services, and we have to make the roads for them to get to there. That's what Joe Minikazi was talking about, is the town takes over the notion of supporting the roads. They should make the people who need the roads pay for the roads.
He's kind of looking at like the fiscal resiliency of towns. So, you know, what are our sources of revenue? Is it property taxes? Is it the retail tax? Is it, you know, rooms and meals, or the 1%? Like, what is the makeup of the town's sources of revenues? And then trying to figure out, you know, how to tweak things so that it continues to be kind of productive. So, you know, as Felicity was saying, the Vermont Department of Taxes and I think property valuation, I think that's the department, you know, they've done some mapping looking at the property value per acre. Joe had shown some of the retail taxes per acre. And so the areas that you think might be, well, you know, downtown is generally the most productive. The denser areas, the more, you know, different buildings you might have in a building because it's 5 stories as opposed to 1 single story. They tend to be more productive. So then we need to make sure that our policies are kind of supporting that type of development or those areas that are really doing well. And then there's another interesting thing that kind of came out. This wasn't from Joe's, but basically our grand list in Brattleboro is not growing. So how can we help it grow, either through land use regulations or maybe even programs? Like I sat in on a webinar in Oswego that was about Oswego, New York, and how to get the residential. They kind of looked at the different neighborhoods in the town, those where property values were increasing, those that were stagnant, and those that were actually in decline. And they focused some programs on that stagnant area. And it was, you know, they're not intending to gentrify by any means, but kind of the simple property improvements. They made some grants and loans available, and they did it kind of on a block method. And, you know, that all had positive impact both to the property values and also to their downtown and getting businesses to come in. So like those are kind of some of the programs that we could think about or look at too.
And we could even look to models that have already been successful here, like the one that offered homeowners grants to renovate so that there was an apartment in their house, and possibly instead of an internal apartment, that could be expanded to accessory dwelling units, or things like that. That would be even more useful.
Does that program not exist anymore? I haven't heard about that in a while.
Still exists.
I wonder, was that successful?
It's the rental. Is it successful? That's run through Brattleboro Area Housing. I don't know how many applications they get from Brattleboro. I know at one point it was. I've had some conversations with some of their board members who are trying to figure out other programs that would be useful. And then there's also the rental housing improvement program that is run by the town, and that one is for landlords that maybe need to make improvements to improve the quality of the housing. I don't think they make many loans out of that either. I'd have to look into
that. Yeah, Tom.
I'll continue with the format that Josh was taking of going down his list of ideas, although mine is much smaller. If I may.
I'm super excited.
Yeah.
To hear this.
I don't know if the zoning or the town ordinances have restrictions on business hours, or because my thoughts are that if people need to be more spaced out, let's say that's in an office or a manufacturing place or a lab, not that there's many labs here, but my housemate works in one. But anyway, if they have to be spaced out more, but they want to return to work and the business is trying to return them to work and the governor's allowing it, maybe it's it would be good to allow for, I don't know if there's any restrictions on business hours, but maybe that could be expanded. And then also maybe there's some businesses that aren't allowed in certain places, like maybe people could take not just office and computer work home, but maybe there's certain types of, I don't know, but maybe there's certain types of work at the actual commercial or industrial space that could be taken home to some degree and otherwise wouldn't be allowed because of our zoning or town ordinances, but could be during this period of time to allow that aspect of the economy to continue or rebound. Another one, Josh mentioned more prevalence of hand sanitizers in public places, but maybe, now this would be probably, okay, well, I'm thinking masks. This would either be just this would come about just by the goodwill of businesses or the town, or, I mean, this would be some business idea, and I don't know how well it would work when a pandemic's over, but, mask dispensing machines that, cost 50 cents per mask, and you have to put the money in and you get the mask. But of course, you'd be pressing buttons to do that, so maybe it would backfire. And then what I mentioned, the expanding restaurant and bar spaces so they can rebound, and then the sanitary doors. Oh, and then one last thing, because a lot of people, the office workers and the digital, more white collar workers are more able to weather this storm by working from home than the lower income or the blue collar folks usually are, painting a broad brush. I wonder if we can give a better push to wireless facilities and broadband for the town, so that we remove some hiccups and barriers to that, both for this pandemic and future ones. And so that's my list.
Tom, I like that last one. That also came to my mind as I was thinking about your thought about bringing work home. I'm thinking about how I used to, on my work from home days, go downtown to like the Works or Amy's or Mocha Joe's and spend money downtown and sit downtown and be there. And I've been through a few towns in Vermont that have invested in free wireless internet for their downtown area. And that was a pretty amazing resource in those small towns.
I thought we had that. We don't have that downtown?
Yeah, don't we have that? I thought we did.
We have
certain buildings,
certain locations,
and the library is free Wi-Fi, but yeah, it doesn't extend all the way. And some businesses offer it for like an hour, and then but it would be really interesting to see the town be able to provide something like that, not just for the businesses, but also for the use of public space.
Yeah.
I definitely think there's going to be a big investment in broadband after this. I think downtown's great, and I'd love to see Brattleboro take those steps. But more looking at rural areas, because one thing they're seeing in terms of trends is some people might migrate out to these rural areas and need, because they can work from home, they don't have to necessarily go in. Obviously, not everyone can have that privilege, but I definitely could see that happening in some of the outskirts, and this probably will help the push that Wyndham Regional is doing, and it'll be interesting to see in the next few years what broadband looks like in southern Vermont.
Mm-hmm.
This is Kate. While we're kind of going down lists, if I may add two small things. I'm liking everything I've heard so far. Two little things I've been thinking about is a lot of businesses are doing like curbside to go, things like that, and not just for food, but I saw the shoe store is starting to do that with shoes, the library with books. I meant to check before this, but thinking about how easy it is for a business, particularly in our downtown, to say, put out a table and put to-go items on that for people to pick up. And then also, how easy is it for people to park quickly? So, you know, if there's a way we can ease having, say, like short-term temporary designated short-term parking spaces, if you know, if that would work with the demand right now for that, I think that would be an interesting thing to look at.
Temporary loading zones. Is that kind of what you're getting at, Kate?
Yeah, loading zones, and for customers, you know, so if somebody, say, I bought shoes and now I want to park next to the shoe store, jump out with my mask on, grab my shoes, you know, that the proprietor just put out there for me, and then drive off. I'm not going to be there more than, you know, 15 minutes max.
I know that exists in front of Brown and Roberts and the florist shop, and I think and in front of Duo Restaurant too. There's hooded spaces that are for exactly what you're saying, exactly for that purpose. It's great. I've been using that quite a bit. It works great.
The Duo space is going away for a handicap space.
Okay.
But
that's good too. That's really needed.
So what about shutting down all the parking spaces on Main Street? I know a couple people will be really upset with me saying that. But what about shutting down all the parking spaces for not a long amount of time, but just like, let's say, a few months while the governor is figuring out reopening the economy? And this way it can give an opportunity to the businesses downtown that are slowly allowed to open back up to do just what Kate's talking about, and be able to drive up, grab their items, and go. And if we just assume all the parking spaces on Main Street you're not allowed to park in, like the folks that live in town park in the garage or Harmony or the High Street lot. I think folks will be pretty understanding that it's to build Brattleboro businesses' self-esteem back up, knowing that they're given more options to deal with the distancing protocols that are still unknown, that are still coming at us. Probably a really bad idea to shut all those parking spaces down, but it's just an idea.
Well, I love it. It makes sense in terms of giving, if not all of them, maybe one side of the street we keep parking, but the other side we turn into a pedestrian zone, so that we would double the width of a sidewalk, so that people could actually be, I mean, I was thinking when you guys earlier were talking about sidewalks, and I was thinking about the grocery stores. You know, the grocery stores are now one-way aisles. I mean, our downtown sidewalks could be one way. You are on the right-hand side, it's all going down, and on the left-hand side, it's all going back up. I mean, because, you know, I mean, that does stop people crossing each other. And that's what you can't, that's the thing that makes you feel unsafe, is when somebody's coming at you and there's nowhere for you to go. But anyway, I mean, I'm curious, Sue, to what extent can we affect parking regulations?
I'm going to play devil's advocate here and just throw out some questions, because if you were going to make this proposal to the select board, they're sure going to want to know these answers. So, okay, so there's no parking, or it's free parking? Which are you talking about? There's.
I would.
What's that, Josh?
Are you talking about Main Street, or are you talking all of downtown? No, I think what I'm talking about is.
Let's start with Main Street.
Yeah, no parking on Main Street, and then free parking in all of town. That's a whole different item, though. The free parking downtown for a healthy amount of time. And what I mean by healthy is once our businesses are boosted again and feeling really good and comfortable and not scared of needing to shut down, then we can start potentially charging for parking in all of downtown. So I think for the to-go ordering and like the pickups of food and the pickups of shoes and the pickup of bicycles and stuff, no parking on Main Street, because that'll allow a lot of space for people to walk some eateries can have some tables outside, and then people can do their drive up, pick up, what Kate was mentioning.
Okay, so I think there's a couple of things you need to think about. I think we would need to know what do the merchants want, because a lot of them will say that they want parking in front of their buildings. It doesn't matter that they have an entrance on Harmony Lot, they still want it out front. So that's something to consider. In terms of free parking throughout the downtown, or, I mean, that's where you have to pay to park. We have some parking lots and elsewhere in town, but for all intents and purposes, free parking. So there are 4 employees that have been furloughed from that. That parking fund helps deal with maintenance at the garage. So what is that shortfall going to be, and what's the impact to taxpayers if that revenue is not coming in? I think we need to look at enforcement, because if you don't have the parking, if you have the employees that are still furloughed, you're assuming there's no enforcement. It sounds great that people would want to do it for the good of downtown, but I think the research shows otherwise, that the people who are not there shopping might be parking there because they don't want to have to walk from High Street for the free parking or whatever. So there's just some things to think about before you would make any recommendation before the select board. You'd have to totally vet it.
And that would be something.
And read the parking study from 2018, because it does get into, it talks a little bit about kind of calibrating parking rates and that kind of thing.
Does that study tell us how much money, how much we bring in from parking?
It does look at the revenues. Yeah.
It does. Okay.
I can send you a link to it all. It's on the planning department website. And on the right-hand side, if you scroll all the way down on the right, there's kind of like a document section, and it's in there.
Do we have a study of the revenue that we gain from our Brattleboro businesses? So my argument to the select board would be losing 20% of our Brattleboro businesses, the revenue we gain off of their taxes, may way outweigh the revenue that we gain from parking meters. So do we know what revenue we get from Brattleboro-based businesses? That would be my argument. It's like, it's the select board weighing, you know, it's like, okay, are we going to charge for parking and make up that much money, or are we going to not charge for parking, induce business, and not lose a bunch of businesses?
But that assumes
Yeah,
parking is the major reason.
Oh, you both talked at the same time. I want to hear both of you.
Yeah, go ahead, Prudence.
Well, that would assume that parking's a major reason that the business may or may not make it. And I think there's so many other factors, which I know you know more about it than I do, for success. I mean, parking's only one factor, and probably somewhat small.
It's definitely a concern to people that don't own a business downtown. It's definitely small, but one of the things that keeps coming up is free parking downtown. And so I'm totally on board with it, and it makes sense to me. I absolutely understand the town will lose parking revenue, but I think it's a sacrifice we should be willing to make, because it's either lose parking revenue or potentially lose a bunch of businesses. So I'm willing to make that sacrifice. And this is me relaying information from downtown business owners.
And they argue that if parking were free, that would induce more people to come and shop.
Yep, absolutely, without a doubt.
Well, if the protocol, in order to do
a survey for the parking study. Sorry, go ahead, Felicity.
I was just going to say, if this is something, I'm not even, this is something that the Planning Commission was going to present as a kind of incentive. First of all, I'm not entirely sure that we could do that, but I mean, all of us as independent people can present whatever we want to the select board. We would have to have data that demonstrated that was the case. And I don't know that we have the data.
Well, no, that'd be similar to like what Jess was talking about. We have data now that prove that if you house homeless people, you have less of a loitering issue on our downtown. You know, so it's these circumstances that provide that data. You know, so the 1% sales option tax is just an insult to Brattleboro businesses. Parking downtown has always been there. Paying for parking downtown has always been there. But the fees keep going up and the hourly rates keep going up, which absolutely, when it comes to a town of 12,000 people, the percentage of the 12,000 that actually shop down is super small. And the biggest complaint from consumers not going downtown is paying for parking and how expensive the parking tickets are. You know, so that's super hard data to obtain. But maybe after this, once we go forth with it, maybe we'll have that data and we can have something to show the select board and be like, hey, this is how damaging paying for parking downtown is. The revenue and the taxes that we make off of these businesses from not having paid parking downtown is incredibly beneficial. You know, like it could be beneficial for us to learn this now, potentially. But no, there's no data.
I think that everybody should read the parking study. There was a survey done. You know, we should all just look through it before we undertake something like this. I think, you know, the select board's going to want data. They're going to want to know, you know, we're going to have to put everything together if that's something that you want to pursue. But we need more than an argument. We're going to need hard data, and they might even want to study it some more. I'm sorry that the parking study and all its findings and all the survey stuff is not just right here in my head. I don't have that kind of recall or memory, but it was done in 2017 and 2018. It's not old. Merchants were talked to, and, you know, I just think, I mean, I'm kind of with Prudence that there are a lot of factors as to whether or not these businesses are going to make it. I'm not sure how big of a puzzle, or, you know, piece of that puzzle is parking. But let's all look at the study.
I want to drop one more comment on that. And so many years ago, when I worked at a downtown business, I attended the downtown business meetings. This is like 10 years ago. And 10 years ago, parking and free parking and paying for parking was also a topic of contention. And with downtown business owners, you know, when Irene hit with the recession, that was always one of the points that came up in conversation that they wanted to ask the town for. And I'm not sure. There may be data, there may not be data. I don't know if it came up as one of the barriers to having a good time downtown in our downtown survey recently. But the perception in the downtown business community, I think, is really tied to, we will feel supported if the town acts on this. And feeling supported and feeling that solidarity that the town has on this issue, I mean, that also could be a really important element in a business succeeding or wanting to succeed or wanting to stay here.
Thank you so much for saying that, Jen. I couldn't agree more. And one of the some of the businesses that I'm talking to downtown, the perception that they have of Big T town Brattleboro is that the town doesn't even know that the town's not even aware that they even exist, you know, and that's pretty unfortunate. Especially too, like there's some folks that feel that the amount that they offer to the town is worth the town considering some things like not charging for some, to me, some simple things like not charging for parking. You know, we right now in a time like this, like in, you know, in COVID 2020, these are definitely scary times, and these are hard conversations to have. A thing that's as simple as parking downtown and paying for parking downtown, it seems redundant and like a waste of time, but it's really, really not. It's a lot about perception. A parking ticket downtown is $10 or $20 if you forget to pay it over 2 weeks. It's like $1 an hour. That does not seem like a lot, but it is actually a lot. It's a lot of perception. It is actually a lot of money for some folks. You know, it is a lot of discouragement for other folks, you know, and that's not what we can't be discouraging anyone right now. You know, we need to be nurturing and supporting and patting people on the back and saying, hey, we're really glad you're here. We're really glad you're making sales. We're really glad your taxes are coming back to this community. You know, and that's exactly what we need to be doing right now.
So
just want to add though, go ahead, Felicity.
No, I mean, I was just thinking of, I mean, if what what you guys are talking about is a sort of incentive program to sort of, you know, help businesses by making them feel like we're trying to support them in whatever way we can, then that seems like a much better ask to the select board than to go and say, we think that this is going to be beneficial. I like the idea much better to say, we actually think that this is a thorn in people's side. It's clearly documented as a thorn in people's side. Here's a time to be pulling the thorns out of people's sides. We don't think we're going to lose very much by it. Let's do this, regardless of whether or not we have any data that demonstrates that it's actually going to be profitable for these businesses in the end. It's more that it's going to help us in terms of our feeling like we're working with each other as opposed to each other. That seems to make much more sense. I like that idea. But I think it should be a package. I think we should do other sorts of things too. I don't think we should just go to the select board and say, we should cancel parking. I think there has to be a sort of this notion that we want to try to make businesses feel like they've been heard. I was struck by the few that we got the BDCC data. They have not heard from very many businesses. There not very many businesses in Brattleboro have taken that survey. So I still feel as if I'm quite uncertain about, and that most of the data that I found that was valuable that coming out of the BDCC was what they had done vis-a-vis the Brookings Institute. That Brookings Institute had gone through and classified businesses of immediate risk, medium-term risk, and long-term risk. And essentially, I mean, everybody is a long-term risk. I mean, so we're all at risk. I mean, because this is going to be the long term. So we should be thinking really innovatively about other sorts of things, because since we're all at risk, how can we all work together to make each other feel better, which might even be just the thing we need in order to survive. Might not actually cost a dime.
Yeah, so I was totally amazed that Brattleboro has almost 1,000 registered businesses. That's amazing. I'm super curious to know, obviously no one can predict the future and no one knows facts on anything, but I'm really curious on what percentage of those businesses we're potentially going to lose in a month from now. You know, is it 25? Is it 5%? Is it 25%? Is it 50%? I was definitely very discouraged by the BDCC information. Also, it seems like there's barely 100 businesses that they're working with in Brattleboro. You know, the work they're doing in Bennington is fine. The work they're doing in Bellows Falls is fine. Around Windham County, my focus is Brattleboro and like what we have here and the potential and the opportunity that we have here. And there's absolutely businesses slipping through the cracks, and that's incredibly frustrating. Because we're better than that. You know, we can do this. We can get through this. You know, if we all work together, we can absolutely get ahead of the game. And if I saw the numbers correctly, they're only working with 100 businesses in Brattleboro. So what are the
It's not working with, that was a self-reported survey. It doesn't indicate who they're working with. It was just a survey.
Yeah, so either way, I feel like the data is lacking royally. So can the town, we have this huge list. We have a list of 1,000 businesses. I'm assuming we have phone numbers and emails, contact information, names. Can Brattleboro do our own data collection? Is something I'm super curious.
I mean, we have that access, and I mean, we have that contact information. I think we could survey them. They might not respond to us as the planning commission, but we could, or the planning department. And
we could survey. It's going to depend, you know, there's cost, there's staff time when we've got other projects that we need to think about. We want to not be redundant, and we need to know what are we using that data for. I mean, I think that there's a lot of information out there. We know who's struggling. We know that we might, why are we going out to survey? What are you trying to get out of it? Because I don't want to survey for survey's sake. I don't disagree. 100 businesses responding to a survey, that's not great. We could have helped push out the information, but I don't want to survey for survey's sake.
But what if that
What is
survey?
it? I think the Planning Commission's job is really kind of the longer term recovery. And right now I feel like we're still like in the emergency right now. And, I don't think that we're can tweak policy or make suggestions for policy for the longer term recovery, which we might be entering now, but what are we going to do with that data?
You're an optimist. I like that.
I feel like doing some of our own data collection would be hugely important and relevant, and asking businesses in this area, what are your biggest concerns right now? Where are your biggest shortfalls? Like, what is it? Like, how many months of this can you endure before you throw in the towel? The data that I saw on the BDCC, like, it didn't tell me anything that I don't already know. And it also actually told me less information than what I was excited to see, or learn about. I have a lot of questions for businesses, and like simple things like, what is your biggest concern right now? And what can the town do to support you in that? And it's super simple things. Even if we don't act on anything, it's at least we have that information and we can make more educated maneuvers to helping our future if we do things like that. And I don't know what it would take. It would obviously cost some money, but to put a survey out there and email it to all 1,000 businesses and just see what their needs are, see how they're doing, see where, I don't know what it looks like. I don't know exactly what questions to ask. I could come up with them if I know that this is something we're moving forward with. But until I know.
I cannot sit here tonight and say that this is something that the department can do. If we want to give some thought as to what questions would be and how it would be, I'm willing to do that, or have you guys do the legwork. But we do have, this is kind of and I understand it's extraordinary times, but we have the municipal planning grant that's got to get done by mid-July. That's been pushed back. I've got some other projects on the plate. So it's not something that the department can fully take on, but lots of boards and commissions, do work on the side too and feed that information in. So if that's something that you guys want to start thinking about, I just can't fully staff something like that. I'm fairly sure I can give some more thought to it, but. And I'm not trying to like totally squash it. If you guys want to kind of put some thought into questions and feed them in and, have another work session to get it done. I mean, the other thing is you can't meet without a warned meeting if you have a quorum, but I'm just being realistic about what the department has on and, where it may fit. But I think we need to give some real serious thought as to what are we going to do with that? I just really, I'm not a fan of surveying just to survey.
So I have a question, because and this is based on complete and utter ignorance. If you're a business owner in Brattleboro and you feel like your voice is not being heard, where do you go?
You could go to the select board. You could speak to the town manager.
Is that the norm in most towns? Is that what people do?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We don't have an economic development department. Even our planning department is not so much a community development department. So yeah, you could go speak to any of the town administration.
But they don't, or do they?
I don't know if they do. I've not had those conversations.
Maybe they should be encouraged to. If people are suffering in silence. They should. I mean, there's a lot of participation at select board meetings, and there's a lot of opportunity for input. But maybe that's one word we need to get out to businesses is let it, if you're having problems, let people know. Let the town know.
I mean, I think the other thing, I know I'm being super negative, but from a town government perspective, like, okay, this is kind of a big month, mid-May, fourth quarter property taxes are due. We don't know the scope of the impact. Property taxes could be way down. So is the priority that we want to try to keep people in housing? Because if the landlords aren't paying their property taxes, so do we need a program for that? Or do we need a program for business? Or do we need both programs? But what kind of funding do we even have for it? So I just want to keep that in mind. I know we're focused right now on the businesses, but there are those other impacts that are going to be coming that, we don't know what they are yet.
So
as far as some information collection, I've been participating with the state of New Hampshire through work they have an advisory committee for how the state's allocated CARES Act fund is going to go to supporting the economic and health survival of the state. So I've collected letters from my community that have been sent to that advisory committee on what to do with the funds. Is there anything similar to that in Vermont that Governor Scott is doing with creating an advisory council or collecting public comment on how those emergency funds are going to end up being spent? And can we piggyback on that?
Not that I'm aware of. I know that ACCD in the early days were collecting a survey, or they did do a survey. There is some discussion about the state coming up or coordinating a program that would for towns that have unrestricted funds from their revolving loan funds from Vermont Community Development Program. They are looking at kind of creating some sort of program, but we don't have the details on that yet. And that program may have come out of the surveying that ACCD did. But I'm not familiar with an advisory council. I can check.
So I'm just doing a time check. It's coming up on 7:30. We were going to talk a little bit about values and a little bit about zoning, but how are people feeling?
So it feels like we should close on the last topic we've talked about. And then I wonder if for the next topic, if the zoning changes maybe should be talked about next ahead of the values, because since my understanding from the feedback last time is that the values is something that will be a longer conversation. So I wonder if that means we should talk about zoning next. I know zoning's third, but maybe it should be second in the agenda. That's just an idea.
It's totally fine with me. I only wanted to keep it on the agenda just because when we're talking about, the idea was when we're talking about zoning, we want to sort of be thinking about the values that we've put that we've decided as a group are most important.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
Would it be okay if each of us read one of them so that we get back on the same page with what they are, and then we move on to the move along to the conversation?
Before we shift topics, though, I'm wondering how we should close the previous conversation. So we had a lot of ideas generated for how we might help. But I wanted to hear, how do you guys want to close that conversation? Was there anything where we want to recommend staff look at something specific do we want to vote on any of those ideas? I'd been thinking about, again, because I feel like we're in a, immediate crisis, if there's anything that staff would recommend, like, here's one of the ideas you guys had, and this is something we could easily recommend or really, easily pull off the list and possibly make that actionable. But what do you guys think?
I look forward to some action, especially because of the short-term and the long-term crisis that we're in.
So Josh, how do you want to go? I mean, we have, I have to go back and look at my notes.
I mean, it's not up to me, like this is a group effort. I'm definitely discouraged.
So I guess I'm asking you, and then other people chiming in. I mean, there is the question of the 1%, and I don't know. I mean, I think some of this stuff is not really our purview, but we can, if there's a sense among the commission that we really want to make a statement about this, we can write a letter, which is not the strongest action that one can take. And then parking, which seemed to me to be the ones that were that had the most immediate action attached to them. If I'm missing one, let me know, because and the cleanup, I mean, I will say, Josh, on the cleanup issue, Bama has been working on a number of different fronts, and one of the newest fronts is trying to put together a corps of volunteers, because there's a lot of people. Bama has gotten a lot of people excited about volunteering, but then there haven't been immediate needs, so there's just a lot of volunteers without anything to do.
Good problem to have.
What?
Good problem to have.
Yeah, exactly. So there's now a volunteer corps, or at least there's the idea of a volunteer corps and the town is funneling jobs that can be done by volunteers to Bama to then send them out to the community so that people can work under the auspices of the town at various jobs, like cleaning things, painting things, doing various other things, all above board and legal, because there's a lot of legalities around doing work like that. So just so you know, that is happening. And I hope that it'll result in some cleanliness. I don't know, but anyway, so how do we move ahead with this conversation we've had?
I obviously see the ineffectiveness of writing a letter to the select board, but I definitely feel like we should. If everyone is in agreement on these ideas, I feel like I wish we could have a much stronger impact right now. Because people are looking for action right now. Obviously, this is a slow process and the bureaucracy behind it. So I really, really encourage everybody to email Peter Elwell and the entire select board and let them know where you're at with things. That seems like one of the stronger moves to make. I've been doing a lot of that, and I don't know if I'm being listened to, and I definitely need support in that. So I would love to move forward with all of these things, and my biggest thing, definitely a little bummed with Sue's comments about data collection. I definitely feel like the town of Brattleboro, we could do our own data collection and just be really prepared for the future if we just knew what businesses want. I still don't know. I know what businesses that I talk to want and need, but I want to know what all 1,000 businesses in Brattleboro want and need, to where they can stay on top of this, to where we don't lose anybody. I would love to have 100% of our businesses be in business in 2021. So what can the town do to assist with that? I don't know. We need that data. The BDCC hasn't supplied it. So what can we do? to obtain that. If it seems too big of a project or there's no funds there, I guess I'll live with that answer. So for now, I don't know how you guys want to move forward. I think I want to put it in your hands to say how we do this and see what you are all inspired to do.
Josh, if I can propose something, maybe you can start doing some of the legwork with doing a draft of what you think this survey might look like.
Yep.
And then when you have, the foundation of that fleshed out, then I think I have a sense of what you're saying, but we'll have a better sense and we'll be closer to knowing, like, is this a feasible thing? Will this be constructive? How will people receive it? And then we can really plug in our input and make it potentially a group effort.
Okay, I can easily do that, and it's not even a big survey. I foresee 10 questions, maybe less, and so it's something pretty simple, and I can easily do that for sure.
So I'm happy to I'll have at the end of the week, I'll have a little bit more bandwidth, actually a good deal more. So I'm happy to, it makes, I think the commissioners can take this on, in the absence of staff time. It does seem like a valuable thing. I like you, Josh, I find the absence of real information about how these 1,000 businesses are managing, or some anecdotal information about some of them, and not a great deal that gives us a coherent sense. Although I'm gonna toss a wet blanket in, and while I applaud the idealism in keeping all of our businesses afloat to 2021, that is a very, very, very heavy lift right now, because it just seems we've been in tough times before COVID, and now we're in this. So we can keep that as our lodestar, but I think we might not be successful in that.
But if we do, though, at least we can say that we tried.
Right. So is everybody in agreement? I'm happy to, I have once before gotten involved in doing a survey, and I will say it's extremely hard to ask the right kind of questions so that you get the right kind of data, and you don't get different sorts of answers that don't really tell you anything. So if we had at least, I see that Andrew put Google Sheets into the chat box, and that seems like something. But if there's one of you non-staff members who have any kind of training on how to survey, if you would volunteer a few minutes to review whatever the questionnaire is produced, that would be really helpful. Jessica, are you nodding your head?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Let's try to do.
And I think Andrew and I can give some time. I just can't be taking on a survey all, coming out of the department. I want it to come from the Planning Commission. We can, make use of our lists, get it out there, but it's just not something that's, we can handle by ourselves at this time.
If we can put together a survey and get it, we could do it by this week and get it out by the beginning of next week, then depending upon the responses, we might be able to call a special meeting and look at it if it seems as if the responses give us something that we might feel we want to do in between now and June.
I'm struggling with the purview of the Planning Commission and what our role is and what we can really affect. But I guess, first of all, I think that's a really aggressive time frame to try to design a, well-designed survey. And I've been involved with a lot of surveys, and, it's easy to ask the questions on how you get the data back and can analyze it can be really difficult if it's not designed well. And even if it is designed well, it's still time consuming. And I just feel that we should touch base with the select board to see whether this is something they're in, would this be helpful for them to hear about this? Because we are stepping out of our normal role, as I understand it.
Well, we can ask for data. That seems to be about the one thing that we're really on safe ground doing, is asking for information is one of the things that we are charged over and over and over again to ask for data and then make recommendations based upon that data.
And we can make recommendations. We can make recommendations on policy and things like that. But what are the things, Sue, that we specifically can change?
Can I just real quickly say something? Sorry, I just don't want to forget. Sorry, the Google Forms will create graphs and analyze the data for you. So just FYI, it does save time. I've used it in projects in school with like 2 weeks, and it's amazing. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys understand that. If you need a tutorial, I can always get on the phone with someone and help them out. I just wanted to say that real quick.
Thank you. So
what can the Planning Commission actually change? I'm just trying to go through. I mean, you make policy recommendations. So land use regulations, we write the regulations, but ultimately they're passed by the select board. Same with the town plan. But so yeah, I can't really think of something off the top of my head that you have direct
according to the
authority
chart
to change.
Yeah, we don't do anything. We only, I have it right here, you know.
That's not true. You do a lot.
No, I mean, everything we do is we send stuff to the select board. We send stuff, we don't, there's nothing that we actually, I mean, you know, if we do our job well, the select board accepts what we do. But we have to do things within the purview that we have a responsibility for in order for them to agree with what we do. If we go off the rails.
And I think that's why I'm pushing so hard. You know, if we're gonna undertake, if you're gonna make suggestions on parking, we need to understand what are the ramifications, because we want to do a good job so that you have success at the select board.
That's Sue, to argue with you a little bit, that's in normal circumstances. We're not faced with normal circumstances right now. And so I feel that like we need to be thinking outside of our comfort zones and outside of our boxes to be as supportive as possible. You know, so normally like in 2019, yeah, we go to the select board, we make recommendations, they can approve it or deny it or whatever they decide to do. But now we're in different circumstances now. So I feel like it's going to take different tools and mechanisms to make things happen and make things work. And that's what I'm excited to work with everybody, you know, on the Planning Commission in doing. You know, like obviously we're limited and our hands are tied in some situations and we don't really do anything. We're not really that effective. But what if we can have a little bit of an effect? You know, that's what I'm hoping that we can get out of this.
I hear you. I like big ideas. I just would respectfully disagree that we can't just go in with a big idea. It has to be, you know, because the select board has a responsibility to all taxpayers.
Mm.
So they're going to want to know what are the effects. It's just my recommendation.
So if we were to make a recommendation on, say, free parking, we would need to have data on how that would impact availability of parking. We would need information from downtown businesses on how that would make them feel or how that might impact their business. We would need to reflect some sort of fiscal plan for the positions that are currently furloughed and the care of the municipal parking lot structure. So is that,
I don't know about the furloughed employees, but definitely what are the responsibilities? And
we need to have that data in place before we make a recommendation to the select board.
Well, I think there's a couple of ways. I mean, if you're going to go in with a hard proposal to say free parking, then I think we need to strategize over how, you know, what kind of information you think would be useful. I think the other tactic you could take is put together a letter with, you know, look, we had a long discussion at our planning commission meeting. There's this, this, and this. Are there anything that you're interested in that, you know, you want us to do some research on? That's another tact. It's maybe not as direct because you're asking them to say, hey, where can we be helpful? But that's another possibility.
I think that that might be a lovely, lovely first step because we really have all this energy. We have all these ideas. Writing a letter to the select board that sort of outlines a couple of different ideas where we could spend our time and energy and getting feedback from them on what would be most helpful to help them make a decision and move forward in prioritized order. That would be awesome. What do you guys think?
I like it. I worry about how long that'll take, but I really like it.
I like it too.
Yep, I like that idea as well.
I like that idea as well, but the one thing that I really don't want to let go of is I really don't want to let go of our principal rule. I mean, what we can do as a planning commission and what we're required to do by Vermont statute is plan and is take this crisis in the moment and really try to think in the same way creatively that we've been thinking about the present, about the next 15 to 20 years, because now is the time that we could really be making some structural shifts that would have long-term benefits and prevent us from getting into another situation that we're in right now. I'm all for trying to deal with the immediate crisis, but I also think it's so important to always be thinking ahead, and that is, after all, what planning is about. So I'm happy to do that with the next, week or so. But then I really want to dig into the data and the information and the zoning so that we can really start thinking what Brattleboro 2030 is going to look like.
I think that point's well taken, Felicity. I've been thinking also about, if we do lose businesses, which I think, is likely to happen, and, folks have trouble, say, making their rent and their mortgages. I've been thinking about what does that look like long term. So when you're thinking about a recovery and businesses are reopening, where people are starting new businesses, how does zoning play into that as well?
Right.
Sorry, Josh, I cut you off there.
No, you're totally fine, Kate. I'm curious, Felicity, so that I'm thinking about it from here on out, can you just give me an example? Like, give me one of your ideas, just so I have like a baseline, so I have an idea of like where you're at, where your mind is going.
Well, I'm thinking about, if more people are coming to the state because they've discovered, their bosses have discovered, hey, you can work remotely now 24/7. And it's safer here and you can social distance without even trying. And so all of a sudden people are going to be buying up land and people are going to want to, they want a chunk of Vermont of their own. So they want 5-acre, 10-acre parcels. But they don't want to work them. And we have a lot of people in this state who survive off of livestock and haying and various other sorts of things. So we have to pay attention to the right to farm, that pigs smell, that cows make noises, that hay balers make noises, that if you're going to be driving around on your SUV, then you ought to be paying extra money for the cars, for the roads that are going to get, screwed up. And all that stuff that there are going to be changes now that are going to be happening. And we would like, if people are going to be moving here, we want them to move right into town. We want to be able to expand our town and get more mixed use housing. We want to have nice zoning that creates the notion that somebody can get a house, they can put an accessory dwelling unit on it, they can make rent off of their accessory dwelling unit, they can live on an acre or half an acre. And then they can ride their bike out to the beautiful rural countryside where the cows are. And I think we can incentivize that through zoning and through foresight. So that's what I'm thinking.
Sounds like growth management to me, Felicity.
No, that's perfect. That's an excellent example. And I also, to piggyback off of that, but then also to bring up what Tom was saying before, you know, like this is the first pandemic we've seen, you know, there's going to be another one. So if we can start preparing for the next one, you know, if we can have these systems in place and just be one step ahead next time, that's something else we should also be talking about and discussing and planning for.
Yeah, and to doubly piggyback off that, even if some of these things, you know, like a land use reg zoning change that makes pandemic less severe here or acute, I think a lot of those things would also have the same effect of just reducing normal sort of illness, sick days amongst the populace of the town. Hate to keep bringing up the doorknob thing, but for example, that with that, you know, just maybe a nice side effect of that won't get me, you know, all the pizzazz of, you know, the media attention, but is that maybe just less people will get colds from each other as a result of something like that, and we'll just have a healthier populace as a result of changes like that. And it'll be a slow, incremental thing that's not as sexy as, you know, preventing the pandemic, but just an overall raising of general health.
No, it's awesome that you say that, because I was listening to VPR the other day. You may have caught it. Some folks here may have caught it, but they were talking about literally healthy towns and cities, developers creating towns and cities that are actually healthy for you to live in. We're not creating those right now. You know, like with air filtration systems, with not touching doorknobs, like you're talking about, Tom, like all these little things that we can be doing to make Brattleboro actually a healthy place to live, instead of a scary, you know, germy, potentially hazardous place. I'll see if I can find that VPR and email it around also. I don't even know how to search back in their history and figure it out, but it was actually really, really interesting about development and the future of cities mostly, and how to make residents actually healthy by living there.
Just to give you a heads up, one of those things is less parking, less cars, and I know you guys had a big conversation about it. Obviously, with COVID-19, it changes things, but I wanted to say this earlier: free parking is going to immediately put the cars ahead of pedestrians. Just to let you know, there's a great book by a UCLA professor that kind of goes into the whole thing about free parking. But obviously, these are different times. But when you talk about healthy cities, for me, the first thing I think of is less cars.
I was concerned about that too, because then we'd really like people cycling and walking to town more, taking the bus to a point and riding in, that kind of stuff.
I want to go back to a couple things on your list maybe before that I kind of see as maybe we could move them along kind of fairly quickly, at least provide the information to the select board. I thought the idea of opening up the sidewalks, you know, with liquor licensing, you know, and maybe letting restaurants use town sidewalk, because not everybody is got their private property. On the west side of Main Street, some of it is private property, like where the Works puts out tables and stuff. But on the east side, it's pretty much town sidewalks. So I thought that is kind of interesting, kind of researching the liquor license and figuring out, making a suggestion, or maybe it's the parklets, because when we did see parklets, there were lots of restaurants that would take up spaces. So if there is less car activity downtown, then maybe, you know, for the summer, maybe they could allow some parklets for outdoor dining. I know in New Hampshire, when they're opening up restaurants, it's outdoor first. They're not opening up the indoor. So who knows, when restaurants in Vermont do anything other than takeout, it might look the same, in which case lots of restaurants might want some outside space. So I thought that was interesting. Even exploring, you know, maybe putting some temporary bike lanes in, especially when traffic is low. That might be another thing that you might want to take forward. And of course, the public buildings, we can look into that, Tom, on the, you know, what we want to do about the doors, handles, and that kind of thing.
So can I just say, Kate put a note in the chat that she needs to go at 8. So is there anything that we need to do before Kate drops out?
Yeah, sorry, I have a responsibility for one child on my 3 this evening, so I have to get her in bed by 8.
It's okay. It's possible that this the whole web meeting might drop off, but I'm hoping it's going to give me a chance to extend it.
Oh, you mean it might expire at 8?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I did it to 8 or 8:30, and I'm trying to poke around to see if I can extend the meeting room.
So if it disappears, should we all just wait to get an email from you?
Do you all have access to email? Because I will send you an immediate email.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm also
Yeah.
gonna have to go in just 5 minutes, so.
So can we just say, you know, if can I ask you to do something, Sue? I mean, if we list out the things that we think are there's sort of general consensus around pushing them forward to the select board along the lines that you outlined of sort of we want to make these recommendations, and if you see anything on here you think would be valuable for us to work forward on, we'll work forward on them, and then that's one, the letter for the immediate urgent needs. The second is the question on the survey. Have we decided we don't want to do the survey, or do we want to investigate what a survey might look like?
I think in the letter,
I think I heard you say you did want to do a survey.
Just brought up a good point. Maybe in the letter, before we jump the gun on a survey, maybe in the letter to the select board, we ask them if they see any value in us surveying our list, the town's list of registered Brattleboro business owners. Because I know more than 100 will respond to it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So then based upon the minutes from this meeting, which are obviously better than my notes, drafting a letter, and then how do we, when we've drafted a letter before, we've drafted it, we've sent it around, everybody is signed off on it, and then it's gone to the select board. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So who wants to take the lead on drafting the letter? If nobody volunteers, then I have to do it.
I can absolutely help.
Okay, all right.
I cannot write to say I would
right.
definitely support you in it for sure.
Sue, so will you send me the list of things, and then I'll draft some kind of language to surround them, and then I'll send it out?
Yes.
You guys, not to the select board. Okay. Cool. We don't have anything we have to vote on then. Do we want to somebody want to move to table the values and zoning to the next month's meeting?
I have a crazy question.
Yeah.
Could we meet before June whatever? June 2nd, June 1st?
We always can, yes.
I feel like
yeah, and just a note about that, the June 1st meeting is going to be about the downtown plan. We need to meet to be able to get it in a place to get it out to the public. So
yeah, I feel
Felicity
like
and I had talked about that. So if you do want to meet again, we can.
I feel like this conversation is really good, and it's really important to be talking more and to be acting more, and I think meeting more goes along with all of that, because I think the things on our agenda that we didn't get to, I would love to see keep moving.
I'm totally into meeting twice a month easily. I know that's difficult for a lot of people, but the time for like the next 3 months, if we meet twice a month and we see there's an end in sight, maybe it'll be that much more doable.
Okay, so in 2 weeks' time, can everybody make Monday? I'm holding up my calendar because I can't. Monday, the 18th.
I possibly can. I would need to check with my my husband on childcare, but possibly. Yep.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
I can.
Yes, I can.
Okay, super. So we'll meet on Monday, May 18th, hoping you can join us, Kate and Kathy, since Kathy's not here.
Would
I
it
can meet
be?
them too.
I wonder if plugging into the equation of our to-dos would be like a subcommittee of, under the quorum. Have people considered that? Would that fit in any way so that we could plug away in between meetings?
Great.
Thank you for saying that, because the thought crossed my mind earlier in the meeting and then I missed the opportunity. I think that's a good idea. You could have 3 people on a subcommittee.
What's the subcommittee pertaining to? Economic development?
I guess the survey could be one of it. Prioritizing the of all the ideas we talked about, the ones that we feel are the most important. Doing research into the land use regs for what we actually tangibly have a effect on. I don't know. 3 ideas.
That's 3 different subcommittees.
Yeah, I think at the next
need more
meeting
commissioners.
we can decide what those are, especially if we've heard back from the select board by then. Will we? Do they have a meeting next week?
They have a meeting this week.
We have a meeting tomorrow night and then 2 weeks later, so no, the night after. We wouldn't hear probably till after the meeting on the 19th.
But we still could have that conversation. I need to leave. We could still have that conversation at the next meeting.
Yeah.
I'll be on
Bye.
a subcommittee. I'm totally willing.
Okay. I need a motion to adjourn the meeting before everybody leaves.
I make that motion.
Is there a second? I'm just
Second
gonna
that.
take a thumbs up vote as to say that everybody agrees with adjournment. All right. We are.
Kate, yes.
Thank you all.
Thank
Stay
you,
safe.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, guys.
Good morning, everyone. This is House Agriculture and Forestry Committee, and we are streaming live on YouTube this morning. Welcome. And we are, of course, dealing with COVID-19 related agricultural issues. We are hearing about meat processing this morning and herd culling in particular. We know that there are some processing plants around the country that have closed. One in Pennsylvania that is particularly important to Vermont farmers. I think a lot of our cull cows go there, and we want to find out what's going on more locally for our farmers. So we've invited a number of guests this morning to talk with us about this. And our first, I know that Kyle Thigason is only available to be with us until about 11, but I think that that's fine. I think that'll all work. But I have first on the agenda, Marcy Wisnowski, and Marcy's on the phone. Marcy, could you please introduce yourself, tell us what you do, and then also give us a bit of a report, if you would, about how things are going at your business, which is Addison County Commission Sales. Marcy?
Yes, good morning. We are a livestock market and auction, and we have many Addison County and area farmers who we deal with. And our buyers, we primarily have 3 to 4 major buyers for our culled beef. And I've kind of picked the brain of our major buyer from Cargill, which is in Wyalusing, Pennsylvania. So there are a bunch of rumors going around that slaughterhouses are shutting down and processing plants. And what everybody needs to understand is that there are some processing plants that have shut down. And that is not really going to affect us immediately because those are through JBS and Smithfield primarily. And they are not US owned, so they have a work while sick work ethic primarily. And that's an opinion, but that's probably based on some bit of fact because they've lost so many workers due to this virus. Cargill, on the other hand, is a US-owned company. They have a very strict health and sanitation process that they're going through with their workers right now. So they've been able to stay open. Cargill is who we primarily deal with. And what they have done right now, they have been in touch with President Trump. You've probably seen that. And they have done their best and will continue to do their best to keep the beef market steady. What's happening now is because JBS and Smithfield, and primarily JBS, have shut down, Cargill's being inundated with cows. To complicate things, DAF has asked, and now I know that Cabot's about to too, they've asked farmers to cut down on their milk production. When farmers cut down on milk production, they obviously put those cows into the beef market, which then floods the beef market. So it's a little bit of a twofold problem. So May 15th is the deadline for these milk production slashes. And what Cargill has asked of us is that we ask our farmers to do their culling over the course of a month rather than flood the market with, 300 cows. So we've been getting that message out. And, so far it's working. The beef market has been steady. It did drop today. It dropped 5 cents, which is dress weight, which computes to 2 to 3 cents live weight. It's still a decent market. They're still accepting cows. We have been told that Cargill will remain loyal to the Northeast farmers. that is their primary concern right now, is to continue to accept the cows that come from this area, because we have always, and not just Vermont, by the way, you know, throughout New England, have always been their big source. So they will continue to be loyal to us. That's the word we're getting now. You know, I know everyone's nervous and everyone's feeling, you know, we get calls all day long from farmers. What's happening with the beef market? I heard this processing plant shut down. And one of the processing plants that shut down in Pennsylvania for Cargill, it coincided with Walmart becoming a processor in that area. So there were two parts to that. It shut down because it wasn't doing the business that it had been, and it just also seemed like a good time. So, and unfortunately, all of this stuff comes out and it goes on social media, and everyone's saying, oh no. But I can't promise that there won't be future problems with this processing, but I can tell you that they are so on top of all of the health measures. And from the very beginning, they've done their best to make sure that their environment and their workers stay safe and healthy. So I feel very lucky. Tom and I both have said we're fortunate that they are our primary buyer, because, you know, we have had an increase in beef coming to the market, not terribly, but yes, an increase, and the prices have remained steady. So in the future, I think that when I talked to our buyer yesterday, they're thinking there's going to be a 2 to 4 month period of down market. Things will pick up eventually as the economy opens and the demand becomes higher. But remember, one of the things that has been shut down is the pork through Smithfield. So we're hoping that everybody chooses to go the way of beef again and make up for the lack of pork that might be off on the market right now, because they are not doing the slaughter on the hogs that they had once been doing. So that has dropped significantly. We don't deal with a lot of hogs. We're primary cull beef and calves. So that's
Marcy,
where things stand right now.
Marcy, this is Carolyn.
Yes.
So are you saying that the Pennsylvania plant shut down in part because Walmart started processing its own product or its own meat?
That's what my buyer tells me. It wasn't so much, and this is the Cargill processing one. The JBS plant that shut down was an entirely different matter. JBS shut down because their workers were feeling unsafe in their environment. They didn't feel JBS had taken the health precautions that they should have, so they walked off. They are union. Cargill is not union. JBS is union. So they walked off the job. They have started to come back. I believe today or yesterday was the first day that JBS was going to begin slaughtering steers again. But it's a very limited number that they were going to slaughter because they are contracted. So they had to honor 3 weeks worth of steer contracts. So they're backlogged on their steers. They're not doing cull beef yet, but that should open up shortly. And that's a different scenario than what we're dealing with. They were shut down for health reasons and because their workers walked off the job. Now, according to what I've been hearing, JBS has gone in and tried to make some headway on their health measures. They've offered their guys a little bit more money, which is one of the things Cargill did right away. They did the health precautions and then offered their processors $2 to $4 more an hour to continue working. So JBS did not do that, but now I've heard that they're coming around and that they've decided to, you know, get things back up and running because they have to be honest with you, they have to. So
Marcy,
the steer market is tough. Go ahead.
Marcy, who offered their workers $2 to $4 more per hour?
Cargill.
Okay.
Right at the beginning. Yeah. Right at the beginning, they offered their workers more money.
Okay, thanks. All right. And you also do pork. Do you see an increase because of the, oh, and by the way, who owns JBS in Smithfield? You say that's not US owned. Who owns that?
Right. Smithfield is owned by China and JBS is owned by two Brazilian brothers. JBS is plagued with criminal lawsuits that have occurred outside of our country. And they are currently operating and negotiating deals with the U.S. government to reduce their fines. That's a whole other story that I'm, you know, but they're owned by two Brazilian brothers. Smithfield's owned by a Chinese corporation.
Okay, thanks. So have you seen an increased number of hogs coming your way as a result of the slowdown elsewhere and Smithfield's closing down?
To be honest with you, I don't take a lot of hogs to begin with, not because they don't see me as that sort of a slaughter market. When we do get hogs, you know, it's an occasional thing, but right now I'm not accepting hogs because I have absolutely no market for them.
Okay. All right. I don't know. My husband was ready to go out and buy a whole bunch of bacon because of Smithfield closing. That's like,
yeah, the pork's going to be a bit of an issue. I have seen an influx of goats and lambs, and they've been selling well. And when I say an influx, I don't mean tons and tons of goats and sheep, but I have seen in the past few weeks a fairly good market for goats and lambs.
Okay, good. Yeah, mine just went to what we refer to as freezer camp yesterday. So,
yeah.
Yeah. Are there questions from members of the committee for Marcy at this moment? All right, I see no questions, Marcy. Was there something you wanted to add? Oh, Terry Norris has a question. Terry, do you want to unmute yourself?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you maybe have had any inquiries on dispersals, and if you do you think there's probably no real market for dairy at this time, I wouldn't think, because if everybody needs to cut back to 85%, the last thing they need to do is to buy a dairy cow. But
well, you're exactly right. And the unfortunate truth of the matter is dairy prices have gone down significantly. My husband had a call from a farmer who has really top-notch, beautiful herd of animals milking 80 pounds. And he's been talking to the farmer about what he thinks is a reasonable price per head, $900, which if you're in the dairy world, you know, that's absolutely highway robbery. But the sad truth is there's nobody interested. Nobody's looking for dairy right now. So we have not had phone calls asking for farm dispersal except for that one farmer. And to be honest with you, I don't think it had anything to do with the virus. I think he's wanted to get out for a while. I anticipate some of our farmers who have been hanging on are not going to make it when the milk price drops. And then there will be farm dispersals. That's going to be scary because there's no money out there for dairy animals. So what you're going to get is, you know, investors probably from out of state. Maybe some of our bigger farms will purchase some and we can redistribute within the state, which is what Tom and I have been saying for the last 5 to 10 years when dairy farms go out. And when we are doing the sale, I really can't speak for anybody but us on that. A lot of the dairy cows that we sell go back into Vermont to bigger farms. So, and that's the best scenario I can hope for. I don't like to see cows go out of state, and I don't want to see the farms go out, but you're definitely going to see some farms go out when the milk price drops.
Thanks, Marcy. John O'Brien has his hand up. John?
Thank you, Marcy. I was curious about, since you deal mostly primarily in culled cows, on the retail end, does it show up in the same way that Hereford or Angus beef does when you cull dairy cows? I mean, if we buy steak at BJ's or Hannaford's, could it be either a Holstein or a Hereford?
Yes, it can be. What our dairy cows primarily are used for when they're culled out is hamburger. Dairy cows make the leanest hamburger. So when our animals go through here and they go to the big commercial slaughterhouses, they're going to be primarily used for hamburger. When we do beef sales, and when I say that, Tom definitely moves prime beef, choice beef. When we move those animals, which are your steaks, we're moving those to smaller slaughter facilities. We deal with Boyden. We deal with, right now, we've got another slaughterhouse in Massachusetts that has begun to buy some of our choice beef cross animals, your Angus, your Hereford, or your Angus Hereford cross. That is a different market than those big commercial markets. And those animals, that price is staying up because what's happened is everybody wants to buy from their local butcher. So these guys are getting inundated with phone calls because people are frightened that they're going to run out of meat. So they're calling the local butchers. So these guys are now calling me and probably other people up and saying, hey, we need some animals. Can you help us out? When they purchase animals, they're not purchasing 100 head at a time. They're purchasing 5 to 7 animals and putting those out and making steaks and selling them to their, local people who are coming into their stores. And that price is still real good. That price is solid. Tom, you're looking anywhere from 90 cents to $1.15, depending how those grade out. And that's per pound live weight.
Great. Quick follow-up. What's happened with the bobcalf market during this whole COVID thing?
Well, the bobcat market is still awful. But because there's no calves right now, there's a big shortage in calves. It's holding steady. We're not, for instance, I usually run anywhere from 150 to 200 calves a night. Last night I had 130. The bobcalf market is still the same. Jersey calves under 70 pounds are worth absolutely nothing. The farmer might as well shoot them and bury them because they literally bring 2 cents a pound if they come here. And then I am now paying to have those rendered. I've hired a rendering company when we pick them up because, and I don't know if I've explained this to you before, I'm not in a position really to just leave calves. If farmers don't want to leave their calves and they want to ship them to me and they're my loyal customers, I take their calves and now I'm paying to have them rendered. It hurts me a little bit, but in the end it all washes out because I'm still doing business with them. The calf market, if the shortage stays, it should hold steady. If there's an influx, then you may see it go down again. But it's not a great market. A good kill cap is 17 to 18 cents a pound. And the best caps right now, and a lot of the farmers are catching on to this, are beef cross calves. Beef cross calves can bring anywhere from 80 cents to $1.20 a pound live weight. So a lot of the farmers are now, breeding for beef cross calves because that's where the money is.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions for Marcy? Marcy, I see no questions. You feel free to please hold on to the call because there might be additional questions coming up. Next, I'm going to turn to Kristen Haas, our state veterinarian, and for a report from Kristen.
Great. Hi, can you hear me?
I can, Kristen. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing well, thanks.
Figured out the technology. That's a good start.
Yes. Thank you.
I don't know if we have to do this here, but for the record, Kristen Haas, Agency of Agriculture. I thought what I would do is give you guys some information, perspective on sort of the local in-state situation report at this point. And then I know Diane wanted to fill in some of the other information about on the national level. So I thought maybe the most impactful thing to start with would be to give you some anecdotal information that I think highlights sort of the ebb and flow and the trend that we're seeing here within Vermont. And so I would start by giving you a couple of examples. So we have one employee who raises sheep and markets lambs, and his experience has been that definitely, whereas he could have in prior times, prior to COVID, gotten a lamb in and slaughtered, the next day when he calls, the lead time for him, even with an established relationship with a slaughter facility, is out by a couple of weeks. We have heard feedback from one Addison County business person who normally purchases feeder animals, so feeder cattle in the spring, raises them up on grass all summer, finishes them on a little bit of corn, and then slaughters and processes them in the fall. He had right before the shutdown started, he had 90 sides of beef in his freezers. With the restaurant market having been closed temporarily, he was very concerned about what he would do with those 90 sides of beef and was concerned about the excess inventory. As of last weekend, he only has 6 sides of beef left. So he recouped that economic investment, and he's getting phone calls like crazy from, as Marcy pointed out, local people here in Vermont who want to purchase locally and make sure that they have enough beef to cover them during this time. There's another slaughter facility in northern Vermont where that owner reported losing 95% of his business once the restaurants in Vermont were shuttered. And now his challenge is to keep up with the slaughter demand, and he has increased retail sales directly from his establishment. So he too, as well as other slaughter facilities, are actually going like crazy, busy, whereas normally their busy season would be in the fall. That has shifted to being present now, again, because of the local demand.
So Kristen, can I just ask you, so just to clarify, that fellow you were just talking about had great sales to restaurants, slacked off because of the shutdown of restaurants, but now has individual meat sales, individual customers.
Correct. This slaughter facility always has also held a retail meat license, so they have always sold product from their, counter basically in the facility. And it's those sales that have gone up tremendously to the point that it's difficult for him to keep up with that. And so, yes, that restaurant market that was lost, I don't know for how long he was in in the red, but he has rebounded and then some. And what we're hearing is that many of the in-state, as Marcy mentioned, the in-state facilities are experiencing the same thing. Some of them have maintain pre-packed meat licenses, and then others do have, like a deli type of setup in a separate retail area of their establishment where they can cut to order and that sort of thing. We heard from another slaughter facility owner who reported he had some cancellations when the announcement was made that farmers markets would be not able to open as normal, but he has made up that difference sort of in the same way. I think what's interesting is that these businesses, this is all via word of mouth or putting posts on Front Porch Forum or social media, their Facebook pages, etc. So this is even without more sophisticated grant programs and business planning done way in advance. They've done this on the fly, and many of them are doing very, very well, which is great to have people who are doing well during this time. I think the other things that I would mention, well, we talked about sort of the busy season and when that usually is with our slaughter facilities. There's some question that we have as to whether there will still be a busy season in the fall time as well. And I think most people think that there will be. So even though this has shifted and some think that there might be a reduced inventory come fall, others, and I think the majority of folks that we've talked with think that there will still be the normal fall time busy season, because people are still having to move animals to slaughter rather than pay for feed over the winter time. So let's see, what else? We looked a little bit at, maybe the reasons why local is doing so well at this point. And I think in addition to customers in Vermont wanting to source food locally, I think people, are trying to stay out of grocery stores or have opportunity to purchase food and have access to it in a way that doesn't require them to commingle with a number of other people. The gentleman who I mentioned had the 90 sides of beef in his freezers. He does home deliveries, and he always has, and that part of his business has been flourishing lately. And then the other thought, and this is something that our animal health specialist, the one who raises sheep, mentioned to me, is that beef producers might be seeing the writing on the wall and selling their beef during this lull period before the market is saturated with dairy cull cows due to the volatility of the dairy industry. So there are local beef producers that are doing very well currently. There are slaughter facilities that have plenty of business as a result. For those of you who don't remember the numbers, there are 10 commercial slaughter facilities in Vermont. Most of those are federally inspected facilities. Some are state inspected. And then total slaughter and processing, if you combine all those businesses, there are about 36 slaughter and processing businesses in Vermont. I think one final point that I wanted to make is that, with few exceptions, you can't slaughter animals without workers, and you can't sell meat without inspectors. So I hope that we as a state can work to protect both of those populations of people with the health and safety measures that have been recommended, and some of which are now required under the latest executive order. And we're working with the slaughter industry now to ensure that they understand those requirements, and that we hopefully can see employees wearing face covers and other things in plant. That's been a challenge, to be honest, up until now, and we hope that the latest order will change that, because many of these slaughter facilities and processing facilities that have had to shut down have been due to people testing positive. And our slaughter facilities in Vermont are busy enough now that even losing one of them for a quarantine period of time or longer period of time would be pretty significant for us. So
thanks, Kristen. So have most of the Vermont slaughter processors and other facilities, they've been able to stay open because of the practices are being followed and people are maintaining social distancing, etc. No, Diane's shaking her head no.
Well, they've been able, the first part of your question is true. Yes, they've been able to stay open. There has not been a great track record of following those health recommendations. Sometimes it's not possible to socially distance when you have a small facility and people are on a slaughter line, they're shoulder to shoulder. However, it makes it all the more important to practice the other preventive measures. And so we're working through those challenges with them, but no, it has not been a consistent adherence to those requirements.
Okay, but so far, we haven't seen COVID-19 turn up in the slaughter facilities.
Correct. Not in a way that has resulted in any closures for a period of time.
Okay, and Diane, do you want to? You're unmuted. So did you want to say something?
Diane Bothfeld, Agency of Agriculture, Food and Markets. I think Kristen's being very generous. I think we need greater compliance across dairy, the slaughter facilities, the auction barns. We had to inform people to cancel face-to-face auctions. We had somebody who wanted to switch to goats and needed to have a cattle auction. And that was when we were reducing the number of people that could gather. But this is critical across the board for everything to keep functioning. If you think about the dairy world and, somebody wants to chat with the milk truck driver who came in to pick up the milk, and then the milk truck driver goes somewhere else. And if we're not doing the social distancing, we're not doing the mask, the potential to spread this is exponential. So we really need that. So I'm getting the message out to you all, but anybody who's listening is that this needs to occur. This needs to occur at slaughter facility, auction barns, dairies, dairy processing facilities. We've got word that dairy processing facilities are being really, really careful. But, the dairy farms, we don't see anybody. We want to stop and chat. Well, stopping and chatting isn't the best thing if you can't keep 6 feet apart. And now the governor in his order on Friday is wear a mask, wear a face covering. So I will be the hard person, and Kristen was very generous, but we need better compliance or we're going to have some problems. So getting that message out that wearing a face covering of some kind, staying 6 feet away, and really, really working hard on that, is really important, because we could have something happen that would really mess things up for everybody. So we need better compliance.
Let me just go to Marcy. Marcy,
yeah,
I saw your
jump in there.
Yeah. Do you want to comment?
Yes, I would like to comment. One of the first things we did here is we closed our auction to the public. We're only open to the buyers and to the farmers that are consigning to us. And in fact, if some farmers would like to come in and watch their animals sold and pick up their check that night, we're open to that. I did get Vermont Glove to send us masks, which I received this week. I know Sam Hooper very well, and he was very kind to distribute masks to us. And I have, at Champlain Beef, they gave me their industrial-sized antiseptic spray, which is now sitting out on my counter. That being said, my truckers are reminded on a daily basis not to socialize, and what they're experiencing is nobody's there. The animals are left in a pen and are marked. Very few farmers or help are coming out to socialize. So at this point, when we're talking to the farmers and they're calling things in, they don't want to see us any more than we want to see them. So I agree with Diane. It's really scary to me. I don't want to bring it here. I'm very adamant about telling my truckers every day, please wear your gloves. Please keep your hands washed. Please don't interact with anyone. So we're saying the right things. Our sales are not inundated with buyers. Our calf market tends to have a few more people there. And I agree with Diane. I think that could be where we maybe do a better job of telling them not to get close to each other. But on the whole, most of these guys are wearing gloves and not doing it. They come in, they buy, and they leave. So I will definitely do my part of that, Diane, and get my guys wearing the masks. They've been given them. I will now tell them it's mandated that they must not just keep them in their trucks, but wear them.
Kyle, I see that you unmuted yourself. Is there something you wanted to say?
I didn't know that I did, but I can certainly share, at Stonyfield, we have thermal scans and we have check-ins with our employees when they come in. And we are also making sure that our producers are trying to minimize any contact with our drivers.
Great, thank you. Good. All right, are there any questions for Kristen? All right, Kristen, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, next on my list is Diane. So Diane.
Diane Bothfeld again, Agency of Agriculture, Food and Markets. So this somewhat echoes what Marcy was talking about of some data from USDA, some numbers that nationally, weekly data comes in from USDA. So the national slaughter for cattle is down 22% over the same time last year, and hog slaughter is down about 6% over this time last year. So, some drops nationally. The larger plants that have closed that Marcy mentioned, there's Colorado, Michigan, Missouri, South Dakota, Washington State, and West Virginia have all had plants close. We've heard from our regional NEASDA calls. Delaware is having a terrible time with poultry slaughter. Some of their facilities have closed down, and that's out into Maryland as well. That there's chickens ready to go, and some of these poultry slaughter facilities have had COVID issues and have been closed down. So that's an impact that is concerning. It's terrible to see any food wasted, but we can't even fathom the size and scope of some of those poultry operations when, some of our largest is 100,000 birds and they're talking 200,000 and 300,000. So it's a lot and a concern out there as well. The feeder prices that Marcy mentioned, some our data shows that usually this time of year around $1.40 a pound, and drop down to $1.20 to $1.25 a pound. So feeder cattle, not the worst prices, but certainly down some, and certainly a concern coming up for cull dairy cows. I think the Dairy Farmers of America supply management program that's being put in place for May, and the program that was already in place for Agrimark, but they may be adjusting that, can certainly have an impact on the market of how many cows will go to be culled. There are also methods to reduce milk production. So a combination of potentially culling, but also changes to the ration, feeding milk to calves. There's some other methods there as well that hopefully culling cows is the quickest and easiest. There are concerns that depending on the farm, if you cull the low producers, you take better care of the ones you have less, they start making more milk. So just culling may not be the only answer to getting that milk volume reduction that's being requested through those programs. So I think that's all important. The bob-calf market certainly a concern and has been for a while for sure. So I think, nationally, we haven't seen that impact yet. I think one thing Kristen didn't mention, that there is a poultry slaughter facility up here in Chittenden County that utilizes H-2A employees. The employees came in. I think they're getting near the end of their 14-day quarantine, and they'll be up they're either this week or next week will be up and slaughtering poultry in the state. So we'll have another source of poultry here in Vermont. They're seasonal processing and they're coming on now. So there's some positives as well. It's great to see the local market going like crazy. You know, people are really busy. The one thing that, you know, you've heard the announcement from the governor of a hiring freeze. We have an open meat inspection position that we're trying to get permission to hire. We were all the way to making the verbal offer. You do a verbal and then you do a final written offer. So we have the verbal one out there, but are waiting for permission to finalize that to get another inspector on. They do have to take part in training that's pretty rigorous. It's usually 6 months of learning and then 6 months of being with another seasoned inspector to learn more. So even if we can hire that person right away, for them to be independently doing inspections is almost a year out. So we need some of those things to happen. We're covering everything. Everybody's working really hard. Our staff is doing well. You know, we're tracking any issues with them, you know, any health issues, any concerns, but everything's been fine so far. But yeah, they're out there on the front lines. They're out there every day and their schedule has been packed. So that's kind of an overview. Marcy covered a lot of the national level activities. So I think that's kind of where we're at for now. Your milk prices were mentioned, et cetera. Yeah, those are not looking good. There was an announcement from USDA on the expenditure of funds. 16 billion is to be expended out to farmers. Dairy is 2.98 billion. And it looks at the difference in price from January to April 15th and the payment of 80% of that difference to farmers, cap of 125,000 per farm or per commodity. So if a farmer made grew soybeans and milk cows or made maple syrup and milk cows, there might be a way to get payments on both of those. No details on how to sign up, no details on anything more. The other part of the USDA was also looking at from April to I think June or July or August, and what prices did again. And then if the prices continue to go down, a payment of 30% on that difference. So two phases of payments potentially. Rulemaking has to be done. So the expectation on any money actually going out would be late May, maybe more like June. So it's starting to move at the federal level, but slow. There will be money for crops, for specialty food products, or specialty crops, and then other ag. So they're trying to get money out to all types of agriculture. Some has better data than others. You know, the milk price is, you know, known and calculated, but, you know, a price per gallon of maple syrup may not be as easy to come by, or a price for, you know, apples or something of that nature. So USDA will be called in of, you know, all the numbers they collect will be used, but some crops have better data than others. So that's a little other update on national money coming back into the state from USDA, but still not a lot of details yet.
Thanks, Diane. That's really helpful. Tom Bach has his hand up. Tom, would you like to ask a question?
Yes, a question for Diane and Kristen. If you both have your crystal balls out, could you look ahead and give us a worst case and best case scenario 6 months from now?
Okay. Well, I think things are going to change within 6 months. I think the governor will be trying to open up more and more things. There'll be different markets, different, you know, products available. We worked on the farmers market. We have a date for those opening up. The agency is looking at what's next and what's the biggest questions. So some of the next big questions are nursery greenhouse sales. Then we get into pick your own activities in Vermont. Then we get more into the summer of, you know, we have camps that are held on farms, and are those going to be able to happen or not? And can they happen? And how do we let them happen? So there's that type of work as things keep opening up, and how do we do these things that are important to agriculture safely? On the farm side, on the dairy farm side, will there be losses? Yes. I think the hard part will be how they exit the business. Marcy's thought of, some of these beautiful cattle that are wonderful and great producers, and, such a tragedy to send them to beef. But if there is no other market, there may be folks that, how do you exit? How do you exit? You can't hold an auction because of all the social distancing, and currently we can't bring crowds together. And beef prices would be inundated if lots of farmers have to sell these, very productive dairy cows just into beef. So it's a little boggling of, yes, there'll be exits, but how to do that right now is a bit of a conundrum. So I think we'll see some farm attrition. We always see farm attrition. There's been about 40 to 50 a year. We always get into this trap of, there's going to be 200 farms go out of business this year. I'm not going to say that. I think the attrition will be similar, maybe a little higher, but even in the worst price years, I think we get up to like 60 farms going out versus 40 and 50. But it's difficult to predict that. I think we'll see continued demand locally, as Kristen talked about in the meat sector, the vegetables. There'll be people planting their own gardens differently or more than in the past. Seed sales have been tremendous. Packaged seeds sales have been tremendous. All the nurseries want to be able to open to sell vegetable starts. So I think besides the dairy sector, I think people will do okay. They'll miss restaurants, but I think there's been an uptake in other types of sales. It's the dairy one that I think the greatest probably attrition will be in. So that's my prediction, but that's, a tough one to do, Tom. A representative box.
Diane, could I just do a little bit of a follow-up? When do you expect, if farmers markets are going to be allowed to be open on May 1st, I would assume that the guidance will be out before then. Is that the case? And if there's some question about the guidance, how can we weigh in with that?
There was a lot of work done with NOFA and others on what a potential guidance could be. So all of that type of information has been sent over to, there is a group within the state of health department officials to how can we do this the most safely as possible. So those types of recommendations of limiting people, still doing curbside, all those kind of things are with experts at the health department to help make that decision of what's the best guidance. So I think all the data or all the information of methods to do that has been provided. I think it's now these experts on public health. How can you do this the most safe way, but still, open things up? So it's, as the governor's been talking, the quarter turn to open things up, but still trying to protect everybody.
Right. Okay, thanks. Kristen, did you have any comments that Terry just sort of waved at me or us. Terry, did you want to do a follow-up with Diane?
I just wondered if she would like pick your own strawberries. I mean, strawberries usually start it's about June 12th, 15th.
Yep.
In full force. And I hope that they can figure out a way to at least let people be their own social person and, and keep distance while they're picking strawberries, and figure out how to check them out without, because that would be a crime to leave all those strawberries to rot in the field.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's, apples, of course, that's going to be in September and August. So it may be, okay by then, but still, I mean, strawberries are pretty soon.
Yeah, that is, we went down the list of things what's next in agriculture, farmers markets, some of them don't, the Randolph Farmers Market usually opens May 12th. So, okay, May 1st wasn't the worst thing. But when you start talking about Mother's Day sales of hanging flowers, that's coming up pretty soon too, and people want to know that. And vegetable starts for some parts of the state are, pretty soon in May. Maybe some people, where I grew up, you didn't plant your garden until mid-June, but here in Burlington, I can put stuff in before Memorial Day. So those questions of vegetable starts, hanging flowers, the nursery business was first, pick your owns, or second, especially strawberries. How do we figure this out? You think about pick your own. There's a whole row of strawberries. You got one person at one end and one person at the other. They're 6 feet apart. How do you do the checkout? We figured out how to do checkout in grocery stores, et cetera. So can we figure it out at the farm stand? So definitely thinking about that. Is it limited of how many people can come in at a time at a pick your own? So definitely we're thinking about that. We have to put together a proposal. And this group of health experts has put out, information for us of this is the kind of stuff we need to know if we're going to make a decision based on public health. So that's helpful and a better start. But we have our work cut out for us to get that information in for them to do their process, because everybody under the sun wants to know the same answer we want. So we're in process on that. And we understand we're trying to pick off in proper order what's next in agriculture.
Thanks, Diane. Sharon has her hand up, and I'm going to assume it's kind of a follow-up to what you've said. We want to hear from Kristen also, but I want to get to Kyle. I think Will Stevens is going to join us at 10:30, but I'm sure that he is happy to kind of listen into the conversation as well. I do want to be clear, though, that right now farm stands and farm stores can be open as long as they're practicing social distancing, and I would assume if they can do pre-order and curbside pickup, that is allowed right now as we speak, right? And if they're selling, yeah, okay. And if they're selling vegetable starts and produce and they sell a hanging basket at the same time, that's probably allowed right now if they do all those
if you can
things,
do all
right?
if you can do the social distancing. So the big question of the temperature out there, lovely day today, you're not going to put those hanging baskets outside where there's a lot of space. The big question is allowing people into the greenhouses. Can you do that with limiting the contact? Can you keep surfaces clean? Can you do all the health things that are required? Letting people into the greenhouse where the beautiful hanging baskets are. When I was picking out a flower for my mom, I wanted to see it first. So I'm not sure curbside, just bring me a flower and I'm going to like it, is going to work. So probably the same with vegetable starts. I want to look at those tomatoes first to see if they're leggy or not, and do I want to buy them? So there's some questions around those things. There are greenhouses here in Chittenden County which have cold hardy, quote unquote, more cold hardy plants sitting outside and limiting people walking around the outside display. And then, it's not exactly what we should maybe be happening, but it is. So I think the question of how do we open these things up, but still put as many of the health protections in place. So yes, if people can do curbside, that's all allowed right now. And pre-ordering and all those things are all allowed, but it's the browsing and looking at things and touching and wandering around the greenhouse kind of things that we're so accustomed to when we want to choose our plants, that's the kind of thing that is restricted at this point.
And
Great.
so
Sharon, did you have a question?
Yes. Diane, do we have a drop dead by date for getting guidance out to farmers markets so that they've got enough time to make the changes they need to so they can function in compliance on their first day?
Not to my knowledge. I gave you all of my knowledge on that. It's not my area of expertise, nor the one I'm tasked with keeping track of. So I've given you all that I know. Understanding that the governor said May 1st, I think there's absolutely a goal to get information out as soon as possible, but I don't know that there's a specific date.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Will, I see that you've joined us. Welcome. We're running a little late on the first part of our conversation. Do you have any time constraints? You're muted, Will.
Oh, okay, sorry.
There you go. No, you're good.
Oh, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm new to this.
You're
Yeah,
miraculously unmuted.
I wish other things in life were that easy.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, when would you like me back?
We'll probably be at least, I would say, another 15, 20 minutes. You're welcome to stay on if you'd like, but if you've got other stuff to do, you feel free to leave and just come back.
Okay. All right.
Great.
Thanks.
All right. Kristen, do you have any predictions? I know we only have Kyle until 11. So do you have any predictions, Kristen?
Yeah, well, predictions. I need to find personally a silver lining out of all this, because it's been difficult and it's been difficult for everybody. So my hope, crystal ball / hope, would be that there is a good dose of creativity that comes out of this whole COVID situation. I think we're seeing that already with different businesses trying to amend the way they do business and maintain markets or regain markets, or perhaps access markets that they didn't previously have. And I'm secretly, at some point it'll be okay to say this more than I have, but I'm looking forward to seeing what the new norm is and how we can sustain and maintain agriculture in Vermont. And I think if early predictors are any indication, we've got a group of business people in the state and entrepreneurs in the state who will come up with some great ways to do that. And we will be supportive of that as long as, it's done legally and food safety is maintained and all of those tenets that are in place. But I think this has been a stressor on some of our traditional systems, and it'll be oddly interesting to see what we come out of this with and what the new norm is. As far as impacts and for length of time, I think that until there's some way to measure that the human population has established or has reached the point of herd immunity where 75 to 80% have been exposed to this virus, and therefore there's enough of a level of immunity that we can loosen some of the restrictions, or there is a vaccine that is developed, I think some of the health-related recommendations in place will continue. So even as we see businesses and sectors open back up, I think there's going to be a prolonged period of awareness and hopefully adherence to the health recommendations that have been put into place so far, or the new versions of those as time goes on. And then lastly, in answer to as an additional piece to Representative Norris's question, or comment about the pick your own, I think one of the benefits in living in the Northeast is that we have guinea pig regions of the country who are doing pick your own now, or who will be doing it and doing other seasonal, agricultural activities before we are. So selfishly, we can look and see what happens with the measures that they're putting into place and gauge our efforts and our responses, based on that. I know that FDA is working closely with states to evaluate those different agricultural activities on produce and fruit farms. And so, and we're engaged in that through our involvement and enforcement of the produce safety rules. So those conversations are happening now.
Great. Thanks, Kristen.
Thank you.
Tom, could you mute yourself, please? We're practicing. We're still practicing. We're going to be on the floor, I think, on Thursday or Friday. So we've got to get good at this. Thanks, Kristen. Really appreciate that. I'd like to move now to Kyle. Kyle, thank you so much for your patience. And I love the fact that you're sitting in your car. That's pretty cool. That's a new day. Would you like to introduce yourself? Tell us, who you are and what you do, and a little bit of a response to our question.
Sure. So Kyle Tygeson, I work for Stonyfield and Group Lactalis, and I do all the milk procurement for both Stonyfield Organic and also Commonwealth Dairy in Brattleboro. And I'm not sure how much I can add to the beef conversation. When I talked to John on Sunday, we talked a little bit more about the dairy industry. So my comments will be a little bit more refined with regard to the state of organic and the state of what's happening on our farms. Currently, Stonyfield has been strong to average normal orders with regard to our yogurt business. And I would say the same is true of Commonwealth. The interesting thing that we've seen is the shift between single serve cups of yogurt to quart size. So more families are buying at the grocery store level quart size quantities, and those quart lines are very strong right now. Currently, there is no dumping of milk in the organic sector. Our farmers are concerned about contracts just because of all of their conventional neighbors they're very concerned about. So what I can say is all of the contracts that we have at Stonyfield are being renewed. We do work with DFA for our Commonwealth business, and so that business is basically status quo as far as the relationship is concerned. I think that one of the things that we've tried to do is see if there are ways where our sales staff can help reinforce the conventional commodity market. So I have had conversations with our VP of sales, making sure that our sales reps are talking to their customers, making sure there's no limits on dairy products at the store level. We still see some of that, though not as much as we did originally. There is still some distribution channel issues between warehouse to end game grocery stores as far as making sure that orders are fulfilled. A lot of those orders are based off of computer modeling. So I think when the initial orders came through and there was that initial spike, it was a little bit slow to react because there wasn't an actual person making those order changes and seeing what was happening in the store and on the shelf. Long term, as far as concerns that we have as COVID goes on, obviously, with regard to our reliance on imports for organic grain, we also see a lot of our vitamin and mineral premixes are coming from out of the country. So making sure that those continue to flow through to our dairy farms is a concern. We also are very concerned about the overall agricultural infrastructure impacts. So as conventional farms potentially exit, the pressure on veterinary services, the pressure on the local machinery and equipment dealers, feed stores, and those types of things to ensure that our producers are also getting the supplies they needed is more and more of a concern. And just in general, I think the long term is what's the recession impacts on consumer demand with regard to organic. We are a premium product. That's one of the reasons why we are insulated to some extent for what we've seen in the conventional market. So the majority of our products go direct to consumer. We do not have a lot of food service or wholesale type of sales. So we haven't seen that hit in demand that we've seen on the conventional market. With regard to COVID testing internally, like I said, we are really ramping up our PPE, our testing to make sure our employees are healthy. We are a little bit concerned with some of our co-manufacturing sites. We've had 2 co-manufacturing sites in other parts of the country that have had to shut down for a couple of weeks because of COVID. But both of those are back up and running now. So we hopefully are past those hiccups. But in general, that's my comment. I really am worried too with regard to cull cows, just because, if there is that limit or not an outlet for cull cows, I think you're going to see some significant issues. And also, so everybody knows, I am a director at Yankee Farm Credit, and I think one of the things that we'll be talking about at our next board meeting is, what's the impact going to be on our dairy industry from the standpoint of restructuring, and can people continue to be in business or continue to borrow money to really sustain their business during the short term. So it is a very big concern about what this is going to look like in 6 to 7 months.
Thanks, Kyle. I have to say that I was in the Brattleboro Hannaford on Sunday, and there was not 1 quart of Commonwealth dairy yogurt on the shelves.
It's tough right now, and the thing is like, we've talked to people, I tell people, if you see it, send us a picture. A lot of companies are putting restrictions on, and it's more because of their supply chain constraints than because there's product available. I mean, there's product available and we can make it. It's just distribution seems to be where we're falling short on this.
Okay. All right. Good to know. Next time I find an empty shelf, I'll take a picture and send it to you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's like, it was astounding. I've never seen that. Also, cabbage cheese. It's like lots of sold out cabbage cheese, you know, shelves empty. So, questions for Kyle and from anyone. John O'Brien has a question or a comment. John? Hi, Kyle. Nice.
Sorry, Kyle. My wife got your haircut, especially in light that Georgia's now reopening hair salons.
Well, when your son is a professional cattle fitter as well as his dad, you know, we can cut some hair every once in a while. It's all good.
Those cow hair trimmers are useful.
They are.
I'm getting ready to use my sheep shears on myself. My hair is driving me nuts. It's in my eyes and I cannot stand that.
Yeah, actually, I'm high and tight right now. It's all good.
Sharon has her hand up and then Diane is waving her hand.
Kyle, you mentioned that some of your long-term concerns involve grain imports, which I'm assuming typically come from out west, but that your vitamin and minerals for herds are coming from overseas. And I was wondering if you had, if there were contingency plans being made, or if you could go into that a little bit more for me.
Yeah, the vitamin and mineral conversation is one that Lakeview Organics has brought up out in central New York. They do premixes and custom grain mixes. And so they have had somewhat of a concern. We have not done any preemptive, what's the solution going to be if our producers can't get that? We basically let them work with their grain companies that they work with as far as trying to figure that out. I haven't had any of my producers mention it to me yet, so I feel fairly confident that they're working through those solutions, but it may come at a higher cost in the short term. With regard to the organic grain, so one of the things that I think people don't really realize is if you talk to Morrison's Feed or you talk to Green Mountain Feeds or some of the other organic feed companies that supply organic farmers here in New England, is the majority of those grains are coming out of Canada for our consumption here. We do have some domestic production, and I don't know what the latest numbers would be. Diane actually might be able to tell you better than I, but at one point in time, we always kind of considered that it was about 80-20, so about 80% was imported through Canada on the organic feed side versus about 20% domestically. And so that's a concern, just because you don't know with border crossings and everything else how that's going to look. We were on a call with the Organic Trade Association last week, and in different parts of the country, they are locking in organic grains at the lowest prices they have been in 5 to 6 years, at about $40 to $60 a ton cheaper than what they normally would do. But it's just one of those things that we want to keep an eye on to make sure that we don't see any reactionary impacts to our business.
Thanks, Kyle. Other questions?
Yeah, no problem.
Kyle? John, are you reaching for the hand up?
Say no.
Yes. This is probably for another day, but I wasn't aware of it, and probably most of the committee isn't, that Kyle ran the VTC dairy farm back at the turn of the century. And as that is now a big issue, either today or maybe when we have we can schedule for it. But I would love to have Kyle just speak to that, because he had some really good things to say just about BTC going forward when we had a conversation this weekend.
Yeah, I can keep it really brief. I mean, I think, I'm open to having a conversation later too, but my concern, I think, with regard to VTC is more along the lines of the total campus and what it means towards technology jobs and everything else. The farm there has been kind of an institution. When I first originally got there, it was on the chopping block to be shut down. And, 3 out of the 4 years that I was there, we were able to break even or make a little bit of a profit. We looked at the apples and the maple syrup and the dairy combined. But I think that in order for it to be invigorated and in order for these campuses to remain open, we're going to have a little bit more of an entrepreneurial mindset with regard to it. There has been opportunities as far as, putting in a small processing plant or those types of things that I think if had it been executed correctly, right now, there's a lot of demand for consumer local products, right? So I think there are opportunities there. It's a shame to me as I look at it, when you looked at Act 46 and you look at the consolidation of towns and everything else, VTC could be a really strong resource for the community with regard to what it could be positioned for going forward. I think about all the kids that have gone through the VAST program, that their high schools closed, and this was an opportunity for them to offset some of the cost of higher learning by finishing their senior year and starting their freshman year in college. With every dark cloud comes a silver lining, and I really hope that as a state we look for the silver lining with regard to especially Vermont Tech, just because of its location.
I agree with you, Kyle. When I heard about this, and you thought about VTC and the 2+2 program,
right?
I just, like, my heart sank. Diane, you had unmuted yourself. Did you want to say something?
Well, not exactly on that topic, but since you have it up, yeah, the Agency of Ag has, of course, two concerns: the 2+2 program and our laboratory. So we are very interested in what's occurring there, and awaiting further information. And I guess we're all awaiting further information, but certainly a concern area. What I wanted to speak to was to thank Kyle for his work. We have a project underway right now to divert those loads of milk from being disposed of to be made into product that can be provided to the food bank. So Kyle has been instrumental in that work that we've been doing, and we're hopeful that we can get some of this milk diverted and made into product that can be used by the Vermont Food Bank in the very near future. So that's, we're getting there. We're almost there. A few more details to hammer out. The Community Foundation has been very supportive of funds to help offset costs associated with doing this project. But we're very hopeful that in the very near future, we'll be providing yogurt and potentially fluid milk into the Vermont Food Bank to assist. Their demand has gone up over 60%. Maybe you've had conversations with them, but their demand is quite high. And how can we keep those loads of milk from being disposed of and made into a product? So I just wanted to publicly thank Kyle for his work on that.
Thank you, Kyle.
Indeed.
I think it's always nice to thank people for what they're doing, because every once in a while it feels good. I see hands clapping. Sharon and Vicky are clapping hands. Yeah.
The one other comment, if I may, about 2+2, when the news came out, one of my former students called me, like, I think it was within 15 minutes of WCX posting something online. And, and they asked, what do we do? What do we do if something happens? And I think there is an opportunity there to really look at how to improve the 2+2 program, make it more robust, and really get some industry insight to make it a better program regardless. But I do think that fundamental aspect of getting your hands dirty and understanding what it means to run a business that's involved in agriculture is fundamental to the success of that program. So we have to figure out a way to solve this issue.
I agree, Kyle, but where would it go? Where would those 2 years at VTC go if VTC were to close?
Yeah, I agree with you. One of the things that we had talked about in that phone conversation is, if VTC were to close, how do you get that hands-on component? And I think you do externship requirements to work on dairy farms that are vetted and productive and those types of things, right? Because then you're engaging the community more. We do have it's interesting when I think about labor on my organic dairies. I have 5 of my 32 organic dairies right now that are looking for a second line manager to come in and take it over. And they're unable to find that person today. And 4 of those have, good business plans, but they're in their late 50s with no children that want to take over. And their retirement plan is either one of 2 things. Either they're going to liquidate all their assets and that farm may not be a farm, or they're going to try to find somebody where they can convert those assets in a transition plan to another non-family member. And so I do think that as we look at this, it's going to take some critical thinking to see how we can be creative and think outside of the box. Because otherwise, there is no local solution if we're not creative other than DTC.
Right. And I see Diane's unmuted. Diane, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I think as this progresses, I take Kyle's suggestions to heart. I think it's a great time it would be a time to look into this critically and see what's possible. We have a good relationship with the Minor Institute over in New York State. I know It's always difficult to say support students that are heading off into New York State, but know what's possible there to explore that hands-on at their facility potentially, and to see who's left standing, quote unquote, in all our surrounding states. And maybe it becomes 2 years at Virginia Tech, or that's a little further away, or Cobleskill out in New York State, or maybe the research farm up in, is it Wolf's Necks up in Maine, that is about, on dairy production and learning. So what's available within our surrounding states? And, can we, if it's not VTC, can we do those two hands-on years, some other technical college or some related, as a on-farm experience like Kyle is speaking, or Minor Institute, or so. As this progresses, we've got to look closely at that and see what's possible.
Yep,
for sure. But yeah, I think we're all in a bit of a conundrum of what's going to happen next year. So
yeah. Well, I want to thank everybody. I think that we have about 40 minutes left for our meeting today, and I want to thank everybody who's participated in this part of the meeting, and invite you to all stay on if you want, but don't feel like you have to. We're going to move to our next topic, which has to do, we had talked to Will Stevens early on in all of this about what might happen with his farm store, and we wanted to revisit that. So again, thank you everybody who's been on. Oh, I want to say a quick word. We had Ellen Kaler, Kristen mentioned, looking at what's going to happen in the future. And we had Ellen Kaler on talking about the food chain system, and what are the cracks that are revealing themselves. I think we've addressed some of that today, and potentially some of the solutions. So that, I think, is a really exciting topic that I look forward to talking about in the next year or two as we move forward and try to create more of a regional food system, and one which we can really keep our people fed, essentially. So thank you everybody for participating today. let's move on to Will Stevens. And Will, you're a little black box and you're muted, but there you are.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Kyle. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye now.
Bye. All right. Will, how
Hello.
are you doing?
Pretty well, thank you. Waiting for the rain to start.
Yeah, I know, me too. In fact, maybe
yeah.
it started. I'm looking out. It might have started already. Anyway, yes.
Yeah.
So how are you? Give us a report on how things are going. Have you been able to set things up so that you can do business? Have you planted one nasturtium in every single hanging basket?
Oh, that was a great idea. Yeah, Judy smiled when she heard it. Yeah, well, yeah, thanks for inviting me back. And because I guess it was about 3 weeks ago we last talked, and a lot has happened since then. And I guess for the record, I'll start. My name's Will Stevens from Golden Russet Farm in Shoreham. It's an organic vegetable operation. We also sell bedding plants in the spring. And I want to kind of pick up on something that Kyle said. I was planning on doing it anyway, but it seems like this is a nice little transition. That our story today actually started a couple years ago when our daughter mentioned that she wanted to come back to the farm, and we're in our third year of that transition right now. And I want to thank the Farm and Forest Viability Program for helping with that process. And I just, as legislators, I want you to hear that, because that's been an important part of where we are today and where we're going to be going forward. We've worked with Mike Gia at Land for Good through the program to he's met with us, and we've been able to identify and address a lot of issues that Judy and I wouldn't have thought about on our own, that have really kind of brought focus to the transition. And the reason I'm bringing that up now is because where we are today wouldn't be possible without Pauline's aptitude. She just turned 31. She's totally handy with the internet, which Judy and I aren't so much. And if it wasn't for her talents and skills and so forth, it would cost us a whole lot of money and or a lot of anxiety to get where we are today. So that said, where are we? We've developed a pre-order and curbside pickup policy. We're pointing people to our website, www.goldenrussetfarm.com, and we have a live inventory sheet and order form that people can use to place their orders. It took us about 2 weeks at maybe 60% of the time to come up with this, to dry run it and reality test it and so on and so forth. We think it's about ready for prime time. In a normal year, we would be open for business on this Saturday to the public. But because of this COVID situation, we've actually been able to open earlier for pre-order sales. We're not selling plants so much, not surprisingly, because they're not ready and the weather isn't cooperating. But we've been moving a lot of seeds, a lot of seed potatoes, a lot of supplies, fertilizer, things like that we wouldn't have otherwise done prior to this without this new this new opportunity actually that Pauline's created. So that's good news. The bad news is that we're running out of stuff and we can't replace it. So I think I said on the first that the phone was ringing off the hook, and that hasn't stopped. We're fielding probably at least half a dozen calls and or emails a day with people wanting to know, are we open? What do we have? What's available? How can we get it? These types of things. So we're spending a lot of time answering those questions. And, again, that comes with retail, but this is above and beyond what we would normally do. So far, the curbside piece has worked. We've decided to default to the higher bar of no person-to-person contact as opposed to little person-to-person contact. Because frankly, when I got off the call on the 1st of April, I was still a little confused. Even though Mike O'Grady tried to, kind of, and you, Carolyn, suggested a couple great things like giving potatoes or planting nasturtiums. So anyway, so in the absence of that, we've defaulted to no contact. And what we're doing is we're placing people's orders on little wagons or carts along with their name and a nice rock, and invite them to take their order, put it in their car, and leave a check under the rock, which we will then retrieve. And so far, so good. We can take credit cards, so we're doing that for those who want to do it that way too. So that's not a problem. And I guess the other secret sauce to this is Google Forms, Google Sheets. That's the choice we've made. We've looked at a lot of other websites, a lot of other similar operations, and they're using Shopify and other platforms for their businesses. We didn't feel as though that type of thing was suitable for us at this point in time. So we kind of ad-libbed it and created something out of nothing. There's a couple other things that I just want to mention kind of along the way. We also applied for the PPP loan through the SBA. We applied on a Monday. We were approved on a Friday. The money is now in our bank account, so that's great. We originally were thinking we could make it without it, but then as we kind of thought a little harder about the fact that we're not doing a summer CSA and we're not doing a retail farm sales this year. Well, we don't know what that's going to look like. We thought we better go ahead and cover the odds, cover our bets. And so working with the National Bank of Middlebury, who has, like all our community banks in the state, they've really bent over backwards to make this work. And my hat's off to all of our small banks and all our banks in Vermont who've worked really hard to make this happen. Because other stories I've heard from other parts of the country where folks don't have these opportunities, they basically weren't able to apply because the larger banks just weren't equipped to handle it. So, and they weren't handling it. So anyway, I want to mention that. I also want to mention that just in light of Kyle's testimony and other concerns that you guys are no doubt involved with, the organic dairy farm that we've been working with, renting our land to for the last 6 years anyway, they're selling out. They would like to have been sold out by now, but with the price of cows and the price of milk and everything else, they find that they can't afford to move their animals. And so we're looking for someone to rent our pasture and haylands, and don't know where that person is going to come from, quite frankly. And this is in as Representative Norris knows, this is in a farming community. So just the ripple effect of the dairy situation. This is a smaller organic dairy, maybe 55 cows, milkers, so forth. He was in the process of transitioning it over to his 26-year-old son, but decided to pull the plug because of contracting issues with their buyer and other things that were going on for them. So he's
Will.
Yes.
So I don't know whether you know this or not, but my vice chair, Rodney Graham, has sold his cows. And
I was aware.
Yeah. And one of his problems was the fact that the trucker would not come up to his farm. So was that the case with the person who rents your land, that they wouldn't pick up the milk, or was there some other reason?
I think there were a number of reasons. The big one, I think, was that he was having a hard time with Horizon, frankly, and getting a contract renewed.
Okay.
Yeah, which is like a sea change from where he was with that outfit, even as short as a year ago. So, yeah, but that was a big one. He had a bad accident last fall, which also probably contributed to it. A lot of times when we're laid up, we get introspective and think about what's worth it and what isn't. And at the end of the day, because things didn't appear to be getting easier or even more predictable for his son, to prosper in the business, he's decided that he's going to, well, when he can, he's going to let it go. He's hoping to have sold the herd by mid-February. That fell through at the last minute. And then with the whole COVID thing and the price of everything dropping and so forth, he's just basically continuing to milk.
Okay. Will,
Yep.
Vicky has a question. Vicky?
Yes.
Good morning, Will.
Good morning.
You had mentioned earlier in what you were sharing with us that you ran out of stuff. I wasn't sure what that is and why that is. And then another question was, earlier we were talking about pick your own kind of things. I didn't know if you had that on your farm. I remember some great apples you brought into the legislature. I don't know if you do pick your own apples or you just provide them, but just fill us in a little bit on what you're thinking there.
Sure. Yeah, thanks for the questions. Yeah, what we're running out of are things for home gardeners, quite frankly. Seed potatoes, we sell Johnny's seeds from Johnny's in Maine. We've sold out about probably a third of the seed supply that we ordered to resell. I can't remember if I mentioned this earlier in my earlier testimony, but there's a new focus or renewed focus on the regional food supply in the state. I'm sure you're hearing it too. You know, people don't want to be held hostage, as it were, to the supermarkets and the distribution chain. They want to grow their own food. They want to join a CSA. They want to buy it from somebody who's in business of producing food and so forth. And we saw this back in 2008, 2009 as well, quite frankly, with the recession. And so we're seeing it again. And it's exciting on the one hand, overwhelming on the other, and very frustrating when we can't go back to our suppliers to say, hey, you know, we've already sold out of these things, pea seed, for example, or, you know, other things like that, but we can't get any more. I don't know if you know or not, but Johnny's, for example, a big regional seed company, stopped retailing or stopped selling seed to their retail customers several weeks ago because they were overwhelmed. They had 40,000 orders in one weekend, 3 or 4 weeks ago. Yeah, and they couldn't handle it. And so they decided to shut down, kind of work things out and so forth. And I think they're going to try to reopen again in a week or so for retail. But that included the folks like us who buy, have a rack seed accounts to them that we can resell the retail packets, but we couldn't even get any more of those from them either. So yeah, it's everywhere. The potato wholesaler we get our seed potatoes from, we went out to her website to see if I could get more, and she of their 22 mid-season varieties, she had one variety left to sell. So demand is off the charts that way. To your second question about pick your own, full disclosure, the apples came from Shoreham Orchards, but not from ours. So yep, that was a weekly delivery to the committee. We have never done a pick your own operation. There are folks in town who do pick your own apples. There was a strawberry operation, family operation that has recently sold, and I don't know what's going to happen there. There's not a lot. We've always decided that it'd be better to just control things in terms of production and harvest and sales and so forth by just having our employees do the work as opposed to having the public come in and having to kind of babysit what they do and look after that. So we've never done much pick your own. Yeah. So hopefully that answered your questions.
Thanks, Will. And weren't the apples, when I visited your farm, weren't the apples mostly cider apples that you have?
My dirty little secret. Yes, that's true. Yes, we do have a small orchard, Representative Strong, just to be clear, but most of the fruit goes into cider, which is delicious.
All right, John Bartholomew has his hand up. John?
Yes, you have mentioned the advanced sales and how that seems to be going pretty well, selling out of stuff. But are you actually selling plants at this point, or is it too early?
Yeah, we starting last week, we sold. We've been offering herb plants and pansies for sale. The way we operate here is we don't we were open for the public to come and go through the greenhouses like we always have been, you know, I can't stop anybody from buying whatever they want. If you wanted to come in and take a pack of begonias home with you today, you know, you could do it. But because we're controlling it more this year, we also want people to succeed. And so part of that success looks like hardening plants off. And so what we don't want to do is sell plants before they're ready to go. And if we do sell plants to the public, we want them to know either they've been hardened off and they're ready to go in the garden, or they're not hardened off and they'll have to harden them off themselves. And so, yeah, we are. Yeah.
What I'm kind of wondering is with the curbside sorts of sales, how are you dealing with the public saying, well, this is leggy plant, you don't have anything better than this, I want to see all of them? How are you going to deal with, I'm just wondering across the whole industry, how can you deal with that issue of I want to go through and pick out my plant myself?
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of that yet because we're just beginning. After today or tomorrow, or certainly by the end of the week, we're going to have a lot more plants to sell on our current inventory sheet on our website, including, you know, onions and vegetable plants that'll be ready to go. In terms of people complaining about the quality of our product, let me say that if we're not the type of outfit that puts the junky stuff in the bottom of the box and you know, lets them look at the good stuff on top when they receive the product. We want the last thing to be as good as the first thing. And so when it comes to our plants, we're not going to give someone something that we wouldn't want to plant ourselves. If you know, if folks had questions about it, we're happy to talk to them. What's happened more commonly than the quality conversation is the fact that people don't know how to use online order forms. And for example, one person put down that she wanted, you know, this type of herb and that pansy and so forth. And then we pulled one of everything for her. And she came and said, oh, no, I wanted more than that. And so, you know, somebody happened to be around and we were maintaining our safe distance. So we hollered back and forth to each other. But, you know, instead of the one lavender plant that we had for her, she wanted 6. Now, we wouldn't have known that unless someone was around for her to do. So it's a two-way street and it's going to be fraught with problems. And so it's been nice in a way for us to have had these last couple of weeks to try to work out the kinks in the system before we get slammed with plant orders, because plant orders are really, they are going to be the difficult thing. And frankly, John, we're also quite apologetic and ask for people's patience and understanding because they, for you know, a number of years, they have been able to come in and wander around the greenhouse, and this year they can't. And so, but that's the way it goes. And we just tell them that we don't want to be that vector in case, you know, in case there happens to be a little hot spot, we don't want to be that one. And so we have to kind of hold firm.
Thanks, Will.
Sure.
I'm sort of curious when, you know, because hanging baskets are something that I know are huge for you for Mother's Day.
Yeah.
And how are people going to potentially order hanging baskets?
Well, great question. They will be on our inventory list by type, and we're also trying to figure out how to get photos online so that people can actually look and see what it is. That's kind of the next thing we have to do. Yeah, you know, and of course, this was the year that we increased our hanging baskets by about 50%. So
good timing.
Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, so again, my other daughter who lost all of her group travel contracts and so forth is back on the farm as well. And so so between my two daughters, you know, they're working on ways to upload photos to either our Facebook page or our website so that people can actually, you know, kind of look at things and use that along with the inventory list to place an order. And we're also always available by phone because that's what I'm used to. But yeah, but it is an issue because frankly, a lot of our sales are impulse sales. No denying it.
Yeah, Yeah.
Yeah.
And your website again, just to plug it for no other reason.
Oh, I should have written it down. Yeah, goldenrussetfarm.com. And that's
Okay.
2 S's and 1 T, one word.
Great. Great.
Golden Russet Farm. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. And by the way, Sharon via chat mentioned that pansies and Johnny jump ups are edible and they make salads look really pretty. So
That's true.
so you're covered with the edible thing there too.
Oh, and we won't charge tax on those plants.
Yeah, yeah. So we had a really interesting conversation with Ellen Kaler last week about her conversations with other states in the region regarding a regional food system looking forward. And I referenced it earlier when Kristen mentioned her predictions or what she'd like to see. And it's really an interesting conversation that I look forward to, but something that I think that you would be a major part of as we talk about, she mentioned the fact that we could do all of our produce basically in this region, and that we could do meat, grass-based meat with if everybody reduced their meat intake a little bit, but that in order to produce 50% of our needs, we would have to increase the amount of land under production by 2 million acres, which sounds like a lot, but when you think about Maine and the fact that the climate is changing and potentially would be more temperate, well, and they're the potato king, right, in the Northeast. Right. And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts about that. If you may not, because you've been so consumed with just day-to-day life, but if you have any thoughts, I'd be interested to hear them.
Yeah, I do have thoughts, and full disclosure, I'm now chair of Ellen's board.
Okay, great.
So I was aware of that thrust that she's initiating, and I'm obviously fully supportive. Back in 2007, 2008, Gay Symington, when she was speaker, put a peak oil theme onto our legislative work. And we had speakers come in, or she had speakers come in and talk about kind of what a post-peak oil economy would look like, and all the aspects of that type of thing, including a regional food system. And if I remember right, one of the speakers talked about the need not only 2 million acres, but 50,000 farmers, to farm all that land and to do something, and not necessarily the commodity piece. And where were they going to come from? And so that's a question that hasn't been resolved, and it's a kind of theory that hasn't been tested yet. But I think it's part of that conversation. And in light of what you're just talking about, BTC and so forth, it's can the state position itself to be the incubator, or be the the go-to place for either crop production practices, or actually employment opportunities, or whatever it might be. I think that I think it's really important that we stop thinking in terms of the Vermont exceptionalism, which we are in a lot of ways. But on the other hand, there's no need to go it alone sometimes, when we can draw on our neighbors who do other things very well too. And so again, in light of this whole I'll call it the post-COVID economy, whatever that ends up looking like, if more reliance on a regional food system and food supply is one of the upshots of that, then I think we will all benefit from that, in that we will be kind of more in control of our destiny than we appear to be now, in terms of a good, safe, reliable food supply.
Yeah. I remember asking Erin Buckwalter when she did a little internship way back when, maybe it was around that time.
I remember.
To take a look at the available land in the state. And I had promised myself that I'm going to dig that out. That is one piece of paper, set of papers that I held on to. It actually may be up in the State House, which I haven't been there in a few weeks, but I may be in the next
Yeah.
week or two. But that is something that I find really interesting, because when I've traveled up 22A, it's obvious that there is farmland that has gone back to scrub and probably could be reclaimed if necessary.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
you know, something to think
Yeah,
about.
yeah, absolutely. No, I do think about it all the time. It's not all land is suitable for vegetable production, but it could be suitable for other types of production. And again, frankly, I know I heard Kristen talking about kind of some of the exciting new things that people are doing and entrepreneurial spirit is showing and so forth. And one of the things that's been happening is delivery services are happening, and farmers are hawking they're going on the road with their product, but they're also inviting other producers, to kind of throw what they might have into the mix as a way to, basically pay for the gas and make everything worthwhile. And consumers love convenience, and so that's something that don't know if it'll last, but it's happening now, and that's a good thing. CSA numbers are kind of off the charts for people. We did one for 21 years. We took a break from it, and then a year or two ago got back into a fall share, which we're continuing with this year. But we had a lot of folks, kind of asking if we would do a summer share again, and it didn't fit into our plans. But there's all sorts of interest, and I think farmers in general are kind of mercenary opportunists, and where they can be, and so I think there's a lot of opportunity there if someone's positioned to go there. I also I have to also reflect, if I can take just a second to talk about, Kyle's talking about the 5 dairies that are kind of in transition and so forth. We only got started. I just turned 65, and we only got started about 3 years ago with our transition plan. And my advice to anybody who would listen, because it's worth what it costs, is to get started sooner than later. Get started sooner than later. And we're really lucky right now that we have one of our 3 children wanted to come back and make it work, and we're committed to her success and so forth. But I won't be completely out of here for at least 2 years, if then. So so get started sooner than later.
Yeah. I know other farmers who have had several opportunities to potentially transition, and they've fallen through, and it's a real challenge.
Sure.
Sharon's hand is up. Vicky's hand was up. Vicky, do you still have a question? Okay, why don't we let Sharon go, and then we'll go to Vicky. Sharon?
I wanted to add a little bit of a piece when you were talking about Ellen Collar, talking about the 2 million acres. Is that also for, I believe it was the dairy piece, that it would require organic dairy production. And I'm assuming that has a lot to do with reduction in the amount of grain, or being more, I think she said pastured, maybe organic grass fed. But so a shift from the predominant model.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure what the question is there, but I'll comment. The part of the challenge, and just again for disclosure, we've been growing vegetables organically and commercially since 1981. So we've always been organic. We're committed to organics and so forth. But that said, at a commodity level, such as organic dairy, I think that to their credit, they're trying a managed supply system, and which the conventional world isn't interested in doing apparently. But and it's working kind of, but there is a price point issue around that. And so whether it's pasture or whether it's organic grain, or however the feeding and production methods are dealt with, there is a price point, and I think that's one of the hurdles that has to be overcome in order for it to be successful. As much as we might want to see more organic, until people are willing to internalize some of those costs that would be reflected in the price of the milk that would come with theoretically cleaner water, cleaner air, these types of things, then that remains a big challenge. So
thanks, Will.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not against it. Obviously, I'm totally supportive, but we've got to work that out. And you guys, I think, have been working on the payment for ecosystem services piece.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, there's a question of, you know, can and how that be monetized? And I don't know what the answer is.
Yeah, and we're hoping to keep that, the payment for ecosystem services group going, but they do need money. And boy, this year it's going to be very tight. I do know that we've had some unofficial commitments from some groups that they would be willing to support that work. So we're hoping that that will come through for us.
Yeah.
Vicky had a question. Vicky?
Yeah.
Or a comment.
Yeah, it's a bit of a comment, a little bit of a question. I just feel like you're really blessed to have that daughter there who's thrusting you into technology and helping you. I'm 63 and my husband's 66, and we're being pushed into technology. And my husband's a pastor, and we were forced to do services online, and now we're seeing hundreds of people view his sermon. And you know, we have a congregation of 50, but so that's leading into my comment, Will, and Representative Buck asked about a crystal ball, if we could all have one. I foresee that organic vegetables and plants are going to be a huge market for that, and here you are getting ready online. And some of these people watching our sermons are from Texas, Florida, Nebraska, California, Minnesota. It's really kind of amazing. But I mean, do you see in a crystal ball that, holy smokes, you could just really blossom here? Do you see any trend or foresee that?
Yeah, great question and great observations. I think, you know, where some people see problems, others see opportunity. And again, coming out of this COVID situation, there are things that are going to happen that none of us could anticipate or could have anticipated happening. And in some ways, there will be no going back, in my opinion, to the way things were in some ways, and or there will be adaptations and adoptions of some of these solutions into whatever it is we all do going forward. So yeah, you know, one of the things that we had an opportunity to do a number of years ago, which totally relies on the then existing networks and systems and so forth, was a mail order CSA. I have a sister out in Cincinnati, and anyway, we went out to visit one fall. We brought a bunch of winter storage crops out with her, and she shared it with her friends, and they were in rapture, frankly, and they wanted to know, kind of, gosh, could you do an online, you know, could you send us this every week? Because, you know, we'd buy and so forth. Well, we didn't, but one could. One absolutely could. UPS will come to everybody's house, you know, to pick things up and deliver, and it's there and it's handy. And if you can charge for it, you know, and make something go, yeah, absolutely. I think on our farm in particular, we are constrained by our acreage. We only have so many acres of land that's suitable for vegetables. We have additional acres of clay, basically, that aren't really suitable for vegetables. So, and because we're where we are in the Champlain Valley, it's not like there's a lot of other productive, suitable land that we can go rent, even if we wanted to. And because there'll be limitations around water and services and other things. I know some growers do that. You know, they've got farms, you know, 5-6 miles away that they grow corn on or whatever, and we haven't gone that route. Yeah, I think the only limits really are our imagination. And so, you know, so you're right. We are blessed. Pauline's got a lot of great ideas. She's been putting up with us for all of her life, and certainly for the last kind of, you know, going on 3 years now in this transition. She's still coming to work and smiling, you know, and so we're kind of happy about that, that she still wants to do it. And actually, again, what a great year kind of for this to happen, because if this had been her first year on her own, she would have been buried. I'm sure of it. But while we're still kind of writing out the checks and so forth, but she's taking on more managerial responsibilities, it's a great opportunity for her to kind of learn kind of under supervision, let's say. But where she takes the farm it's totally up to her. You know, and we have these conversations. You know, we have opportunities to put up a new greenhouse because we can grow more cut flowers that way, or whatever the opportunity we might see be. But with my having one foot out the door, it might not be an appropriate investment to make if it's something that she doesn't want to do. So that's kind of where, as far as my crystal ball goes, I guess I should turn it over to her to answer that question.
Could I do one quick follow-up question? Do you know
Yeah.
Paul and Sandy Arnold from Argyle,
Yeah.
New York? Because they're going
Yes, sure do.
they're going through the same process. Their daughter is now slowly taking over, and it is a transition, but it's a great one, isn't it? And maybe a little
It is.
bumpy, but it's good.
Yeah, it is good. And fortunately our dynamics are good. I have two family experiences, close family experiences where transitions didn't work out. And it gets ugly, and sometimes the effects are long lasting, the negative effects. And so you're right. We're very fortunate and grateful that at least so far things are going well. Yeah. And the Arnolds, they're a little bit ahead of us. There is another piece, I guess, that this triggers for me around your question. I've had a working theory over the years that in Vermont, there are two kinds of agriculture. There's the commodity form of agriculture, and there's the relational form of agriculture. And what we're involved with is the relational form. And what that means is that, the link between the end user and the producer is very short. It looks like farmers market sales. It looks like farm stand sales. It looks like CSAs, these types of things. And the next level might be, sales to local stores. Where we're selling to a wholesaler who then is retailing the product. And then, kind of beyond that, it's wholesaling to, a Stop and Shop or, a supermarket chain where we're more removed from the end user. Okay. So but when you talk about the commodity world, basically you're producing a product that goes onto the market. You don't have, you have control over the production, but you don't really have control over the market, and you certainly don't have control over the price. In the relational world, you do have control over the price. You do have some control over your market and production decisions. So you can tweak things from season to season to make them work for your operation. Now, there's also a scale piece that goes along with this. Back in the day, we made the conscious decision that we would never want to produce where we were going to be competing with commodity vegetables. That I could give you 38 years of kind of that story, but I won't. But that served us well, because when you grow to that lowest common denominator, which is price point, we can't compete. Not our operation, and in fact, very few operators in the state can. So if we have a crystal ball, and back to Ellen's analysis and so forth, if we can keep the link between the end user and the producer as short as possible, whether it's in state or in region, I think that's where the sweet spot's going to be, and that's where the possibility and opportunities really are. In addition to that, if we can put a story onto our commodity products, if we can attach that branding story that Cabot did for a while, and John Malcolm was on every box of butter that they sold and so forth. If they can work on that to personalize the commodity form of agriculture in the state, I think there might be some opportunity there as well too. But again, you're competing against happy cows from California.
Yeah, they're so happy.
Yeah.
Terry has his hand up. Terry, and I think we might have to wrap it up after Terry's question.
Yeah, well, when you mentioned the clay, I just recall when you first moved to Shoreham, and we heard that you were going to do a vegetable kind of thing. I'm thinking there is absolutely no way anybody can grow vegetables in this clay, but
yeah.
Nice that you managed to do that.
Yeah, you're not the only one who thought we were nuts. Yeah, well, the good news is that we bought the farm with a soil map in hand, and we've done a lot of research. And back in the day when soil maps came in book form, we had Addison County soils map, and so when we went to look at this farm or that farm or some other farm, we knew ahead of time what the soils were like, and we saw that there was this nice vein of Nellis loam running right through here from Rathbun's to our north up to Tom Bass's or Sanger's, Wallace
Yeah.
is now up the beef farm up there, and Rossi happened to have 20 out of the 80 acres that we own were Nellis loam, and we decided it was good enough to go for it. Of course, that said, it's sitting on top of clay, so when it's wet, it's wet. It's it is clay. It's not loam.
Yeah. I was just curious, what's your son doing now? I met him on the ferry when he used to go over to check on your dad in New York, and what a very, very nice young man.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, he fled the state a number of years ago to go to a photography school out in California, and he hasn't come back except for a visit. So he's up in Northern California right now, and living the dream.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Well, not good that he left Vermont, but I
Right. No, that's
understand
right.
why.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great, Will. Well, listen, we really appreciate you spending some time with us and for your update on how things are going. I'm glad things are going well at your farm, and we'll probably be in touch with you again just to see how things are going as well. Love your thoughts about the future and some of the things that we need to think about going forward. I love the idea of pursuing this concept of a regional food system and how we can improve that. Yeah, we're probably going to want citrus, but before long, they'll probably be growing grapefruit trees in Massachusetts and Connecticut. So, well, who knows?
They're growing lettuce in containers right now. Yeah, they're growing lettuce in containers. They're growing lettuce in containers. So citrus could be in their future. Who knows?
Yeah, I actually have constituents over in Saxons River who have this huge conservatory, and they have orange and grapefruit trees that are literally 20 feet high. It's amazing. Wow. And what's even more amazing is they moved them from their New York City apartment. God. Anyway, thanks so much, Will. We need to wrap it up. We're just about 11:30. I want to tell the committee that we're going to be on Friday from 9:30 until 11. We're going to be a little bit short that day because we're going to be on the floor of the House via Zoom. Brave new world. So anyway, again, Will, thanks all committee members. Thanks for our legislative staff, Michael O'Grady and Linda Lehman, for being with us. And we'll see you all on Friday. If you have ideas as to whom you would like to hear from on Friday, please let me know. All right, thanks. Thanks, everybody.
So I'll call us to order at 6:01. And the first thing on the agenda, recognition of groups. So we do have Mary and Lyle with us. We have our soon-to-be new superintendent, Andy Skarzinski, with us. Andy, wave and say hi to everybody.
Hi, everybody. I'm thrilled to be here.
We've got Scott Norrens with us. We've got Brian from BCTV, just keeping an eye out that I don't screw this up royally. which
And
is
Frank is supposed to be joining us soon as well.
okay. Good. 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 All right. So clerk's report. We have the minutes of April 13th. Would someone like to move the minutes?
Yeah, Carrie, this is Chad. I read the minutes and they look good to me. I'd like to move, we accept the minutes.
Okay. Do we have a second?
This is Hannah. I'll second.
Okay. Any questions, concerns, critiques? They looked good to me. All right.
Yeah.
All those in favor of passing the minutes of April 13th, say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, minutes are passed. Communications. I don't believe I have had any. Has anyone else had any communications or anything we need to know about Mary or Lyle? Nope. Okay. Moving on to finance. Would someone like to move the warrants? Yes, everyone got the warrants. I confirmed with, there was an email glitch, but I did follow up. So I think everyone got them. So would someone like to move the warrants?
Hey, Carrie's Chad. I'll move the warrants.
Okay. Is there a second? I'll second. I have to do that often. I'll second. Any questions, any concerns, any things we need clarification on? Okay. All those in passing the warrants as moved, say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, hearing none, that's done. Finance, I'm sure we're gonna, when Frank gets on, we'll let him talk to us about where we're at. So I don't think the SU has had a meeting. I think we're good on SUSD negotiations, Lyle. That's on our agenda. I feel like that's done. Okay.
That should be all done.
Okay, I will get that off for the next one. So I think we're moving right into administrative report. So Lyle, you want to go?
Actually, am I unmuted? Yes. Mary and I are doing a joint report because I took so long last time. Mary is going to start this time and I'll just fill in at the end.
Thanks, Lyle.
You do share well.
We try to share.
We do. So good evening, everybody. I hope you're doing well on this rainy and nasty day. Maybe the snow will turn things into flowers. I'm gonna do a screen share if that would be okay.
Sure.
Because I kind of wrote up a few things and it might be easier to read and listen. So bear with me just one second.
Okay.
Okay. So first thing I think I'm gonna kind of go in reverse order. So kind of starting right here. Classroom teachers right now meeting with students via Zoom, meeting with students in full groups and small groups. Some teachers are recording videos for students to watch at a time that's convenient for the families. Meeting with parents, touching base with parents. And in addition to what the classroom teachers are doing, we have private band lessons going. We have an all-school sing happening. Individuals working with guidance counselor, behavior interventionist, PE, art lessons, library resources have been provided for teachers. For example, Audible is doing a free thing right now for students. And Epic is another thing that's doing providing some free resources for students right now. Special education teachers are working with distance learning plans that have been created while we're doing remote learning, tied to IEP goals. They're doing, I participated in an IEP meeting today, and our special education teachers are becoming really facile with making those, I think, as comfortable as possible and as similar to the real thing as possible, which I appreciate their work. Our nurse and one member of our custodial staff are helping out over at Oak Grove School because they're doing childcare right now. We found out today from John Sessions, the assistant principal over at Academy School, who's working very hard with a team over there, which includes Vernon staff, to distribute meals that over 3,000 meals, including dinner, are being distributed per day, which is incredible. Lots of work from our custodial staff, hardworking 4-member staff. They are doing vigorous cleaning, but also kind of starting on some sort of summer projects, moving bleachers, painting way up high in the gym, being very safe. And then going up to the top, wanted to talk to you about attendance a little bit. I think our partner board had asked for some information about, families that we're reaching. So I'm right up here. Right now, out of 357, there are 0 families that we have not heard from or been in touch with at all. No radio silence, so to speak. Last week, there were about 6 students that we've been in touch with, the kids and the families, trying to support families to get children to complete their work. And sort of, there's a story behind each one. But basically, I want you to know as a board that classroom teachers, in some cases, special educators, Jamie Card, our guidance counselor, various other staff members, including myself, are in touch with families saying, what do you need? What support would be helpful? One of the resources that's been nice is Paul Smith and Gary Parzik and Adrian Lapierre, thank you. I've never met Adrian. They put together a helpline, kind of a tech-based hotline for families if the technology is wonky. And I've had some good feedback from, I think, 3 different families that helpline has been really useful for them and met their needs. And so 150 out of 157 are engaging with work regularly, in constant communication and contact with their teachers. So I will be sending out, I've been trying to do kind of a weekly robocall to not overwhelm folks. And one of the things I'm going to send out on the robocall is sort of a new protocol for attendance, that, we want to hear from you. If it's been 3 days or so and no one at the school has heard from you and we've kind of reached out, folks are going to contact Jamie Card, our guidance counselor, and say, hey, can you give a call? And if she still doesn't hear, I will try to reach out to one or both of us. Basically, at some point, probably after about 4 days, we may reach out to the Wyndham Sheriff's Office to do a well child, just to, be checking in on families like we can't do when the kids are, we can't do visually like when they come to school. So the intent there is to make sure we're, knowing that kids are safe, not to be intrusive. And the Wyndham County Sheriff's Office is very supportive and kind of knows those calls might be coming. But like I said, we've been in touch with all the families. I don't anticipate that being something that we will go to, but I just want to give families a heads up about that. We'll talk a little bit about budget, I know, when Frank comes, but basically, to kind of name the elephant in the room, our budget has passed. The other schools' budgets haven't passed. And we know that there are going to be folks who are really challenged with paying tax bills with everything going on, and we're aware of that. So I am putting the part-time Spanish position and the permanent sub position on hold for now. And I'm going to kind of communicate to the staff that, we'll probably be looking for ways to trim the 2021 budget, even though it has been approved, so that potentially we can apply that money to the fund balance and use that in the 21-22 in case passing a budget is challenging, in case tax revenues are down. But I hear from staff pretty regularly, have you heard anything about being furloughed or laid off? And I'm letting folks know that, sort of when I know, you'll know, but that I don't anticipate reductions in force at Vernon for next year at this point, is kind of what I want to communicate to the faculty on Wednesday when we do our weekly staff meeting. Andrew, nice to meet you. I haven't met you yet, so this is kind of a funny way to meet, but at some point down the road, if you would like to meet with me or hear a little bit about Vernon or attend one of our faculty meetings at some point this year, we'd be happy to have you. So.
I would love to do, Summer. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Great, thanks. That's me. I'll kick it over to you, Lyle.
All right, thanks. So just thinking a
Do you
little,
want me to keep sharing? Sorry.
it's okay. I know what I had in there. But to follow up with the budget and contracts, though Vernon has passed a budget, we have not sent out contracts to Vernon teachers because they're part of the WSESU negotiated agreement. So no contracts are going to be sent out for probably mid-May earliest, until we have a better handle on what we may end up with for a budget. So just so that you know, in case you start to get questions about contracts and where contracts are. The other piece of my report is just around Diversity Day. Normally, Diversity Day would have been this coming Friday. This year, we're doing diversity activities throughout the month of May. The WSESU Diversity Equity Committee meets pretty regularly, and right now they have quite a nice option, quite a nice diverse option of activities for students, parents, families. One of those is going to be a panel with hopefully, and Mike Sostak setting this up, hopefully run by students that will include a physician's assistant. They're trying to get a custodian, a teacher, students, and how the virus is affecting them and what their life is like now under the virus. They have, actually they being Michaela Sims, has organized a session. Vanessa, I'm going to remember her last name, it's in the notes, who is a climate activist. And she's going to be doing a session that students can jump on to. And she actually has her last session, I guess, was with Jane Fonda. So her next session is with us. So we're feeling pretty important. Though, of course, you know, Jane Fonda has some connection to our area. Her daughter lives in Putney, I believe. So the diversity committee is putting together books that will be sent out to students across the SU. Ellen Tumoviscus, the art teacher in Putney, has put together a coloring page for younger students. So that with some crayons will be sent likely through the lunch delivery system. But we're still working out some of the details around that. So instead of a diversity day, it'll be diversity month. So look for opportunities throughout the month. And I think that's it for me.
Any questions for Lyle or Mary?
Yeah, Carrie, this is Chad. Question for Mary. I mean, this is obviously an incredible inconvenience isn't the word, just where we're sitting. But what can we, is there anything as a board that we can do to help out the situation? Is there opportunities you've seen present themselves? You're just thinking of something that we could do?
You know, I think I've been kind of thinking with Teacher Appreciation Week coming up in the month of May next month, you know, maybe something in the way of even just like a note or an email, some kind of message from the board that just says, you know, I've been telling teachers that truly everything I'm hearing from families is really positive feedback. And sometimes they say, oh, really? You know, because they're sort of critical of themselves and wanting to do their very best work. And I'm saying, yes, everything I'm hearing is so overwhelmingly positive. So maybe just some more positive feedback, you know, like if you're a parent right now of a Vernon elementary student, how, you know, how their kid is feeling, how your kid is feeling, you know what I mean, because of their teacher, or, you know, just kind of a little keep up the good work kind of thing, I think would probably be well received.
Okay, can do. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I have to say what's strange about this whole thing is the one place I used to connect with people on school board stuff, and it used to drive me crazy, is the grocery store.
Yeah.
And now you don't have that anymore. Because you can't tell who anybody is because you're all wearing a mask and you're in and out so fast. But I actually miss being.
You miss it, yeah.
I miss being accosted in the grocery store. This is so sad. But that's where I would see people and feel like you had that connection, and we don't have it. So I like that idea. If we could all just email or call a teacher we know and just say thank you.
I'm sure it would be well received. And I did hear, I heard from one teacher today. I'll never forget, we had kind of our quick staff meeting after we found out about the governor's order and that it was going to be the entire school year. And I mean, it was just, everybody's in tears and it was awful. And so I kind of have that point from now to this point, coming back the day after a break. And a teacher said to me today, I'm really starting to feel like I've got my feet under me and I'm starting to settle in. I'm starting to feel a little bit comfortable with this. I don't want it, I hate it, but a little comfortable. And so I think that feeling is starting to happen for some. And so, yeah, I think just keep up the good work. You've got this. The sun will start shining sometime would be helpful. Yeah.
Now, it's probably too soon to talk about this, but it's going to hit us fast, probably. Oh, Carrie's waiting to get in. Let me get Carrie in.
Yeah, sorry. I was going to interrupt. She just texted me and said, I'm waiting.
Sorry, Carrie. Welcome. Sorry I'm late. I gotta learn to look at the thing. I'm learning. We're getting there. So, Carrie, we're talking with Lyle and Mary just about what we can do as a board, being more out of touch than normal to support the teacher. So the recommendation was really just to reach out to any teacher you are in contact with and say, thank you. We got your back here. Mm-hmm. So I was trying to think ahead. What do we do for the end of the year? What do we do for graduation? What do we do for retiring teachers? It's going to be so different and weird and
yeah.
So at this time, the Dan French, from the Agency of Ed, has said that on by May 8th, he will be announcing end of year sort of guidelines for graduations, end of year celebrations, that type of thing. So we've still got a couple more weeks, but the Agency of Ed is supposed to be putting out those guidelines for us. I worry about seniors. I know, sixth graders are moving up to BAMS or to wherever they've decided to go. But I worry about seniors who are leaving and leaving the area, many of them possibly, and for them not to have closure, that's very sad. So that's hopefully on May 8th, we'll have some more definitive information. I still have not heard that we would not be doing 175 school days. So our school year will likely end pretty close to whatever it was going to, somewhere in the middle of June.
Okay. And then the only other issue I've heard is some parents who have been very happy with us, with Mary, with Lyle, with teachers and all of that, but just a concern for the future. And it's almost more of a concern for what's going to happen to my kid next year when they move up. Are they going to be behind? And, parents who are trying to do the best they can, but some parents are still working and trying to juggle I'm lucky. I got middle schoolers and a senior, so my kids can go off and do their own thing, and I'm pretty sure they're getting it done. But I don't know how Hannah and Carrie, you guys are handling, Chad, you guys are handling elementary school kids and keeping them on task. And so I think there's that guilt of the parent of, is my kid going to be behind next year?
Yeah, parents should not feel guilty. Parents aren't educators. And when we come back in the fall, and Andy, this is going to be more on you than on me. We are going to be, we're already making plans, and Andy's joining a central office meeting tomorrow, and that's one of our topics. So when are we going to start planning and looking ahead to how we're assessing kids when they come back, so we know what it is that they're going to need, how we're really meeting their social emotional needs, because we know for people that have kids that have been out of school for 5.5 months, not with their friends, they're going to need to come back into a really strong community. And one of the things that we need to be careful about when we're making any sort of reductions due to budgets is the fact that our students are going to come in on such a different range of abilities and what they've been able to accomplish in the last 5.5 months. So we have to make sure that we're still providing strong teachers with academic coaches, good curriculum. So that's all of those things we'll be talking about over the next few weeks.
Yeah.
Hannah, you've got a question?
No, that my hand was raised a long time ago to let Carrie in.
You gotta learn how to unlock your hand.
He's here.
I'm gonna lower your hand for you. So, other questions before we maybe see if Frank wants to talk budget? And this is going to be scary.
Well, before Frank's scary, I just want to add one more, just reiterate what Frank isn't scary. I just wanted to reiterate one more thing similar to what Lyle said. You know, I probably said it at least 50 times to different parents that like the analogy I use is nobody's going to crack the first page of the 3rd grade textbook and say go. Like our teachers are highly skilled at working together on teams, even if they're a grade level where there's only one of them, and, you know, differentiating work and tapping all the resources that we're lucky to have to meet the needs of kids, because 15 different learners, you know, exist in a classroom. So I think, you know, teachers will be ready for it. And I just encourage parents to not sweat it, like love them up and we'll get them in the fall, you know?
Okay. It's a hard conversation to have because they're so well-meaning, and I think they really are taking it on themselves, and it is trying to convince them your kid's going to be okay. Just hang in there.
And reach out if there's something the school can do for you as the grown-ups.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Frank, you want to tell us what you might know and what we might not want to know?
You're muted, Frank.
I can unmute, I think. I never know. It's like, I'm always worried if I do it, is he about, oh, there he goes. He's good.
We get it. Okay. Yeah. I was in a few different applications. I couldn't find the Zoom group, but hello, everybody.
Hey, Frank.
Yeah. So I'm the messenger on this one. I'm not the spokesperson for the great state of Vermont. So keep that in mind. And also everything is developing every day. So what I thought I would share with you is you may have seen it in various web sources. I'm going to click on the Mark Peralt's issue brief that he presented to the legislature. It's probably been 2 weeks now, but if I could kind of quickly go over the highlights of that briefly, and then we could talk about any questions you might have. But has anyone seen a sort of synopsis of the joint fiscal office update to the legislature? Okay.
Did I send that to you guys? I can't remember if I emailed the video link for what it was. It's worth a watch. It's scary, but it's worth a watch.
Okay. So I won't go into the detail. I'll just look at the first page here with you. I assume you can see the document?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In summary, obviously with the loss of the major sources of revenue that goes into the ed fund, there's a big deficit. They're estimating for the current fiscal year, you see right there at the first paragraph, 89,000. I'm sorry, 89 million. I did hear from Brad James at a business manager meeting a week ago that actually that's been reduced a little bit, actually quite a bit, because there were more revenues in March than originally thought. So it looks like they're looking at more like 69 million, but it's still obviously a very unfavorable development. That's for the revenue shortfall. Fortunately, the state of Vermont has had some reserves in its education fund, much like Vernon School District has in your own education fund. So that's going to carry most of the burden for fiscal year 20. They're still projecting some sort of a education fund shortfall. It's unclear how the Federal CARES Act is going to be, filtered through, Vermont's education funding system. That's 30 million. On the surface, what we're being told is that because Vermont is sort of one of a kind in the nation as it relates to school funding, the supervisory union is the LEA, and that's the entity that the funding will go through. So as we learn more about what that means, we can share that with you. At a very summary level, what joint fiscal, in this article here, you can see this brief refers to it, but Brad James again has indicated that that may look like something similar to our Title I allocations. So, for the supervisory union, it could be nearly $1 million of aid through the Federal CARES Act. So those are some little bit of relief points in a very difficult looking environment. As both Mary and Lyle have noted, the big concern, and as you go, if you look at this document, you'll see that in pretty much every place, no one really has a good estimate for fiscal year 21. Meaning, to what extent will the rooms and meals tax and the sales tax and the other sort of sources of funds that pay for so much of the ed fund, to what extent will we start to see that activity, economic activity, resume? We just don't know. We don't even have a clear date from the governor as to when when we think it's safe to fully engage. So again, to Mary and Lyle's point about the current fiscal year and then preparing for next fiscal year, you may recall we did schedule 270,000 of our surplus in the FY21 budget as an offset to taxes. And to whatever extent we can mitigate that, not spend it, as Mary's already started to consider, with the new program, the sub position, that's going to be prudent of the school board, of the administration to, be careful about how we utilize resources. We always are, but in this environment, it's going to be until we have a clearer picture of when economic activity starts up again in Vermont, and to what extent will the ed fund come back to a more normal level. We should do everything we can to manage our reserves so that we can sort of smooth out the programs and avoid having our 5th and 6th graders say take the worst of maybe a 3-year cycle. We want to try to even out programs as best we can. So here's Mark Peralt's summary. Maybe a couple other things that I didn't mention. Most of the taxes have been paid in the state of Vermont, the school property taxes. Vernon does have a payment due, as residents, coming up in just a couple weeks, or maybe it's next week. The concern there, you may have heard a bunch of speculation about, well, how our town's going to be able to pay when residents are, being laid off and facing these really severe circumstances. The legislature has wrestled with a number of school funding issues, but one of the things that they are not doing that I am aware of is changing the town's obligation to pay the school within the 20 days of school property taxes due. So what that has always meant for probably 100 years is that if a resident of Vernon has not paid their school property taxes by the due date, it's the town's obligation to borrow those funds, pay the school, and address, delinquent property tax issues again through existing statutes. Hopefully, we see some other mechanisms that provide, both the town and the resident some relief from, the really difficult circumstances we're in. But from a cash flow point of view and from a business operations point of view, the Vernon School District should be in a stable financial condition through the end of this fiscal year. And because we do have a very solid fund balance, starting the new fiscal year, we'll be in reasonable shape. But again, we need to wait for the update before we make those commitments, like Lyle was saying, particularly 100% of your employment contracts. That's obviously where most of the money is in terms of spending. So we want to be careful about that. Maybe one last thing I'll mention is typically it's now that the the legislature has set the income yield. So that's this last point that you see on the document I'm sharing here. And at this point, they're saying we just don't know what to do in the event of no clarity around revenue. So unfortunately, that might mean that we do see a delay in the property tax bills being issued. It's only a probability. I can't tell you if that's actually going to happen or not. But Mark Peralt from the Joint Fiscal Office is raising that as a likely scenario. And obviously that has more consequences for the town's cash flow, right? If they don't issue property taxes, the folks that can pay aren't going to pay. But again, the school district should be, insulated from that initially, anyways. Another, I don't know, I wouldn't call it a bright spot, but it's something that I've heard that the legislature is considering, and that is, I think I'll stop the share on the document. But as far as when we look at fiscal year 21 and then fiscal year 22, we know 21 is totally unknown. 22 is, it just seems no chance that it's not going to be particularly, it's not going to be normal. It's going to be difficult. And one thing that's being considered, I don't think it's a bill yet, but you may have heard of it. I would hope that it gets more support. The idea of the state borrowing over a 3 or maybe a 5-year period, so that fiscal year 21 and 22 are not just totally hammered in terms of cutting educational programs statewide, but that there's a mechanism, much like when we build buildings and we engage in a bond borrowing. We spread the cost over multiple years. That's being considered. I hope it gets more traction because I think that is a way to sort of stabilize the way we invest in programs, the way we engage our kids and our families and our employ our teachers. So we'll just have to keep an eye on that. It's been very, very encouraging to see the level of advocacy that school board members, I know Lyle, myself, many administrators have been engaging in with our legislators, both locally and at the House Education Committee, the Senate Education Committee. So a lot of folks are really helping the legislators understand the challenges, the concerns, the fears, and policy implications of the various things that are being discussed. So there's a lot being done on behalf of public ed, and I compliment the school board members that have been engaged in that, and certainly Lyle. Lyle's been sort of just unrelenting in trying to help steer us through this. So we're doing the best we can.
So board members, any questions? I mean, I think if I want to summarize, tell me if I got this right. It sounds like we in Vernon are in the lucky position of at least having a budget. But Mary is going to work to spend every dime prudently so that maybe we don't have to spend all that we did budget, because going into next year, it's going to start getting really tough. And if we don't have to spend that reserve money, if we can walk out of this year with more reserve money, we're in a better position for the upcoming years. But it sounds like it's also too early to tell based on what the state is saying yet as to where we're going to be.
It's a good summary. Maybe to put it into numbers, if you were looking at your annual report, I know you're not now, but you would see in our summary page that we had about 500,000 in projected ending fund balance as we start fiscal year 21. And then we were going to use 270,000 of that. That's the number I had mentioned, which would leave us about 250,000 to go into fiscal year 22. So that's the number that we're all talking about. The more we can retain of the 250,000 as opposed to maybe 300,000 or 400,000, the better will be for sustaining programs.
Questions for Frank? Chad, you got a question?
No, I don't have a question. I was going to actually ask the information he just provided. So I want to say, hey, well done, Frank. I was curious
Okay.
what our fund balance was going to be walking into 21, but you answered it.
Okay. Oh, and I was talking about the general fund, by the way. The capital fund, in addition to that, the capital fund has $660,000. Again, we know we have a number of capital improvements under these kind of extreme circumstances. It might be the one where we consider asking, it would be through an article on a public vote, but we consider asking the town to repurpose what has previously been restricted. That is the only way that you can repurpose a reserve, is by an article on a warning for the electorate. But hopefully we don't come to that. But it is, again, a good financial position to start the year with.
And I was going to ask that question also, Frank. So basically, if we wanted to, if we said, hey, you don't really need that capital fund money to offset for the taxpayers, we could potentially have an article at the town meeting the next March. And
that's right.
About doing that. Yep. Okay.
All right. I didn't realize that, so I'm glad there's another lever we might be able to pull if we need to. I do feel like it's still so early to tell. And I haven't sensed anything with the town yet, so I'm hoping it stays that way. I am worried about that first payment, or I'm probably less worried about the payment in May. I'm more worried about the first payment next year. What's going to come into the town coffers, and what might they have to borrow, and that could be tough.
Yeah, that's where there's just the growing uncertainty that we are all facing. Yeah, we're very concerned about that.
Okay. All right. Anything else for Frank? All right. So I don't think we've got any unfinished business, but there's something I just want to bring to everyone's attention. So normally we do the Steenbruggen scholarship. So I was hoping to advertise it this year and get it out there that it's open, but then I stupidly opened my own 401k at the end of March and saw that like 15% just went away with the wind. And I realized the Steenbruggen is based on, I think, earnings for the previous year. So I'm not sure there are going to be any. So I talked to, is it Laura at the central office? Who am I dealing with? Laura, and she's working with Sally to see if there actually will be any money to give away. At this point, we think there might just be a little bit. So we might still be able to do that scholarship, but it's probably not going to be what it was last year. But so at that point, I said, let's not advertise because it seems crazy to advertise and then say, oops, sorry, there is no money to give. But we will see where that comes back. So then we've got the code of ethics. I think, and I meant to look this up, I think we're required as a board to sign a code of ethics. Is that in statute? All right, Lyle's shaking her head, so I think it is. I think we have to do this. So I'm going to email you guys a code of ethics, and then we can put it on our next agenda. And how in the world we're going to sign it, I have no clue. I can mail it to you or something if we all just say we signed it. But I will email that to you guys so we at least can stay somewhat compliant.
Does it have to be physical signatures, Carrie? Or...
I don't know. I'll ask. I don't know if that's.
It has been in the past. I think if you put it on the agenda after you've all had a chance to read it, discuss it, and then if you can all agree to it verbally, it'll be in the minutes that you've all agreed to it. And then when you finally get a chance to sign it, people can sign it and we'll be good.
Yeah.
There's a very easy option on Adobe Sign that, sorry, my dog has me next to me. There's a very easy way to do it through Adobe where you just email it around and everybody just clicks and signs and it puts a date and it tracks when everybody did it. So that's an option and I'd be happy to help with that if you needed.
Oh, you might be our go-to person on that. So.
I do it all the time for work. So.
All right. Anything else? I think I've gone through all my scribbles. I guess next meetings. So May 11th would technically be our next meeting, as would May 25th. But I believe May 25th is Memorial Day. Do people care? I know one day runs into the next now. We could do May 11th and then we could do either May 25th or we could push it off to June 1st and figure out what we're doing in June. I guess the real question is, Lyle, Mary, Frank, what do you guys see on the horizon that we need to be around for, be aware of?
Well, maybe by May 11, we'll have some more information on end of year celebrations. So you can think about that.
Okay.
I can bring that to you on May 11th and we could wait on and decide on another May date if we need one after a meeting on the 11th.
Okay.
Because you have a budget passed, I don't see that as needing a lot more discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Mary, do you feel like there are things coming up that?
Yeah, I don't have anything that's real urgent on my mind thinking between now and the end of the year. I have a lot of things that are urgently on my mind. I don't think that scheduling to is I think May 11th and then we go from there is fine with me.
If we need another.
I defer to other folks who have busier schedules.
Okay. Well, why don't we start with May 11th and we can decide then what we want to do for the next one.
Okay. who knows what we'll be doing on Memorial Day. Maybe we'll have everything lifted and we'll all be out running around doing something fun.
Anyone have anything else? Andy, thank you for joining us. This must be a strange introduction to things, but.
Well, no, thank you for having me. I'm thrilled. Either way, it is a bit of a bizarre introduction to the district, but
well, I like to
we're
think
all in the same place.
We're the fun board. We're the easy board.
Carrie?
Yes.
I don't think it's any a specific action. I just want to throw out, we don't normally have to borrow in anticipation of taxes, but it is a very common practice. It's, a tax anticipation note. So I just want to mention it. It's something that, given the uncertainty about the road ahead, I just want you to be aware that it may be something that we have to consider. Seems unlikely in Vernon, particularly given the reserves we just talked about. But if the town, changes their collection dates, or if there's something unusual about the way the legislature issues tax, the tax rates to the select board, it's something that I just wanted you to be aware. I may be bringing up. It seems to me if it was an issue, it wouldn't be until the June meeting that we would need board action.
Okay. Now, we had to do this, if my memory serves, 2 years ago, or it was when Vernon changed their tax collection system because they were spaced differently. All of a sudden, we weren't getting the ed payment we were used to, and therefore we had to borrow. And you talked us all through it, and it was, we're having to borrow, but we're about to get a huge check. It'll be okay. So it sounds like that's what you're talking about.
That's what it's that kind of thing. It's purely a cash flow issue. It's nothing to do with a deficit or
okay.
It's really a statutory kind of thing. Yeah.
And now you got me thinking of one more thing, and I don't know if this is you, Mary, or Lyle, but how are we doing right now on the current fiscal year, given that I am sure, I don't know, do we have a lot of extra expenses from we're sending packets out to everybody? How's the food service working? Is that going to hit us, or are we okay for that?
I think everything's so different right now. It's hard to get a really clear read forecasting between now and the end of the fiscal year, but because some things are more expensive, but sub costs are way down, building use costs are way down. So I think we'll be okay. And I think we're being fiscally prudent, except for buying some things that we know we'll need for next year, math workbooks, that kind of thing, for example. So I think that I don't anticipate a huge change one way or the other.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree, knowing that the governor, requested all contracted employees, through the school systems to be paid their normal contracted rates. That really locked down the majority of the budgets through the end of the year. So as Mary said, where there are discretionary changes, they're a much smaller portion of the budget. But so we should be on track, certainly with the elementary school, and maybe a little bit favorable.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
And maybe this isn't the time or place to ask this. So this might be a down the road question, but I am curious about the implication of the rec and their rental fee for our facility and how that all plays out with their decrease in revenue from their preschoolers, since that's all paid per month. I'm just sort of, and I don't know if that's a question I should be asking Frank now, or if we just want to talk about it later, but I know there's a trickle down thing that's a little unique to our school that they don't have other places.
Yeah, it's something that we want to understand. It really has to do, with a budget implication and the way it affects the tax rate. I did talk with Seth sort of informally about the analysis, in terms of whether we should collect the 200 and something thousand at all, from the Vernon taxpayers' point of view. So
Right.
yeah, I don't think we have what we need this evening to really analyze that, but it's a very good topic for conversation. I would think, if we have an August meeting, that would be a good time to understand that, and or if there are any kind of contract implications with private providers. Those usually come up in July, actually, so it wouldn't be too early to start talking about that in June.
Well, and I would guess too at that juncture that they would have a better sense about whether or not they were going to be opening the pool, and they were going to have any other outside funding streams that they typically rely on as well. So
Yeah.
I see all those layers, and I can't even wrap my head around it.
Yeah,
So
there are a lot. Yeah, with
we can
the Act 166, there's a lot of components to that.
Okay. Other questions? That's a complicated one because I still have not wrapped my head around how it actually works. So to pull the rug out from under makes it even more complicated.
Maybe just a quick, summary on the concept. And Andrew, I don't know to what extent you've read or are familiar at the elementary level with the Act 166, but on a very macro level for Vernon or any district, we know that we start from a place where for every child that accesses the certified program, the school district is obligated to pay, about $3,500 per child, and then you go from there, And when I say go from there, I mean, does the school district employ their own early educator? Does the school district do what Vernon does, which is host a program that's a third party, or does the school district pay a private provider, one, two, or maybe 6 or 7 private providers? But it all starts from Act 166 saying that for any child that wants to access the certified preschool 10-hour-a-week program, the school district is obligated, to budget and to pay that approximately $3,500 per child per year.
This will get
Thanks for
fun
that.
next year.
Yes, thanks for that overview, Frank.
Sure.
All right. Anything else? Wow, we're doing these in record time. We might have to Zoom more often.
we're way more fun in person.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
Especially when Hannah and Chad get together. That's always.
It's always good when Hannah bakes as well, I have to say.
Oh, that's true. I am missing that a lot.
Before you leave.
Huh?
I said before she leaves, I will give her a package on her.
Thank you.
All right. Well, if someone would like to move that we adjourn.
This Chad, I'd like to move that.
All right. And do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Hannah.
Thank you, Hannah. All right. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Seeing none, we are adjourned at 6:56. Thank you, guys. So we'll meet again on the 11th of May, and I will send you the code of ethics. That's on my list.
And you're live now. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Faith. And I want to welcome everybody to the 1 o'clock hearing of the House Energy and Technology Committee. Today we've got 4 guests with us, and they've brought some folks from their organizations as well who will be appearing on your screen. We have Patty Richards, who's the General Manager of Washington Electric Co-op, Carrick Johnson, who's the Vice President of Strategic Innovations at Velco, Rebecca Town, who's the CEO of the Vermont Electric Co-op, and Brian Otley, who's the Chief Operating Officer for Green Mountain Power. And just to give a very brief introduction of our hearing today, clearly in our state in this COVID time of crisis, we have real issues that have come to the fore in terms of connectivity in our state. And we are looking for near-term and long-term solutions to fix our broadband issues. One of those that I'm really eager to bring to the fore, and it's something actually that our committee has looked at and incorporated as part of Act 79 last year, but how our electric utilities can be involved in solving this issue, particularly in rural parts of our state. And want to congratulate 2 of our guests today for receiving broadband innovation grants as part of Act 79 last year. Washington Electric and Vermont Electric received those. So we want to hear from folks on what some of these electric utilities are doing in the broadband space. And I want to introduce our first guest, Patty Richards. So Patty, you can take it away.
Hi,
Patty.
everyone. Hi, everyone. And thanks
Hey,
for those
Patty.
remarks, Tim. That was great. Hi, Avram. Greetings from Argentina. This is a picture from a couple years ago in my travels to Argentina with visiting my daughter down there. That's the backdrop that you see. So for Washington Electric Co-op, we applied for the Department of Public Services grant to do a feasibility study. And we were awarded the grant, and really excited about that. And we just issued our request for proposals for consultants to help us out in that next phase of taking a look at what is the feasibility of Washington Electric Co-op deploying high-speed broadband in our 41 towns. As many of you know, we serve some of the most rural areas in the state, and certainly during this pandemic, it really shouts out loud and clear the importance of having broadband and high-speed internet for all of us, whether that's for education purposes, for business, just to stay connected socially and to support the human psyche, so to speak, during a time like this. But broadband is an essential service, and we are fully behind it. Our biggest trick is going to be to figure out, or not trick, but our biggest challenge is to figure out what is it going to cost, what are our grant dollars and funding sources that will become available to help us deploy broadband. And I think certainly with a pandemic, this is a game changer. It puts the thumb on the scale for opportunities to open up. So we're really excited to move this step ahead, and we're gonna go like gangbusters to figure out how we do it. Our thumb is on the scale of yes. And it's just really trying to find out what are the funds and how do we make this happen. And with the federal government, state government support, especially with the pandemic in place, we think that we're really well positioned to try something out. I'm also going to call out Barry Bernstein and Steve Knowlton, who are on the WEC Board of Directors. They've done a significant amount of work in this space. And I'd like to share the opportunity with them to speak up and chime in on our efforts. And I'd also like this to be just a general Q&A for you folks to ask questions of what we're doing. And obviously Vermont Electric Co-op, and congratulations to Rebecca Town and her group for also getting that grant. And I think between the 2 co-ops, I think we'll make this happen.
Patty, I've got a couple of hands up right now, so I just want to pull Representative Campbell and Representative Chestnut Tangerman in. Scott, if you have a question for Patty, if you wanted to ask it now.
Sure. Well, I'm just wondering whether we should ask sort of more detailed questions now, or sort of wait until the end, or how do you want to do that?
If you have a specific question kind of with regard to the witness, in this case, Washington Electric Co-op, why don't we certainly ask that now? Other than that, I think I'd like to see the witnesses, kind of do their brief presentations, and then we can open it up to more discussion, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so maybe I'll wait then. I mean, my question is more along the lines of how, Patty, you see it rolling, or you see WEC participating in this, running fiber in the electric space, for example, or so it's more detail like that. But it might be really better to do this after everybody's talked.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll definitely get to that, Scott.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
One thing I would like to point out, I have a little bit of a family emergency crisis going on. We have a dog that's she's in the process of delivering, and I may have to peel off this call fairly quickly because we may have to take her down to the vet and have a C-section. So I won't be on the call, but Barry and Steve hopefully can stay on the call for the duration.
Okay, well, thanks for the heads up on that, and best of luck with the new puppies.
Thank you.
Robin, did you have a question?
It's one that I don't need an answer to now, but I'm interested in seeing how the various folks respond to it. And it's really, I was asking Patty because it's such a rural market, low density. If you're slicing and dicing the market for broadband, it just gets harder and harder for everybody. So is it a collaborative, cooperative effort? Yes. That's the direction of my question, and it's for everybody.
So if I can jump in to answer that real quickly and briefly, we do want to collaborate and work with other entities that are in our 41 towns. Our goal is to deploy high-speed broadband, and I don't care who does it. So WEC has no vested interest that it has to be WEC. We just want to see that it happens. So we absolutely want to collaborate and work with others. We don't want to compete when somebody else is in that space because that doesn't make sense for anybody. Certainly, we've been in touch with ValleyNet, CV Fiber. They've many discussions and dialogues with them in terms of what they're doing and what we're doing. So we want to work with anybody that's in that space and who's been already effective. We certainly want to see them continue.
Patty, can you give us a sense, and maybe this is specific to the Broadband Innovation Grant, but what your process is right now in terms of where you are in planning on this, whether it's from a strategic process or mapping where the demand would be in Washington Electric Co-op's territory, what the support of your board and your members are for potentially, dipping your toe or hopping in with both feet into this, what's a slightly different market area than selling electricity.
So there's a tremendous amount of data already available through the state's feasibility study. So we have maps that show where broadband is and where broadband isn't. And we have maps that lay our power lines over the top. So there's a significant amount of knowledge we already have relative to where are the best spots to start and where are the most challenging spots. So we already have a breadth of information in this feasibility study. Our goal of the feasibility study is to have the consultant come in and help us make sense of all this and give us new information to really get going. And whether that's that we are the backbone and the infrastructure and then leave it to other entities to be the interface for the customer, or whether we're the full suite, we want to have the consultant help us through that. So there's a fair amount of data that's already in existence. I would say in terms of the board of directors at Washington Electric Co-op, there's a general air of support, strong support for this to happen. We are all concerned about the money aspect and the finances, but I think if we can figure that out through grants and other financial opportunities that protect the electric ratepayer so that this is not burdensome on the electric ratepayer side, we'll figure that out and make that happen. So I would just say the general sense on the WEC Board of Directors is a sense of support but they also want to know what the financial metrics are and what the financial outlay is and what that looks like economically.
Tim, can I add something here?
Please do. Please, Barry.
Barry Bernstein, president of the board of the co-op, Washington Electric Co-op. You know, we've been talking about this for a couple of years, and because it's taken us so long to get money for a feasibility study, we've already missed and will miss, I think, 4 major federal funding cycles for grants or grants and loans, just the nature of the beast. We did have a meeting with CV Fiber, which is one of the 2, possibly 3 CUDs in our territory, and they're just completing their first phase of their feasibility study. So I'll just give you an example of something that could happen sooner than later if people really wanted to move on this. We are definitely have the most rural territory in the state. To get a good part of the federal funding, you have to get a non-contaminated census block area, so that there's not anybody in that getting 25 megabytes. Okay, that's so we, with CV Fiber's help, have identified at least 3 of those areas to start with, and one of them they've mapped out enough with where they are right now to know that for somewhere around $2 million, we could hook up 800 houses in about a year if we started this summer. By next summer, we could have 800 houses hooked up in totally unserved territory, which would give us a base, and that would feed off of one of our substations, which we've been working with Velco to bring fiber to. That's the Moortown substation. They have identified 2 other sections of in that same area. They haven't tied down the dollar or the number, but we're assuming it's going to be somewhere in that same period. So just for instance, if of that 1.6 or $1.7 billion of stimulus money that's coming into the state, we could get $4 million peeled off and said, okay, continue your study to see how you're going to roll this whole thing out. But with CV Fiber, we want you to really start to work on the plan to get those 2 areas up in the next 12 to 14 months and get going, and not go through another 2-year process to try to find some funds, because we can't do anything if it affects our electric utility funds. We could show 2 demonstration projects within the next, I'll say 16 months at the latest, that would be up and running, that would put us in good stead to go back to the feds, and all of us in good stead to go back to the feds and say, we've done it in the most rural area in the state. We need some cash now to get going. And if you really want to do it, it's not going to be asking all of us to help and getting anybody online. I'm hooked up to Fairpoint, and I barely can tell you which day I'm going to have internet service, let alone high speed. So I wanted to lay that out on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura, did you have a question, Representative Sibilia? Oh, I guess not. I saw Laura's hand up. Great. Patty, did you want to add anything else, or are you all set and want to turn to your canine friends? Nope.
If anybody had questions, I'm happy to take them now. What I'll try to do is bring my laptop downstairs, and I'll just slide the video off, but I'll try to listen in, in case there's anything that you do want to ask.
Great. Well, best of luck to you.
Thank you all.
Thanks. Carrick, I think we're going to do now, if you can.
Sure. My name is Carrick Johnson. I work for, yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
You're breaking up a little bit, but we can hear you.
Okay.
Tim, for what it's worth, I'm hearing you break up.
Yes.
It might be a connection on your side.
Okay. All right. I'll tell you what. Let me know if
you want to turn off your video, and maybe that would help.
Sure. I would love to turn off my video. Thank you for that.
That's okay.
How's that? Does that help? Does that help? Is that good?
Yeah, the view is much better.
Yeah, it helps.
I'm getting a signal that says that it.
Okay, good. My name is Carrick Johnson. I work for Vermont Electric Power Company. With me today is Dan Nelson, who is our Vice President for Technology. I think it's fair to say what Dan and I thought would be most useful to your committee, Mr. Chairman, is to do a quick overview of our role, what we are doing right now in terms of immediate, near-term, and mid to long-term work related to delivering broadband services. And then secondly, to kind of bring it down a little bit to the specific. Here's exactly what's going on. So I'm prepared to talk about what I understand to be the federal opportunities, as Barry talked about, but I think we'll put that aside for now. Secondly, though, the in-state, and I'll share with you what Belco is up to. And then lastly, I think there might be probably some of the most specific questions where Dan will shine is those specific things and what exactly is happening now, what can we get done? So with that, want to just start by saying there are a number of roles that Velco plays in the broadband space. One is we're a fiber asset owner. We own about 1,500 miles of fiber optic cable. We pursued and built that fiber optic system for transmission system reliability. It was paid for roughly 80% by the region's ratepayers and 20% by Vermont's ratepayers as a transmission asset. That's consistent with the funding mechanism for that type of communication reliability asset. Our premise at the time was that we're going to need that type of high speed, highly reliable, instantaneous communication for grid reliability given where the rules are going, as well as what we saw required to better integrate renewable energy. That was in 2006. I think it's fair to say that we underestimated the value of that fiber network for all kinds of reasons. So we're an asset owner. And by the way, we also own a statewide radio system, approximately 60 sites around the state. And that is coming into play in some instances in terms of delivering broadband services. And lastly, we have a microwave system, roughly 25 sites, not a huge thing. And in fact, replacing that microwave system in some respects, I bring that to your attention, Mr. Chairman, because replacing that will drive us further for broadband for build out of our fiber network, which will have additional value to Vermont. So in addition to an asset owner, we provide lit fiber services. We provide the data services necessary for ourselves, for our distribution utilities, including Washington Electric Co-op, Vermont Electric Co-op, and Green Mountain Power. And also, it's interesting given the news on VT Digger today, but we also have one unique customer that was essentially an experiment where we provide backhaul services and a 2 gig connection between the campuses of Northern University, Linden and Johnson State, which has been incredibly powerful for them, but we'll see what happens there. So those, in addition to an asset owner, in addition to lit fiber services, I think it's fair to say our mission is, and this is important, is to help build a sustainable Vermont. We are very much aware of the criticality of broadband, and in our team's judgment, in our leadership team's judgment, perhaps the single most critical element where we can help, in addition to keeping the lights on, is helping to build out broadband services, given its impact on education, on health, on economic development, effectively on the civic glue, if you will, which certainly comes into play now. Again, I am prepared to talk about federal funding opportunities, but what Dan and I thought would make the most sense is to talk about what are we doing right now. And I will tell you, we have a sense of urgency on this. And Dan and his team, we push other things aside to try and get things done, working with our owners to make sure that happens. So in part, we have served as an information resource for our owners, making our owners aware of the opportunities, for instance, the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund at the federal level, that $16 billion auction that's coming up on October 22nd. Can we help our owners decide Where we can, we've tried to provide information that helps Vermont Electric Co-op, helps Green Mountain Power, helps Washington Electric Co-op, BED, others. Do they or do they not want to participate in that auction? I would say I want to give credit to the DPS because of their work on this. They have certainly pushed us, shall we say, encouraged us to seek to go further than we currently have. But I think Patty laid out some of the challenges that are here. There are, fundamentally, it boils down to funding and the risks associated with that funding. Velco will be expanding our network. We need to for system reliability purposes. Two fundamental drivers. One is the emergency federal reporting requirements, data reporting requirements, information and knowledge of what's connected to your system. We need to get broader and deeper and more foreknowledge into our system. Secondly, we have increasing gaps in our ability to plan where to put what asset at what time such that we can ensure system reliability. So two reasons why Velco itself will be expanding our 1,500-mile network. Exactly how much, how many miles, where exactly that is, and how much that'll cost, do not know. But Dan's team is planning that right now. Further, based on the, I affectionately refer to it as the manifesto that the department that Commissioner Tierney issued, we are looking at, can we go even further? And Dan's team is mapping out right now, where could we go a little bit further such that our substations, for instance, near our substations could connect to libraries, schools, other areas of logical congregation, or with big parking lots where people could avail themselves of broadband services. So we're looking at that. Fundamentally, we have our core service we're doing, and then where can there be additions, understanding the funding is not yet, and the restrictions and or requirements that come with that are not yet clear. What we've been engaged with, I would say, at least for the last 3 months, we've had, I think, Barry, you mentioned this, conversations with the communication union districts. Probably the most specific, the most detailed, and I think where we've made the most progress is with the Northeast Kingdom Community Broadband CUD, with Evan Carlson and his team. We have some, probably that's where we have made, again, the most concrete progress in having addresses, bringing solutions to bear, and now we're down to the short strokes on who does what, how do we install that, and who exactly pays. In these conversations, Mr. Chairman, I want to stress to your committee, what we're contemplating doing is making Velco capacity available essentially for the state of Vermont to pursue broadband connectivity. Exactly how that gets allocated and funded, we don't know currently. There's no true dollars that have been clearly established as to exactly what that price tag is, but those are some of the natures. Where do we have capacity to provide backhaul or enable connectivity for someone seeking to serve these unserved or underserved areas? That's effectively what we're trying to do. Leverage that asset we have in place to serve these areas that don't have that. We've also been engaged with CV Fiber. We have a meetings company, EC Fiber. So we have sought to, where it made sense, as we could get information, have those very specific conversations. Again, the most specific and where we can respond, Dan can respond with most detailed answers, is in the Northeast Kingdom. Secondly, we've had conversations with the wireless internet service providers. Here, I would say, keying off of the Northeast Kingdom, New England Wireless, that's where we're down. Again, if you go here, I guess here I just have to add, you know, this is like a wild west when you put, and when you start, the deeper you get into broadband services in Vermont, what I likened it to Dan this morning, it's like the Star Wars bar when you go in, because there's such different creatures with different interests at different times who have different levels of knowledge. And knitting all this together, getting exactly the right technology to the right address in a way that matches money is incredibly, you know, it takes some unearthing and sleuthing, and that's what has been engaged. For instance, with New England Wireless, very constructive conversations, but in tying them together with Evan Carlson and his CUD, there are people, how do we get to these people when you have a WISP that doesn't really believe or doesn't engage in marketing? And how do you get a just up and running CUD to understand you got to connect these particular addresses with this provider in a way, and how do we affect that? We're just now have set up, like, I guess I would say, brokered that marriage, that connection, and that's happening now. And so, like, much more to do there. A couple other things, last couple of things I would just talk to, and that is existing broadband service providers. We had a initial conversation with Comcast way before any COVID-19, just to get broadband going and understand where the existing participants, the existing players are. Frankly, nothing really came out of that. We had several very detailed conversations, shared all the information we could. To date, nothing's happened with Comcast. AT&T, I would say now we had some initial getting to know you stuff in terms of a sense of urgency and alacrity of action. I think we are calibrated now, and essentially we are now in the midst of their vendor approval process, even as in parallel, we're running down our FiberMax connectivity, and can there be a match where our ability to do backhaul broadband data services, can serve on or underserved areas where AT&T can roll out an asset to help serve. Don't know if that's going to happen. So we're both doing the specific site-specific work, as well as even as we work to be approved by their vendor process. We haven't talked to Charter, so I don't know that. I probably missed a few things, but mindful of time, Mr. Chairman, I guess I would say there are federal opportunities related to the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund auction. There had been some notion, and there's still ongoing option, that some of those funds might be accelerated, consistent with certain criteria. There's additional monies that are ostensibly going to be made available, but again, that's not something over we have very little control. So I'm not sure if you and your committee are interested in hearing about that. Why don't I stop there? I know I've kind of gone through a lot, but let me stop there, Mr. Chairman, and be happy to take questions on any of this, and would invite Dan, if you had anything to add that I missed, would love for you to chime in here, please.
Go ahead, Dan, if you want to offer some thoughts as well.
I don't have anything more to add. I think Carrick clearly articulates the work that we've put into the emergent work to address the disparity, the educational disparity of broadband. Example I have is my children here in the house. I walk into their room and I get shushed because they're on a Zoom call in class. And I can't imagine what's going on in a home where there is no connectivity, and that's happening every day. They're falling behind. So it's close to, this is near and dear to my heart, but we've done everything we can to help connect the people and put our infrastructure up to solve the problems on an emergent basis. What can we do right now? But also at the same time, the relationships that we're developing and seeking to find longer term solutions, recognizing it's quite possible that come fall, we may be in the same situation, and maybe we can have something more permanently in place to solve those problems as fall rolls around for the next session of school.
Yep. So I've got a couple of hands up here in the queue. I'm going to ask a question first, and this is specific to Velco and your ownership as an organization. My understanding is that Velco is owned and controlled by the different electric utilities in Vermont, maybe in proportion to their size and their service area. And so correct me on that, Carrick, but related to that, are there constraints from, how would Velco be an actor in this space? Because again, you've got a number of different electric utility owners, is my understanding, maybe with slightly different agendas. So is Velco kind of a free and active player here? To what extent are you beholden to a strategy that GMP might want to employ relative to Washington Electric or some of the municipally owned utilities. How does that work in terms of what your strategy would be here?
I'm really glad you asked that question. So here's what I would say, just so we're clear, we're owned by the 17 distribution utilities and a public benefits corporation, the Vermont Low Income Trust for Electricity, VLIGHT. VLIGHT has two responsibilities. One, to figure out how to spend how to invest the $1 million we provide them, since they own a piece of Velco, how to invest those dollars to both lower the impact of energy costs on low income people, as well as to advance the goals of the comprehensive energy plan. Their second responsibility as an owner of Velco is to name 3 people to Velco's board of directors, which they do. I tell you that because really we think, having been away and then coming back, to me, this is an incredibly well-functioning board. And when people arrive, and just to be in the interest of full disclosure, Rebecca is on the board, so I'd invite her with your forbearance, Mr. Chairman, at some point if Rebecca would like to point out. But from my perch, what I have seen is people state their case, the respective CEOs of utilities, and there's public power representatives. Ken Nolan from Vermont Public Power Supply Authority is there as well. They state their case clearly, I guess you could say, on behalf of their faction or their particular company, but all of them to a person understand Velco's role that it has. And I have, for the last 6 or 7 years, I have not seen that type of parochialism you're alluding to. What I have seen is understanding, if anything, the most defining, or I guess you could say constraining factors on Velco relate to, effectively, Velco has no money of its own. It's all ratepayer customer dollars. And so everything that is tied to system reliability is well within our purview. But even when we built a fiber optic network back in 2006, when we got approval for it, that was viewed as a bit risky at the time. Are you sure that, because at that time, the convergence of communication and grid management wasn't clear. So thus far on issues of broadband, I would say our board of directors is clear. What helps system, the best sweet spot for us is what helps system reliability, as well as helps Vermont achieve its the goals it has relative to broadband services. I have not seen an instance where there has been, well, GMP as our largest owner wants you to do this, but that would disadvantage one of the smaller owners. In fact, when GMP acquired CVPS, that's when our entire board composition changed, and there were some specific requirements put in about voting blocks and like and what it takes on a Velco board to make something happen. So if you don't trust, if you don't necessarily, you take for what I'm saying with a grain of salt, the rules are in place to accomplish that. And experience with regards to the smart grid project, the fiber optic project, we did a real cutting edge investment in the creation or initial research and development of software tools that became a startup company with IBM and Boston Consulting Group. We did that with the full support of our board of directors. We just had the full support of our board of directors at a special meeting yesterday to approve a PPP loan that will save Vermont customers money. So in every instance I've seen, Mr. Chairman, there has not been that inordinate or improper, or choose your adjective, exercise of power from, there's always a little bit of tension, there can be, but that Velco board functions as one board for the good of the overall transmission system. And rather than being a divisive force, I've seen that as being a uniting force upon our board. But again, CEO Town, Rebecca is a member of our board, so she may have a different view. I'm not sure.
Great,
If
thank
that's
you.
Responsive to your, if that's responsive to your question.
It is. That was exactly what I was interested in. We've got several hands up. I want to turn it over to Representative Sibilia, then Representative Pat, then Chestnut Tangerman, then Higley.
So I want to start by thanking you, Carrick. I think the Star Wars bar analogy was absolutely perfect. And I think it's a great demonstration of what happens when you have a deregulated utility system, which is different than, of course, how you all operate. And I really appreciate hearing that all of the DUs have come together with Velco and act for the benefit of Vermonters. We appreciate that and really see that is what is needed here for broadband. I don't know that everyone understands, and for those that may see this afterwards, one of the biggest challenges and why we have the connectivity holes that we have right now is because the internet is not regulated like a utility. It's market regulated, and the state of Vermont is federally preempted from changing that. So I appreciate all of the effort that you all are putting into trying to operate in that and create solutions in that atmosphere. It's critical, as I've heard you all say. I have two questions, and I'm actually, they're really for all of the DUs, but what can we do to help you help Vermonters right now and in the future? And then I'm really interested in what your all observations have led you to in terms of how we could better or additionally support the CUD volunteers, the Vermonters that are volunteering on the ground. So I'll mute myself.
So first wasn't asked, what can the Vermont legislature do? I guess my response is to that. One, we need to continue to work with the Department of Public Service and others to kind of continue to do our homework. The way I look at it is you've heard from Washington Electric, they're doing great work. You'll hear from, in my opinion, from BEC, they're doing great work in following their path. You'll hear from GMP, here's a path we're going down. There's some similarities. There's a somewhat different timelines, but they're all kind of following the same path to undertake analyses that will identify, at least in my opinion, some stumbling blocks likely. The kinds of things that occur to me for Velco, at least from off the top of my head, it'd be interested to me understanding the box you're opening, but for instance, to the degree there's any pushback about locating communication facilities, assets in the electric space on distribution poles. My guess is that might be an obstacle. So to the degree that there was clarity, not further confusion, to the degree that's an obstacle, that was eliminated, that would be great. To the degree that it could be that there is unanimity or consistency with regards to the federal opportunities and alignment in terms of the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. I think Barry talked about, look, we kind of missed the boat on a couple federal opportunities. To the degree there's specific things that could be identified where that could be helpful. In terms of setting up Vermont for success there, that would be useful. I don't know, like Vita, if there's any funding mechanisms because there's so many things in play.
Excuse me, Carrick, yeah. I'm not quite understanding that. Could you just elaborate just a tiny bit more?
Right. What we have seen thus far as it relates to the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund auction, you have WEC and VEC and Green Mountain Power are all undertaking analyses on their own within their service territories. Does it make sense for us to participate in a fairly sophisticated auction coming right up? And what is the risk? That's a 10-year commitment on the part of that you're making to the federal government. And it's going to be some, in my opinion, based on what I've read, it'll be some partnership between a distribution utility and an internet service provider of some kind. I don't know exactly, and I don't know, and maybe again, other folks as part of this hearing will have specific answers already. So if I could, I'd love to have a little stay tuned on that, but those are the things that occurred to me. And one other specific policy comes up. I know we've made progress on the 248A reauthorization. I would suggest don't mess up, please. I would invite you to consider really moving on that. and pole attachments. Those kinds of complicated, typically thorny issues that can be, if you're looking for clarity and a direction and a signal, go put these poles in. Go put these assets in that space and get this done. And I've been away from the distribution utility world, so I can't cite the specific, I can't give you the specific statute as to where that is. Those are the kinds of obstacles that I think we should consider now and review and get rid of. Because again, what we have decided, the distribution utilities and Velco collaboratively, is whatever the opportunity, do the planning now, have the analysis done, and identify where are the shovel-ready products that identify the greatest amount of value. Get those ready. And from those, I think the kind of obstacles I've talked about, typically it relates to permitting. It relates to, a lot of times, the intersection between the regulated monopoly of the utilities and the commercial enterprise of the telecommunication world. And to the degree that has been something where utilities, given the risk, haven't sought to engage because it seems like a money rat hole. That's I guess in general, that could be a place where it could be help. And if I may, Representative Sibilia, Dan, I'm sure I didn't hit that directly. Are there any particular obstacles that you can identify that would be good to bring to the committee's attention, please?
You have nailed them.
Wow. Okay, there's a first. Okay, that's my answer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Avram, I think you were next.
Thank you. First, I just wanted to add, in terms of the question that Representative Berglund had asked, that I was actively involved in the discussions around the current setup, structuring of the current Velco board as a result of the merger of GMP and CVPS at that time. And I do believe that the structure that was set up, I haven't been involved obviously in a number of years, but that structure has functioned well to address the concerns about one owner being that much larger than everybody else. So I just wanted to mention that. My question for Velco is, in terms of your current fiber assets, could you give us a sense of how let's say, how many distribution utility substations are you currently reaching or very close to reaching? And if you can go sort of one step deeper, how much of that is in rural Vermont?
Dan, you want to take this one, please?
Yes. So the distribution utility substations, we're reaching to more than 250 of those substations. And how much further? Well, we're assessing, that's part of our assessment right now, is what additional assets, utility assets, do we need to communicate with, and where would those be? And then, of course, we plan to add on to that what unserved or underserved area is near that. So we're continuing to look at what that next reach out should be. We're of course, the grid is changing. We're looking to get 90% renewables by 2050, and the dynamics to meet that on the power grid are quite complicated. So our communications infrastructure needs to rise to meet that renewable demand.
The only thing I would add to Dan's comment, Avram, is that these emerging rules I cited from the North American Reliability Council, NERC, at the direction of FERC, will for the first time impact distribution utilities as well, especially those distribution utilities that have high percentage of renewable energy. So here again, Velco and our distribution utility owners' interests are aligned in having the most effective fiber build out we can. So essentially we're partners in this. So Avram, thank you for saying what you said with regards to the ownership and the structure. Quite honestly, all the forces, in addition to the natural relationships and the Team Vermont approach, really foment and strengthen the partnership approach, especially on fiber. especially given what Dan talked about his teenage son. Well, everyone has that. So kind of we're all in this together on this point.
Okay, so it's just.
I might just say, Belco has been working with WEC, and we have 2 substations, Moortown and East Montpelier, that now have fiber, and we have a plan with them to go through all of the other 6 stations plus our office and warehouse. So just to let you know that that's moving along. And again, to Laura's comment, when I throw out putting some money into those couple of census blocks that we've worked with the CUD CV fiber, your guys establishing that is really what's driven a lot of this, to be honest with you. I watched when you made those legal, and we've been working pretty closely with both of the 2 EC and CV fiber. I keep wanting to go back to that one point. If you really want to get some stuff off the ground, if we can get some projects actually built in this next year, it's going to put us in a better position of going after the next few rounds of federal funding, because they want to see who can do it. And there's a lot more people asking for those money than they have before. So just that comment.
Thanks. I just want to comment that I find that it's just really interesting and actually great to me that the need for the desire to have more renewable energy, particularly that's relatively dispersed around the landscape, requires us to have a much more sophisticated fiber network, which in turn helps us get fiber out to more people in rural Vermont. It wasn't planned that way. It's just working out that way.
Robin, did you want to get in with a question?
Yes, thank you. And it's, I guess going back to my question to Patty about small operations and slicing and dicing, and what I see in Vermont is a lot of players and an increasing number of players with CUDs forming. And when we had representatives from the CUDs testifying to the committee and asked what they needed, they were saying help, technical help, executive help to get these volunteer organizations going. And I guess where I'm going with this is, we have a lot of utility representatives here who each have their own territories. Velco's the only one that operates statewide and has the backhaul. And I'm wondering if there's a way that Velco can serve as the conductor of this orchestra, as a nonpartisan provider of backhaul and orchestrator of the disparate players. I think it requires a more active facilitation approach than the department is able to provide, or perhaps even should provide. Because what we're looking for is assistance rather than regulation. And so I guess I'm throwing that out there as looking for a structure to enable the state to have all of these pieces unified in some way at some level. So if anyone has a quick answer to that.
Hey, Tim, this is Brian. Could I jump in? So
please do.
Yep. So Robin, it's a good point. So from our perspective, this is the short term, the long term. It's all very difficult. It's unregulated, and there's lots of players involved. So I think one of the things that we think would be constructive going forward is if there was some sort of a, I don't want to use the term mandate, but let's just use that, or strong direction or strong guidance given by the regulator that electric utilities need to make sure that any customer-facing energy programs that they are delivering that require connectivity to the customer's house or their customer's premise in order to deliver the value of that program. For example, GMP has an electric vehicle charging program where you can put an electric vehicle charger in a customer's garage, and we are able to, with their consent, modify the charging patterns and times of that electric vehicle charger to conform with peak conditions or other conditions on the grid that we would like to be able to bring that device into orchestration on. That has real value to the grid. But not all of our customers can participate in that program because those that lack broadband access can't participate. One of the requirements to participate in the program is that broadband connection that allows us to control your electric vehicle charger with your permission. We run that program over the customer's broadband capability. We don't set up a private GMP only communication network to control that EV charger. We do it over their public, over their whatever broadband service they have at their house. Now, the broadband requirements in terms of capacity to control an electric vehicle charger, very small. We don't need a big fat pipe. We don't need lots of bandwidth, very small. But if we're going to require utilities to make sure that any of their energy programs that they offer are available to all of their customers, then you are basically telling the utility, make sure that you either broadband reaches all your customers, and those who don't, you have a plan to get it to them. Now we are on the hook then to figure out a partnership with whomever. Partnership for GMP might look like a partnership with Velco for backhaul, a partnership with GMP or ourselves because we have poles that can attach wires to in the rights of way that can reach premises. And we may have a partnership with a broadband provider to either light that fiber or to ride or to deliver their broadband services on our lit fiber to reach the people that we need to reach so that they have access to these energy services programs that require broadband. So I want to plant that seed in your heads. There may be a way, it'll take some discussion and all, but there may be a way if we were to, if there were guidance that said any energy services program that is offered to a distribution utilities customers has to be offered ubiquitously or with equity, then that could put into play a additional guidance that says electric distribution utilities figure out a broadband solution to those that don't have it so that they can gain access to your electric vehicle charging program, your battery storage program, your heat pump management program, whatever the situation may be.
Thank you, Brian.
Robin, were you still looking for a response to your facilitation, I guess, for lack of shorthand? Okay.
Yes.
One, I think Brian's suggestion is excellent. So I think that was among the strongest in terms, I think, Laura, to your question, I think, please, that's a great add from Brian. In terms of, I'm been pondering your question because effectively that's what Dan and I have been doing, talking to CUDs, and you're exactly right. It's who are the players? How do you get in touch with this person? What should our next steps be? I mean, those are the kind of conversations we're having. How do I get to that kind of executive, to the strategy, the policy, as well as the nuts and bolts of making stuff happen? I don't know. I mean, I love, obviously we're kind of doing that. If that would make sense, consistent with our role and our mandate and staying in our lane. I think it would be good for someone to help the communication union districts to do that assistance-wise. I'm just mindful that, again, the costs we incur end up going to our owners. They go to ratepayers. I'm mindful of ensuring we don't add to a burden even as we're trying to fix something. So I think we're effectively providing that facilitation of all kinds now. I think it's worth discussing. I'm not sure if we are exactly the right entity, but we're willing to consider it in consultation with our owners and see if that makes sense.
I would love to continue those discussions, and I'm aware of the basic conflict of having entities that operated in a tightly regulated sphere operate in an unregulated market, in an unregulated area. And I'm not sure if Velco is the right entity, but I see there being a need for one. And you're already, as you say, informally filling that role, and also the player, perhaps the largest player that Vermont has in terms of existing backhaul.
True, but maybe it's just my instincts are there's a lot of I think you identified that there's some risks here that I'm probably just not articulating very well, but I just want to be cautious about anytime we add that kind of stuff. Our strength is staying, tend to our knitting, but keep innovating to be able to do this as we did with this fiber in the first place.
Right.
If we're the most effective way to serve that thing, I think we can, and maybe it's time bound or something like that, but we're willing to consider that.
Great, thank you.
Scott, did you have a question?
Yes, I am wondering about what the future looks like for the transmission and distribution system, for the grid, and how deep into the grid, in other words, how close to every premises some sort of connectivity is going to be required for utilities to manage the load. So, thinking in terms of intermittent generation, thinking in terms of orchestrating charging electric vehicles or battery storage or what have you. How deep into the grid are the utilities going to need to have broadband connectivity? Do you understand what I'm getting at?
Yeah. So I'll take a shot, Eric. So
please.
It's going to be as deep as the load devices make sense. So if you believe that the adoption of electric vehicles is not going to be a big element of the future, that whatever level of electric vehicle adoption we're at right now will increase incrementally year over year, but we'll never see a groundswell of conversion over from combustion vehicles to EVs, then those at their current levels don't become significant load devices for us to manage. Okay, if you believe the opposite, and if you think 10 years from now EVs will have a place, will have higher adoption level than combustion vehicles, and you're seeing a significant amount of the registered vehicles in Vermont plugging in and charging up, whether at home or out in the community, then the opposite is true. Those become a meaningful and significant load element to the management of the electrical grid. And so the more load gets tied to a certain technology, and depending upon the operating characteristics and the charging characteristics of that technology, will dictate the necessity of broadband to control it, if we're going to be able to allow those adoption levels to happen without having to fundamentally upgrade the grid. We do not, in Vermont, in my opinion, we do not have to do significant upgrades of the grid, even if we see 50% adoption levels of electric vehicles, if we do it the right way, with access to the controlling activities of those vehicles so that we can manage that in real time or near real time. To do that is going to require knowledge and intelligence and connectivity to those devices, and that implies broadband.
Mm-hmm. Are there other aspects besides electric vehicles, it's a sort of prime example right now, but are there other dimensions to managing the load that that would be sort of on the utilities, distribution utilities dime? Something that they would have to do in order to transition to the grid that is coming, that's on the horizon.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of things, broadband just being one of the enabling assets to do it. I mean, if I think 10 years out, and if I imagine that we're in a much more fully distributed electrical grid, where we are tapping into, you know, thousands or tens of thousands of small generating assets. We've got tens of thousands of load devices like electric vehicles or heat pumps. We've got storage. We've got, you know, tens or hundreds of thousands of storage devices out there that are both consuming and effectively pushing back or generating electricity back to the grid. You know, you need some pretty sophisticated analytical forecasting and control systems to manage the dynamics of that grid environment versus what we've managed over the, you know, the last 100 years. So broadband would be at the heart of all of that, of course, because that's what's creating your pathway to get intelligence and connectivity and then dispatch and controls. But there's a bunch of other higher level kind of modeling, forecasting, and analytics that have to go along with that.
Right. Well, thank you. And that's as I suspected. So that's what makes it look like broadband and electric utility management are really converging and really and it's really one thing. Anyway, I'll let it go at that. Thank you very much.
Yep.
I just want to key off of Brian's excellent answer. Just to add, I think, Brian, as you and I have talked about, right? Everything's going to have to be controlled, and everything is going to be orchestrated to some degree. Exactly where the lines of jurisdiction are, what we in Vermont have talked about, if we don't get better control over our data and treat it as the strategic resource that it is and understand what's going on when and where in your system, someone will be reaching down to help you, or tell you how to do that. So the line between transmission and distribution, we'll see. I think you see now through federal regulations going deeper and deeper into the system, precisely because there's going to be millions more connected devices. We're going to have to orchestrate it more effectively. That means software. And so utilities, and that raises, you know, cyber risks. So getting, as we have additional analytics to solve for that, for how you orchestrate that, that's the world we're in. I mean, it's a great time to be in this, but it's exactly converging upon that. And that's what you're seeing. Hawaii, California, and Vermont are kind of seeing that. And you're seeing that need to innovate with a sense of urgency because we have to. And we want to, oh, by the way.
Well, so if I could just follow up with one last
Actually,
thing.
hold on, Scott. I think we're going to move ahead because we haven't heard from Rebecca yet from Vermont Electric Co-op. And I also want to get Brian Otley's testimony in. Rebecca, thank you for joining us. You know, very interested in hearing some of the things that Vermont Electric Co-op is laying out. And you have a unique territory as well, I think, both because it's so rural, some of the demographic challenges, you know, in terms of the demographics of your customer base and how that might look different than others in Vermont. A conversation that you and I had earlier this week, which was fascinating to me, about some of the things that Vermont Electric Co-op would bring to the table as a partner potentially, or in terms of running your own kind of broadband service, were surprising. There were attributes that I think VEC has that didn't immediately occur to me. So thank you for joining us and welcome.
Great, thanks for having me. So Rebecca Town, CEO of Vermont Electric Cooperative, and it's been great to hear all the dialogue and back and forth, some really good questions. And so I'm going to try to answer a few of those from our perspective as well, as I talk about what we have going on. So first, let me start by just saying thank you to this committee, because you were instrumental in creating the opportunity for the feasibility grants that both VEC and WEC were able to obtain. So we just got news last week. We achieved that grant. We've already selected a contractor. NRTC had a conference call with them yesterday, and so we'll be off and running in the next couple weeks. To give you a flavor of just what that work looks like, it's going to take us about 2 to 3 months to do the feasibility study, which is the first part of the grant. And if we find a project that's feasible, that has a 3-year payback, then we'll move on to the business plan part. Based on what we've seen so far from the Magellan report from the state, I think we're not that optimistic about finding anything with a 3-year payback. But I do think it will set us up to answer a lot of questions that I think all of you have and that we have as well, with a lot more specificity than what we have today. Just to give you a sense of our vendor, NRTC has done over 170 broadband feasibility studies around the country. They are a cooperative themselves, so we're excited to work with them, and they've found some of those feasibility studies move forward and some don't move forward. And so it was important to us to find a vendor who was able to give us really an honest look at the opportunities and the challenges. We started down this path really asking the question, what is VEC's role in encouraging broadband? And we currently have broadband to almost all of our substations. So from a utility operations perspective, as we stand today, we're good. But what we're looking at is economic vitality, particularly in rural areas. And I think we've all seen over the last couple of weeks, even while technology, the future of technology has accelerated. So telehealth, we used to think was in the future, and now it's here. And it's exacerbating the divide between those who have capabilities to do learning and telehealth remotely and those who don't. And as Brian very clearly explained, that will start to expand to the utility world as well. So there's a nexus there, both in terms of how Brian described, in terms of our programs will rely on that, and we need those programs in order to leverage the current grid, even while certain kinds of load grows. And I would also bring up the idea that energy will be one more way that there will be the haves and haves not around broadband. So currently with an electric vehicle charging program, if you don't have broadband, you can have an electric vehicle, and you can also have a level 2 charger in your home, and you can also charge that behaviorally in the off times. But our programs are set up to provide an incentive payment to people who participate in our programs that allow us to manage that charger for them. And if you don't have that broadband connectivity, then you're not eligible for A, that management program, or B, that incentive payment that goes to those who participate. And so it's just one more kind of differentiator, and that will simply grow over time. So those are the things that are driving our interest. And also similar to Washington Electric Co-op, we are pretty agnostic about who solves this problem. We're in this space because we think it's a really important problem to be solved. And we've been approaching this very collaboratively and trying to have as many conversations as we can with forming CUDs and regional planning commissions and small broadband providers who've been starting up in our service territory. And I think someone asked the question, which I thought was a great one, and one I have too, which is, how would this even work? How would a utility go into this space? And that is part of what our feasibility study is designed to answer. We'll be looking at who are the people, who are the potential partners, what would those partnership models look like, and how could we structure something that could be sustainable. At the same time, I think already the risks have been brought up. So we have a 12-member board of directors. They're elected from our membership, and so we're really a member-driven cooperative, and their perspective is they see this problem every day in their communities, and they really want it solved. At the same time, there's a lot of risk involved in this, and considering whether that risk makes sense to us, whether our members really want us to do that. I think everyone wants connectivity, but not all of our members do, and not all of us would want to take on some of those risk factors. So those are really important questions that we'll be asking and talking about. And a lot of people in our service territory are great. I mean, they're fine. We've got a much older population. Not everyone needs or wants that connectivity or would be willing to pay for it at this point in time. So getting to just a couple last points and then I'll get to questions. But one of the things we were chatting about earlier this week was kind of what, as a partner, what we see utilities bring to the table. And I think utilities have been asked this question primarily because we are poles and wires. So we have infrastructure. And so everyone sees the poles and wires and says, oh, it makes perfect sense for you guys to just put one more thing on that pole. But when I think about kind of broadband, and we were talking to these CUDs and other folks, I actually think our opportunity and partnership is a little bit different. We have certainly the infrastructure, but more importantly, I think there's a lot of concern around access to capital, you know, and our steady financial status gives us a lot of opportunities that not everyone has access to. I think that's really important. And the other thing is our project management skills. So we know how to manage large capital projects. And as we talk to a lot of these smaller providers and try to work with them and encourage their build out, we're seeing a big gap there in terms of access to really strong project management skills as they're trying to kind of bootstrap a lot of these things together. So we certainly have those skills to be able to offer, but what we don't have to offer is any sort of skills in the sales or competitive world. Those are things that are very foreign to us. And as I think about potential business models, it's actually on my worry list about what it looks like to pair a regulated business with a unregulated competitive business, and how do you do that in a way that really protects both sides. And as one of the questions was asked is, what can you do? And we're not there yet. We don't know what that looks like, but I could see some potential legislative support in that area, helping us define, describe, support whatever kind of models might look like so that both of those models can be successful. And I think those are the big things that I wanted to hit. I think those are the big ones.
Great. Rebecca, you had mentioned at the beginning of your remarks some of the financial analysis that your consultant will work with you on as part of the grant analysis, the kind of the business case study, if you will. Mm-hmm. And you had mentioned a hurdle of a 3-year payback. And I just wanted to understand where that comes from, because that's a very high bar. I think in most businesses, much less kind of the utility sector or the telecommunications sector. Why such a high bar of a 3-year payback?
That's a great question that came through as part of the grant. There's 2 pieces to the grant, a first part and a second part, and that's the bridge that gets you from the first part to the second part. I think, so we'll see. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not sure. I think we'll learn a lot more from the first part than the second part anyway. The second part's really a very specific business plan, so it's starting to take you down a very specific path. My view is that even just doing this first part of the feasibility study is going to help us really understand who partners are, and most importantly, help us understand how much money we need and set us up to be able to potentially pursue some of that money. I really think at the end of the day, the biggest hurdle we have to cross is the money problem, because if you can figure that out, then I think you can bring the partners, the skills, the people you need to the table to make that work. So we are looking at the FCC RDOF grant opportunity that Velco mentioned later this year. The timing would be good for us to consider this summer when we know enough about the feasibility study, whether we want to put our hat in the ring for that. And I'm also hopeful, not only at the state level, but certainly the federal level, there's been a lot more interest and excitement. What we're experiencing in Vermont is being experienced across the country. And we're hopeful there'll be stimulus funds or other sort of grant opportunities. And we feel with this feasibility work, we'll be well poised to consider pursuing that or work with partners or in some way be able to to think about what it looks like to dive into those areas.
No, thank you. That's helpful. I mean, if with regard to the financial hurdle, if you will, the 3-year payback, if that's something that is kind of government or regulatorily directed, that's something that I would, kind of put in the parking lot as something we ought to look at, because that's a really high bar, and I don't think we should. Understanding we want to be very much on the lookout for the what benefits ratepayers and what kind of risks we should all be beholden to there. As I said, I think that's a hurdle that's not surmountable. So that's something I want to bookmark to come back and take a look at. Laura, I see your hands up if you've got a question.
Just a little bit more clarification, if I could. Rebecca, you talked about your worry list, including the regulated and unregulated relationship, how those two. And you talked about maybe something that we could do would be to kind of just define a little bit better about what that looks like. And I did hear you say this was I feel like I heard you say this is something you're still kind of thinking about, but if you could just help me understand, are you looking are you thinking about the relation, like the rules of the relationship, or are you thinking about how a regulated entity moves into an unregulated space?
Yeah, but both of those things. I think the real piece that I think about on an ongoing basis is when the way it would make sense, right, is you have a unregulated, say, subsidiary or a partner in some ways, shape, or form, but you want to share resources with that subsidiary. So you want to share call center or financial resources or human resources or leadership resources, CEO resources. And when you start doing that, then it becomes about where do the costs live and how do you do that in a regulated and unregulated space. So that's, I think, where it starts to get kind of sticky, and how do you set it up from the beginning in a way that creates healthy cross-functioning and also boundaries between the two in a way that can be regulated on one side and not on the other.
So just one thing that I would stick a pin in, maybe for this committee or maybe for you all too, is that a lot of the telcos are operating in this sphere where they're operating, the landline telephone service is regulated, but they're also laying fiber, and that's not regulated, the internet. So just sticking a pin there. Thank you.
Tim, can I just mention one thing about that? I think one of the things that WEC is looking at with that is if, for instance, we laid the fiber in our safety area, within our electrical space, and then leased it to a CUD who would pick an ISP, that we wouldn't do that part of the retail part. And then we would at least know, depending on where we got our funds, that we would be able to demonstrate that we could pay those so that we would hold our electric members harmless, financially harmless. When Magellan did the study for us, for the state, they said in WEC's territory, we would need 75% grant funding really to have that scenario happen, just to give you an idea. And that 3-year barrier or that the DPS did, they're the ones who put that into it. And it may have been that they wanted you to be able to demonstrate, to pick projects, not the whole project, but maybe pilots that actually could then get funded from a bank through a Vita loan and a bank afterward. That's just what I think.
Yeah, that's definitely something I want to go back and take a look at. So thank you. Brian, thanks for your patience, and wonder if you could offer your testimony now. Thank you.
Sure, I'm actually going to pop video on too. I've got a house with 3 college students and a high school teacher in it, so we're trying to conserve bandwidth a little bit over here. So I'm not going to repeat anything that's been said already. I think everybody's done a good job. I'll just reiterate what we're doing. We are actively looking in the short term to identify projects that we can get broadband access to any of our customers that are lacking it right now. That includes, finishing up some of the make ready work we were far along with on any of the projects for the telcos that are stringing fiber and have the ability to connect end use customers in the next 90 days. So we continue with that work. That's part of our essential work schedule. We're doing that work with proper social distance and with all the proper protective equipment out in the field. And just trying to make sure that the folks that are stringing fiber and need that make ready work done, that we're getting it done for near-term projects that can actually get customers connected. We're also doing some brainstorming with Velco and others. We've been in touch with a entity out of the Boston area that won a waiver for the 5.9 megahertz spectrum. They've got a waiver up in the Northeast Kingdom in Essex County. We have a couple of towns that we serve up in Essex County, and we're trying to figure out if we can work with them to deploy a wireless solution up there on a short-term basis. And no conclusions yet, but we're hopeful. And then we have had a lot of talks with parties that are trying to put out the temporary Wi-Fi spots and the like, just to get stuff in the short term. Longer term, where the challenge is, I'll just go back to the comments I made earlier. I think Rebecca articulated it very well, and we see it the same way, that we have infrastructure in the ground that can be attached to. Ideally, we'd have the ability to where no entity has plans to string fiber, we would have the ability to string fiber and then offer some sort of an open access tariff access to that fiber, either on a lit or unlit basis for a communications union or an existing telco or some other provider who will bring retail services to those populations. We do not think GMP offering endpoint retail services is the right thing. We would much prefer to do that in partnership. So we think we can be helpful in orchestrating, any type of coordination that can be done with Velco and their network, anything that can be done with our poles and our rights of way, up to and including perhaps having fiber that we own and light, so that a broadband retail provider could ride on that with an open access basis to provide connectivity to customers, either with wires to the home or through some sort of a wireless solution. 5G and even 4G offer a wireless opportunity, which, that last mile connectivity decision of what technology to use should be left to the experts. But it's all got to be facilitated by, fiber at some point that can lead to those sites. And then I'll finish with just reiterating what I talked about earlier, which is what I call energy equity. We do think it is time to have some guidance and some guidelines on making sure that when we are offering energy service programs out to our customer base, that our entire customer base has access to those. And if that is the catalyst to drive an expansion of broadband to support that, then that's a good thing.
Great. I actually want to draw you out and pull other members and witnesses into this conversation as well, because it's come up as part of a number of witnesses' testimony today, which is, Brian, I love your term energy equity. And one of the focuses, one of the things that this committee has spent a lot of time on in the last year is how rural parts of our state have kind of been left behind in some regards. And actually, I think this is something that other committees have spent time on as well, whether it's rural access to healthcare, whether it's rural access to broadband, whether it's rural access to energy services, you can go on down the line. And
the question of how many of your customers have a disadvantage, if you will, from the type of energy services that they can access relative to other customers. And how important is it to, as a regulated utility, would it be for the state to require that all customers have access to similar or the same energy services, energy programs?
I don't.
And just as an aside, this is a leading question, because if the answer is that all Vermonters should have access to the same energy services, then ultimately all Vermonters should have access to broadband.
Right, right. I mean, decades ago, it was determined that all Vermonters should have access to electricity, right? And that was a nationwide conclusion. I think Carrick and I were joking the other day. I think it was Carrick. Was it Victory, Vermont was the last one to get connected? So
last one in the U.S.
Oh, in the U.S. Jeez, good Lord. So that was a determination. There was a funding mechanism to do that and accomplish that. Right. Fast forward however many decades since, and broadband is becoming the next kind of connectivity point to provide people or to give people the infrastructure they need to conduct their lives. And so I think you can make that conclusion. That conclusion is not supported today formally through regulation or legislation, Mr. Chair, but I think that's one of the discussions on the table.
Well, certainly not for access to broadband, but I don't think it takes a huge amount of imagination to say that we have a different world of just kind of electricity usage, and that's going to change massively in the next 10 years. We have a different type of electric need among customers today than we had 20 years ago.
Right.
And that's also going to require access to different types of services, both for the distribution utility and for the customer, to take advantage of a number of things, whether it's lower costs for using electricity at different times of day, whether it's for storage devices, whether it's for managing load, whether it's for how you charge your electric vehicle. And some of those things are not available to some Vermonters today, probably mostly in rural areas.
Right.
And a question that I have is that inequity appropriate? Should we stand for it? And is there something that we should be insisting upon from a regulatory standpoint that that inequity be overcome? And if the answer from the Department of Public Service and from the Public Utility Commission and the governor and the legislature is yes, we're not going to stand for that inequity. I think it's a very short jump from that to we've got to have rural Vermont in order to have energy equity. We also have to have connectivity equity with the convergence of these things.
Yep. I'll leave it to the wisdom of the committee to talk about things, but I will throw one other comment out on that is every utility in the state right now is actively pursuing the Renewable Energy Standard Tier 3 programs, which are providing incentives to reduce Vermonters or their customers' use of fossil fuels and the carbon impacts from them.
Yep.
So we have policy that is actively providing incentives, and the most common way of achieving those Tier 3 targets is by converting fossil fuel use to electric. Okay, whether it's electric vehicles, battery storage, heat pump water heaters, etc. And there will be more technologies on the way to do that. So we have active state policy to convert fossil fuel use to electric, and that is only going to make the management of the grid long term more dynamic. It has to be more reliable. It has to have more resilience throughout, whether it's weather patterns or just variations in usage. And to do that, as we talked about earlier, is going to require a level of analytics, forecasting, and modeling and dispatching to be able to manage those load devices in real time in a dynamic way. And all of that to be done has to be underpinned by connectivity, which implies broadband.
Yeah. Barry, did you want to get in?
Yeah, I agree with wanting to get broadband to everybody, particularly in an area has more rural, underserved than anybody. It's just a question of how you're going to finance it. People use the REA, and the federal government came out with a lot of money. But if we're going to take Brian's thing and have us mandated as an electric co-op to provide the broadband in rates, electrical rates, then we're going to have the problem that we're having already amplified, that we have too many people who can't afford to pay the rates at this level. We all want to get to the same end. It's a question, and that's why BEC and ourselves are particularly concerned, because our member ratepayers are the same people. Brian and Green Mountain Power have a different group of people there. And I just ask you to keep that in mind when you try to figure out how to finance it.
Oh, I want to finance it with federal money.
That's good. Me too.
That federal money is all of our money. Let's not lose track of that.
That's right. That's right. I actually don't see any hands up, but I'm sure there are more questions or comments that folks want to make. So the floor is open right now. I'm going to look at a couple of chat comments that have come up here.
I'll take a minute then.
Yeah, go ahead, Seth.
From an engineering perspective, I've heard from folks that use portable radios, first responders, stuff like that, that they're specifically resistant to the idea of transmitting internet over the existing power cables. I've also heard from some engineering folks that is less of a problem, and there's been some significant strides in being able to transmit internet connection over the existing power cables. I was wondering if any of the folks on had any additional insight or information to offer to that conversation.
I can take that one. We use actually our AMI system, so our automated meter system, where we get data and connect to our meters, is through the power line system. So we're different than most other utilities. We have a power line carrier system. I will say, even with the meter data, we run into traffic problems. And so we have to, the capacity on those power lines is so low that it can barely do the meter data. And we have to be very thoughtful about how we ping it and all that kind of stuff. So it's doable. It's just such a tiny piece that I don't think, because we did have that discussion, I just don't see it getting us to where we want to go in terms of the bandwidth requirements that the modern world needs.
Thank
you. Steve, I see your hand up. Did you want to join in?
Yeah, my name is Steve Nolte. I'm a board member at Washington Electric Cooperative. I was just going to, AT&T was doing some tests of using power lines for doing gigabit type internet service. I don't know the results of those. I think it's a little bit beyond what utilities use for kind of the 10, 20 kilohertz power line communications, but I don't know the results of the more advanced thing. I was going to respond to a question. I think it may have been Representative Chase who asked at the beginning of the session, how do the boards feel about this? As a board member myself, I don't represent Washington Electric, nor do I represent the chairman of the board. I can say without hesitation, though, that the motivation for WEC pursuing broadband came from the board and correspondingly from the membership. And the board had passed a resolution to go search for feasibility study funding, and it's not committed to broadband participating in broadband, but they've supported the utility the whole way. So I don't think there's any lack of support. In fact, there's a lot of enthusiastic support from the board to pursue this, to see if there's an answer to it. So I think that you can rest assured that the membership of the utility, I suspect other utilities as well, would be solidly behind making some progress on this. We also feel at Washington Electric that participation in a partnership with CUDs would be an excellent way to go. We hope that that meets with, that succeeds in a deeper analysis with our consultant. At Washington Electric, we've had a number of conversations, both informal and formal, with CV Fiber, where we're actually, it said that the devil's in the details. Well, we're beginning to see a bunch of devils in there, because we're actually getting down to see, well, who would have responsibility for what, and what does that mean? And so I think these conversations are ongoing. We're having them before even the results of our feasibility study are in. So Washington Electric, I think, is pretty committed to trying to find an answer. And I think I just echo what Barry says. It's when you actually look at it at the end, it's not a matter of will, it's not a matter of even technology. It's really finding the resources, the financial resources to do it, so that so the electric ratepayer is protected. And I would again emphasize that we at Washington Electric feel that participation with other nonprofits like CUDs could be a real game changer. I'll just finish up my comment with that.
Great, thank you, Steve. Laura, I see that your hand's up if you wanted to chime in.
So oops, sorry, there's my puppy. With regard to the question of funding, one of the big reasons that we put in the funding for the BIG grants and for the feasibility studies for the DUs was we know that oftentimes in order to get funding, we need to be able to show the planning work that kind of demonstrates here's a winning solution. So I'm cognizant that I think we only had 2 DU grants in Act 79. So maybe this question, I don't know if it's for Carrick. Do we know if my question is, do we know if there were other utilities that were interested in feasibility funds, A? Do we think that that's coming, B? And to VEC and WEC, do you guys have enough funding to tell us what it would, how much, once your feasibility studies come back, what they will cost? So 2 questions. Are there others that are interested or might be? Do we need more of those grants? And for the existing grantees, is that going to be enough for you to tell us what we need to know about cost?
What I'll say, this is Carrick Johnson with the Velco. What I'll say is, no, not specifically no other distribution utility. Of our ownerships, there was general expression of curiosity and initial review, but there was a lack of follow through, at least as I understand. Now, this is one of those times where, we offer, look, there's information. If you want us to help, we're glad to help. And if you want us just to stay away, we'll stay away. I'm not aware of another distribution utility that was pursuing funding through that mechanism.
It would be interesting to know if, given everything that's happening now, I mean, if any of that, it would just be interesting to know if that's still the case, if anyone has kind of changed their mind.
If I may, I'll just thank you, Laura. What I would ask is this, and this kind of goes back to kind of where we ended before we need to get other questions, and that was ubiquitous broadband, yes, but how do we pay for it? And to the degree we're seeking to avail ourselves of federal funds, I mean, there are opportunities, and where I think Rebecca and Brian and Team WEC, where we have been successful, or Vermont has been successful in terms of fiber and in terms of smart grid investments, has been when there has been a collaborative approach, one clear voice, where everyone benefits, and that is articulated at the national level to secure federal dollars. I believe we'll have an opportunity again, or we can help create that opportunity by having a collaborative approach that arrives at that. I'm mindful, what comes to mind, for instance, and then I'll stop, was that there was, well, actually it was immediately after Senator Sanders withdrew from the presidential race, he convened that following Monday a town hall with Senator Leahy, Congressman Welch, and Governor Scott. And they were asked the question, what are your priorities? What are the things you're not going to, like the third question, what are you not going to compromise on, I think was the point. And among the points, because I wrote these down, was if there's one thing, not all of them addressed, Senator Leahy didn't specifically, but I assume he would agree. But Senator Sanders voiced support. Congressman Welch certainly has support, and he has a record of support for broadband. But the governor talked about, I think first it was one, just making up the funds, you know, just state coffers in general, which I think was about 200 million. So state funds. Two, he mentioned in passing, he talked workers just in general getting money in their pockets. Secondly, state fund replenishment. Third, there was just a mention about hospitals quickly with no further elucidation on that. And then lastly was broadband. So to the degree, I guess, we have these emerging opportunities for federal funds, and if there was a Senate, congressional, gubernatorial agreement, look, the monies that are coming, let's address these dollars towards broadband, and maybe we can buy down that to that 3-year level that Rebecca was talking about. Maybe we can do that. I think absent a clear value statement with regards to the honest assessment of risk and some kind of pricing out, I don't know that if we don't have our act together better than Washington, D.C. has, then we'll just get what we're getting.
Yeah.
To the degree we leverage our small size to our advantage, we at least increase, I don't say we'll succeed, but we increase our chances for success.
So what if the legislature did something crazy and like passed some law, or DPS, push forward with a new requirement, the equity in energy requirement?
Then we're going to have a bunch of ratepayers at VEC and WEC who are going to be concerned that their rates are going up.
Right. So what is my question is, what do we need to know? And can we support the knowing? Like, is there some way that we can, is there anything more that we can do to support the knowing as quickly as possible about those kind of questions?
So I'll just say, and I certainly welcome other members to chime in, and maybe we shouldn't use this time with witnesses here to kind of have this discussion, but there are lots of places in a civil society that we draw on resources of a broader geography to support areas that are underserved. And I think that's what we're talking about in a broadband aspect. 20-25% of our state is severely underserved from a broadband perspective. 75, the vast majority of our state is well served. There are plenty of paved roads in Vermont, some of them in the Northeast Kingdom that I've never driven on in my life, but I pay for them as a taxpayer. And that's how we do things in a civil society. So I think this is a broader conversation than maybe we can solve today, but it's something that I'm very interested in digging into.
So if I could just answer Laura's, for WEC, the statewide study that was done pegged, used a figure, I think $47 million for us to wire through our whole service territory into every home in our territory, which is 11,500. Okay. What we hope to have, and CB Fiber is finishing their first part of their feasibility study. So what they have done is identified some pilot projects that would be eligible for potential federal funding because they don't have, like a BTEL, having one person in that consensus area in that census area, knocking them out of getting federal funding. You cannot go for federal funding in an area that has got even one household that's received federal funding before. Hopefully that'll change by 2021, but not now. And
I
we
think
hope
that's 90%, actually. I think that's 90%. But
90?
so I think, yeah, I don't think it's 100. I could be wrong.
I won't die on a sword on that. As I said, those two blocks that CV Fiber has picked out so far, one of them they've identified as 800 people and about a price of 1.6 million just to get service to those 800 people working in conjunction with running fiber, most likely through our safety space. And WEC would probably own the fiber, and they would lease it from us to serve those 800 homes. That's just an example of one piece out of our whole territory. Hopefully we'll have the whole territory. We'll know what the cost is to do the whole territory.
Robin, did you have a question?
It doesn't bear a lot of discussion now, but it's in talking about feasibility studies and how do we determine what we don't know. And I'm just wondering about how, so WEC and VEC are doing feasibility studies, and how broadly is the information from that study applicable to other electric co-ops? Is 50% of it true for all electric utilities, all DUs, or is it really tailor-made? And we don't have to have this discussion. It's just a thought that I had, unless someone has a quick answer.
I'd say a lot of it is very specific because both of our areas are very rural, and we're trying to figure out how to get fiber to, in some cases, for members of an average of 8 per mile. In that 1.6 million section, that one is a potential pilot project because it has 13 per mile. If you go to Green Mountain Power, their numbers, they could probably do some of this without, they have enough people who would take the service in a concentrated area that their numbers are going to look very different.
If I could say something on that.
Go ahead, Robert, please.
It goes without saying, GMP serves about 76% of Vermont. There are a lot of very rural areas in our service territory, and they experience the same kind of challenges that we hear from WEC and VEC. We actually see them doing this work as important to all of us as a learning process. So we look forward to hearing what they learn from the work that they'll be doing, because it'll inform what we do as well moving forward.
This is Rebecca. I'd like to chime in just really quickly. First, to answer your question, Representative Sevilla, I do think the feasibility dollars we have now will be enough, I think, so as we stand here today. But to go back to the other question, I think, when the Gellin study done by the state was actually pretty well done in terms of financially looking at what we can extrapolate across the state, so that was helpful. I'm hopeful with these feasibility studies, we'll learn a little bit more about some things like how do we do this work? Who are the partners? What are those partnership models? What could that look like? What is the utility role? And I think those things potentially more than kind of the specifics of what's the construction cost per mile, I think those things will be what might be most extrapolated and helpful in terms of applying to the rest of the state.
I would like to second what Rebecca said about this. In the state broadband study that was performed provided an excellent overview. And in response to Representative Sebelia, we've explicitly asked our consultants not to tell us what we already know. We want them to be grounded in that state study so that they'll start from that and go deeper into questions that either were not done in enough detail, or or would be more explicitly relevant to either VEC or Washington Electric. Secondly, we've also asked our consultant, and this follows up a point that Carrick or Brian made, about we would like the consultant to take a crack at telling us what the value of a broadband network providing fiber to the meter would be to a distribution utility running a smart grid or smarter grid. So we'd like to, again, use what's already known to give value to the money that we're asking for. And also, I feel that all the players in this are literally mutually supportive. CV Fiber is making free use. They're sharing with us their ongoing market studies, since CV Fiber towns cover about half of WEC's service territory. And so we're in discussion with them about their ongoing marketing studies, and if they do GIS things that are of relevance to us, they share it with us and we share material with them. So I think there's a lot of synergy going on that would give us reason to hope that that the money that the DPS has made available to the DUs is going to provide sufficient value to get to the depth that you would want.
Avram, did you have a question? I saw your hand up. I'm not sure if you're still up.
Yeah, it was actually a comment, an observation on some discussion in the last few minutes, which is just reminding us that in terms of whether we can essentially require that everyone be served, part of the problem is the federal legal problem, both in statute and FCC rulings that prohibit states from regulating the internet, period. And if there's a way to work around it, I'm not a lawyer, but I would love to find a way to do that. But in the electric utility world, in Vermont, the PUC has given each utility a monopoly franchise, and the other side of the bargain is they must serve everybody in that monopoly franchise. That doesn't exist in the internet world, in the broadband world, especially given the fact that you have, at least in some places, multiple technologies available that are competing with each other.
Yeah, and I guess my point would be if the requirement is that an electric distribution utility, given a monopoly in a certain area, is required to serve each customer equally, but they are precluded from doing that because of connectivity constraints of certain customers. How do you solve that riddle? And we're probably not going to in the 5 minutes we have left here today.
There may be an angle. That may be the angle, but I'm just saying that's been an obstacle in the past.
Yeah, just a very high level question, probably more specific to Washington Electric Co-op and Vermont Electric Co-op. I've done a little, very little research on this in the last 48 hours. Some of it, I want to thank Maria Royal, who I think is on this call, and sent me a great, I don't even know what you call it. It wasn't a webinar. It's called the Broadband Breakfast, but it was it was some folks who are members of electric co-ops or work with electric co-ops around the country. Other states have electric co-ops that have already cracked this nut. They are in the broadband space. They are serving their customers with broadband. And, just at a high level, to what extent do we have something to learn from other states, whether it's from a regulatory standpoint of how they may have adjusted their kind of electric regulatory dials, so to speak, or from a financing standpoint as to how some of these electric co-ops, and they're all rural, have done things that that we might learn from. And just at a high level, I'm wondering if whether WEC or Vermont Electric Co-op have looked at models in other states, particularly from co-ops that have gone down this path.
Avram, you were going to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just to jump in very briefly, and I know Barry's been involved in working with co-ops nationally on this issue, but in most states where there are electric co-ops, those co-ops are not regulated by their Public Utilities Commission to the degree the co-ops and the municipals in Vermont are fully regulated electric utilities, and that's not the case in most of the other states.
I will say I have talked to, I'm on the National Electric Co-op Board and I'm on the business technology. So I'm asking this question. I have a number of studies. A lot of them have gone to just doing the middle mile, not going all the way. There were 225 co-ops in the country that participated in the reverse auction last time around, who got money for it. Some of the co-ops, one of the co-ops I talked to in Missouri was able to get a lot of towns that weren't in their service area, the towns of 2,500, that actually came to them because there was no independent service provider in that area. So they were able to make it that way in the numbers. So there have been some different examples, but as Avram pointed, I don't know that any of them were regulated. So they can go into another business with that and use electric utility. And sometimes the generation and transmission, like the Belco, but bigger, that are the generation and transmission for all the co-ops in a state, like North Carolina has 26. Sometimes they have the capital to fund this thing, fund that, and they're regulated. So that's a little bit of the information.
Carrick, did you want to chime in? I saw your microphone go on.
Did it?
Oh, okay. No, you don't have to.
The only thing, I was looking for the notes that I have from a conversation with Dominion in Virginia. There's been a number of states, say there's roughly 12 now in total, that have passed explicit legislation to get utilities deeper into the broadband game.
That's right.
And so we had this kind of conversation, Daniel and I did, with a gentleman, Ed Diggs, I believe his name is. I get the notes from Dominion. Sorry, what have you learned? One is, that's where I go back to the easements, the real specific stuff, where you are, bluntly, where are you competing and seem to be taking market share, even though competitive telecommunication companies are in these places. Candidly, they view it as a competitive threat if there are others going into to serve those areas where there is not being served. So Virginia, much like parts of Virginia, much like Vermont, very low income, lots of challenges. They passed, the legislature passed legislation, but they didn't address easement language and the ability for easements to be used for communication purposes. They didn't address the electric space, where on poles and like, are you allowed to, and where there was weaknesses, they were exploited in terms of where there was insufficient encouragement of distribution utilities. Those weaknesses in laws that sought to create a path for utilities to have lower risk to get in the game, where there were holes in that, they were exploited. So I guess that's my punchline.
Yep.
And there's been some example, I think Barry's absolutely right. There's been, like I said, no fewer than 12 states, a lot of them co-ops, typically co-ops, that have pushed the envelope on this, and they have some direct experience on what worked and what didn't work.
Yeah.
And I'm happy
Rebecca,
to share that
have...
list of those states with you.
Okay, I'd be very interested. Rebecca, did you have a thought on that?
Yeah, I just had one quick data point. So our vendor, NRTC, who is doing our feasibility study, one of the data points they shared with us, which I thought was helpful, in 2019, they did 42 feasibility studies. And of those feasibility studies, 15 of them were deemed feasible, meaning they had a payback somewhere in the range of 12 to 15 years. And the rest of them required either significant grant money that then they were positioned to pursue, or some sort of other reconfiguration in terms of service territory in order to be able to move forward. So just to give you a bit of a flavor of kind of what, one, our access to co-op information, and two, just kind of what the market is out there a little bit.
Yep, that's helpful. We've got 2 hands up, and I think those will be our last 2 questions for the hearing this afternoon. First, Representative Sibilia, and not Representative Sibilia, Representative Pat. Avram, did you have a question? No? Okay, okay, great. Okay, well, I really want to thank our witnesses on a number of levels. One, for being here with us this afternoon and spending a couple hours. It was very informative to me, and I hope for the committee as well. And 2, for all the work you're doing in the middle of this crisis, frankly. I know that the call went out from the commissioner at DPS a week ago to ask people to really step up their game in terms of connectivity. And I know that a number of the electric utilities in Vermont have been doing a great deal of work there to try and find creative solutions. And I want to express my gratitude for the work that you've been doing there. This is a topic that I'm very interested in our committee pushing forward with. To the extent that we have bandwidth to do that this year, just because of extenuating circumstances, may be difficult. But to the extent I'm involved with this committee going forward beyond this year, this is a topic that I'm really interested in, pushing forward on. So. Again, really appreciate your help in educating us today, and we're going to be back to you with questions as to how you can push us further to start to solve this connectivity issue that we have. So, thank you very much for your time today, and we're going to conclude the hearing there. Thank you.
Well,
great.
I'm showing about 7, but I'll wait.
Let me get this started to. Okay, it's recording.
Okay, it's close.
Everyone,
I'll wait a few more minutes. I see Chris just joined in, and
yeah, it is 7 though. Everyone, just again, mute your mics if you're not talking, so it keeps the noise levels down. That's all. And raise your hand or.
yeah, I'll try to watch everybody for physical hand raising if they're not electronic. Well, I guess we can start. If I don't know if anybody knows of anybody else joining in. I don't know of anybody else. Thank you, everyone. I will officially call the meeting to order. I guess it's 7:01. And we'll start by the first item to call for any other additions to the agenda. Anybody? No? All right, so don't hear any. So we'll move on to approve the minutes from the April 13th Select Board meeting. Motion to approve those, or?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from the April 13th Select Board meeting.
Thank you, Tom.
And I will second that.
All right, thank you, Paul. Any comments or any changes, suggestions? For our first Zoom meeting, I think it went pretty smoothly.
Yep, Terry's joining the meeting now.
Okay. So we'll hold off for just a second. I guess I can go ahead and any further comments? All in favor of approving the minutes?
Aye.
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 And I see.
Damn, boy, don't.
Abstentions or any nays?
Chris, we can hear you.
All right, so I have all in favor for approving the minutes. Next two items are kind of lumped together for approving the timesheets and the pay orders. Terry had posted those up on the shared drive this afternoon, and I will plan to go into the office tomorrow to sign them. So I'll look for any comments or any anything that anybody saw in those or anything to point out.
I have a couple. I have a question. I've question and a comment about the pay orders.
Sure.
First thing I want to do is I want to thank Sarah and Terry for they're doing these logs of what they're doing at home, and I think they're doing it really good, really helpful. Thanks for that. The other one is we talked about the bottle deposit, and it's like $5 a bottle for the water. We talked about that 2 weeks ago. That they're charging us for them. Oh, there's Sarah's hand up.
The reason we didn't get deposits back the last couple of times because 2 months ago it was town meeting, and then this time we didn't leave them out because of the COVID. We have to leave them out for them to take them. So they haven't taken any bottles in the last 2 pickups. So that's why you're not getting a deposit. And I tried to say that last time, but I couldn't.
Well, it came out good this time.
Yeah, perfectly.
The other question on that same topic is we're paying for 2 cooler rentals. Where's the other cooler?
At the town garage.
They have a cooler at the garage? Okay.
Yeah, they take water, the guys do, and they have their own cooler up there. So
I
we're
got
paying
you.
for the one in the office and the one in the garage.
Good. Thank you. See how good it is to have you here?
Yeah, thank you. That's awesome. And back to the point, just real quick, when Paul and I and Terry and Sarah kind of discussed the office operations, we weren't trying to be big brother or anything like that to say monitor every minute of what they do, but just this kind of a new process, see where some of the stresses might be on the office, how many people are calling in, if, are we addressing everything, those types of things. So it's been super helpful just to kind of get a top line overview of what's going on and phone calls coming into the office and things like that. So super. Not hearing anything else, I will plan to go into the office tomorrow and sign off on those as we set up a few weeks back, and hopefully this will be over soon and we'll be able to approve them normally. So next item, kind of an open topic, I guess, just an update on and discussion on regarding the COVID-19 situation and office operations and town operations and feedback going on in town. And I'll kind of leave that open. I think I mean, there's obviously a lot going on, but I don't know of any red flags out there. Any other feedback? I know Chris, it looks like he kind of maybe bopped off the meeting, but he had provided, and as Andy alluded to now too, I mean, we're still kind of in the thick of it. I mean, Southern Vermont's still seeing some stuff going on. I think Vermont in general and us, I mean, we're getting through it and doing a good job distancing and things like that. There hasn't been, as far as Chris was aware of, there hadn't been any calls to Neighborhood Connection for volunteer needs in Jamaica. There's, I think at last count, and maybe somebody else knows for sure, but I mean, it was close to 30 people that had volunteered to help out if needed. And I know a number of them are, you know, driving lunches and things like that. So there's quite a few people stepped up, and we thank everybody for that. And so far we haven't had too many stresses of needs. So that's all good.
Yeah, that's happening. I delivered a meal today. It's happening.
Super.
It's still going
Yeah.
on. Yeah.
Thank you. Yep.
No,
Yeah, anybody out there?
it's a small part of it. There's a lot of other people doing a lot more. It's just
right.
it's
Yeah.
definitely
Yeah.
going on.
Yeah. There's so many people doing a lot of things that's unreal. And I probably will have that as just an agenda item going forward, even with no specifics around it. So if anybody has things or there's any concerns, raise those up.
So Greg, in this, is this in the topic of sort of the most recent addendum 11 kind of discussion? I was just curious whether Sarah or Terry had gotten any calls for appointments that are now allowed under addendum 10 and 11, or has it been quiet?
Yeah, I mean, let them answer that. Sarah, you're on mute. But two so
we've had two. I had a guy come in last Thursday, and then I have another appointment this coming Thursday.
Okay.
So, and it's been fine. He wore a mask, and I just went in the other room while he made copies, and then I told him just to work in the vault, and it was fine. So,
perfect.
Yeah.
And people are, I mean, I would hope they're understanding of all that. Seems like they were.
Did
Yeah.
you
Oh,
give
yeah.
Did he ask any questions about washing his hands? Did you mind?
Nope,
doing
I
that?
left the door open, so he just walked right in there and was ready to go, and yep, it was good.
Good.
Excellent. And Terry, you said it was kind of busy today too, but mostly people calling regarding tax questions and not so many appointment related things.
This is my first time ever doing this, so it was quiet. It was just tax stuff today. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
People are still doing their taxes.
Jessica, do you anticipate, I mean, just from your seeing that side of the business, do you see that there's a lot of stuff that's maybe built up in the pipeline that will get out, get down to the town level of doing research and things like that?
So there were in surrounding towns. I can tell you in Londonderry there was, in some other towns. I had not been hearing anything. I know of something that's going to come up in Jamaica, but it's not ripe yet. So I was just curious if Jamaica was feeling what Londonderry did. But Londonderry got back, for example, they were pretty quick. And Winhall, they got requests relatively quickly.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's a good thing, and hopefully we can stay on top of it. Thanks. Okay. Well, the next thing, Terry, we'll roll right into item 6, and I threw this out there. I know there's obviously a lot of discussion about the financial side of local government and at the town level and especially the state level. And I imagine a lot of people were wondering about that. I mean, you see a lot of select boards addressing that and bringing up those topics. So I asked Terry to kind of do a quick little forecast of what we're looking like right now and where we'll be at the end of the year. And I'll let Terry just kind of throw out a few little comments on that. I mean, it's looking good. I mean, as good as it can be, I guess. I mean, anything else to add to that? Or I can start and then Terry can add in. So, I mean, right now, I mean, we're kind of in a good situation because most of our tax revenue collection is in the fall. So we're fairly well financed, I suppose, until we get, through this fiscal year. We're tracking ahead of, with a slight surplus. We haven't seen any unforeseen kind of expenses come in. One thing that we're being cautious of is, or that at least in my head, we should be cautious of, are some, projects that we have on our budgets going into next fiscal year. Partly, if grant funding and things like that kind of get bottlenecked, and then, later in the fall, if we see some decline in tax revenues because of people that have been out of work for 6 months or whatever the case might be. Is that anything else to add to that, Terry?
No, I think that pretty much covers it. The only thing I will say is the sheet that I put up on the drive today, that was the projection sheet, did not include the pay orders for today. So I think there's about 30,000 with payroll and expenses. So we're gonna have to take that off the bottom line, that's all. So we're down.
The 82 is less 30. So it's closer to 50?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. At fiscal year end.
Yes.
Okay.
And a lot of the things that I took off at the top are, the fiscal 20 to reserve is 180,000. And if we get to the end and we think, oh gosh, we're not going to have enough money, I just won't move that. So there's a little leeway there.
There's leeway there too.
Yep.
And this includes the road projects that you created the RFP for?
This does not, because those will be
because they're after
21. Yeah.
Okay.
And the paving, the Pikes Falls part of the paving RFP is a paving grant from the state. So that will be, I think, about 32,000, and they're going to kick in 175,000.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
So one of the things we talked about is, I mean, the state may, in June or July or next week, might just say, hey, all those things are off. I mean, so part of it was we thought it made sense to get out there and get the RFQ out there early, so that at least we're in line. And if something pops up, we're kind of in control and can say that we're going to hold off, or we don't have the financing from the state, or what the case might be, rather than wait and see and be stuck.
Right. So there's a separate item, right, in the agenda for the RFQs?
Yes, and
Okay.
coming up next, so it's maybe a perfect segue.
Well, I was just, I know you and I, Greg, had talked briefly online about the delinquent taxes and whether, were we going to kind of proceed business as usual? We holding tight? Was there any further discussion?
Yeah, it's certainly something to bring up. As you can see on Terry's report, there's a little over 40,000 out there. It is kind of I don't know if it's called customary, but I mean, it's kind of a procedural thing that right about this time of year, we kind of start to do the work for delinquent tax sales. Obviously the money is important, but my thought on that is that it may not be the right time to go out with doing that, so to speak. I mean, just given the sense that given the fact that everybody's maybe in a bind, even though these are old issues. I mean, they're a few years back. So, I mean, you can argue it probably either way. It's great maybe to have some public, some comment on that from the board. I mean, I think right now they're on kind of loosely on hold, meaning that we just haven't moved forward. So, Andy, you had a thought, or Andy had a say?
No, I was just wondering if the state has they haven't suspended anything as far as tax collections or are advising any municipalities to change any business as usual. I know Terry, our treasurer, has some like laws she has to follow in collecting taxes, I think. Are you talking about, we can suspend those if things got a little more bleak, or?
Yeah, and I
or
guess
what-
maybe the right word wasn't suspend, or delay, or I don't know. I mean, I don't know the strict requirements of timing on all that kind of stuff. I think the governor obviously is, trying to, get people to pay their taxes if they can. So, I mean, any kind of revenue that we can collect is good.
I mean, we can get some more detail. We can dig down a little bit on the content of the 43,000 and get back together again in 2 weeks, as well as to understand there are, in order to waive the taxes or to waive penalties and interest, there does need to be a more formal action that involves a larger group. And we could go over that in a couple weeks.
Yeah, Paul, you had a comment then too, and then to Terry.
Yeah, the stuff that I've been seeing coming across my desk has led the discussion to kind of suspending the deadlines and the penalty fees, and that's sort of a little bit of a cushion for people, but it's still again leaves the onus of paying your taxes and all the other things. They're just sliding the deadline a little bit and sliding and giving us permission to waive the fees. So that's the sort of stuff that I've seen come across.
But from some other municipalities, those are the steps they're taking, or?
This is from the state and VLCT, some of their guidance. I'd be perfectly honest, I get stuff from so many different directions. I'm not sure exactly I want to quote, but I think it was VLCT talking about its interpretation of what came from the state.
Oh.
And we don't know how long this is going to go on. This might get a lot better real soon, or I don't want to I don't think we should jump the gun on projecting how the town collects taxes. We may have to do nothing.
Right. Terry, you had something there, Brad?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it's Board of Abatement that can
right
take the taxes away. But they can only take town taxes away. They cannot abate school taxes, and they can take interest and penalty away on the school portion, but those still have to be paid. They're actually in that $900,000 payment that's got to go to the state by June 1st, I believe. And they haven't put that off as far as I know. Yeah, I haven't heard anything. But I also haven't gotten any requests for abatement from any of these people.
Yeah,
I
wasn't even thinking about abating anything or that decision. I think in our conversation, I think loosely was, do we just kind of hold off on them, whether it's a week or 2 weeks or a month? And like Andy said, I mean, we don't know how long this is going to be. Maybe just move forward. I don't know the whole process. So, I mean, I don't know the legal process, and I don't know if there's any less likelihood of collecting them right now, and that we're maybe just wasting our time. I mean, it's
well, it is funny that I had a person call today that wanted to pay a partial on their taxes.
Yeah.
And I got a $4,000 payment the other day. So some people are, and then some people.
Yeah.
And that doesn't reflect in this number either, because I haven't posted it yet. So.
Yeah. So maybe it's just, I mean, this is just a discussion. I mean, there's no action taken, which certainly wasn't on the agenda. So I think.
Yeah, agreed.
I'll take recommendations. Otherwise, maybe we'll just move forward as we're moving.
I like the idea of continuing.
His hand up there too, just being I'll go to Lou and then back to Paul.
Okay, just from the perspective of the listers, we've been given guidance that we do have an extension if we want to take it to create the abstract, but we do not plan on taking that. We plan on having grievances as normal. They'll be via telephone or by Skype or whatever. And we plan on filing the abstract early in July. So that should be, from the lister's perspective, everything, the grand list should be ready in July.
Okay, that's good to know too. Yeah, Paul.
I was just saying, I like the idea of pressing forward. I'm against the idea of trying to make plans to deal with an occurrence that hasn't occurred yet. So
Yeah.
let's see where it's going, and then we can deal with.
It wasn't an agenda. I think it maybe we just kind of we're touching on it, and well worth touching on just as a town finance issue.
Yep, I agree.
That we just continue to move as we are.
Yep.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Good discussion.
Thank you, Terry.
Yeah, so then on to the RFQs. I did share them. I mean, I think we haven't decided on any, obviously, but we need to be moving these forward. The ones for paving and trash hauling are a little bit bigger in the scope of what they are. The mowing of the cemeteries is pretty straightforward, and we do every year.
Greg? Tom here. So on the cemeteries, Rossonville's not on there. We decided we're not doing Rossonville?
I didn't even notice that. I don't think anybody decided
'Cause
anything.
I can't remember what we decided on that.
You're talking just the monument, or
just the monument? Yeah, not the whole cemetery, but just the monument. Wouldn't that? Because I remember last year we had Amadon Drew do that. We added that later. I thought just had him do that after we had talked with Rawson's.
Yeah, Siri and I had a little bit of this conversation because this was primarily. I mean, this is for the cemeteries, and it's not for all the other.
Oh, it isn't. Okay.
Miscellaneous kind of town stuff, meaning like the little triangle in front of the church and all the, but those, I mean, that was on the back of my mind. I can't even recall, Terry, we talked about it and I can't recall how those were done in the past. Or Paul probably knows too. Yeah, Paul.
Well, my thought on this is most of our discussions took place before it was clear that we didn't own or have any claim on that monument.
Right.
And then it's been, it's clear now that we thought it was clear before. We really don't own it. It belongs to a combination of the Rossonville people and I believe Mrs. Wright from across from Wilbur's ex. I think owns that piece of property. And so we were taking care of it because everybody, I assume in the past, because I know when we were talking about it when I was in the past, we assumed it was part of the town, but it's not.
Okay.
Right. Andy.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't know I was on that. I'm going to mute myself.
Okay, so this RFQ is for just the mowing of the cemeteries, and there's probably a handful of miscellaneous other things out there.
I just had one question on the RFQ for the road paving.
Yeah.
I know that's next fiscal year, but obviously it's going out now soon. One of the things that it looked like would be pretty critical is what the proposal would be for scheduling, for when they would come in, how long they would be there, et cetera. And it does say in the text of the RFQ that one of the bases for the decision to be made will be how much time it's going to take you to do it and how tight your scheduling is. But it doesn't actually ask for that. Now, I wasn't sure if I had missed it, but I think if we're going to use that, in fact, just, we should. If we're saying that one of our criteria is the length of time it's going to take them and the scheduling, then we should specifically ask for that information. It's a small fix, but I may have missed it.
Yeah, I don't recall either. I don't have it memorized, but if it's in there or not.
If someone had a Word version to send me, then I could search the document. But I think what you sent were PDFs, right? Were they? It could be.
No, they were Word.
The Word document.
Oh, they're Word?
Yeah.
Oh, so then it's a quick search.
Yeah, I'm browsing it real quick, but obviously I'm not going to see it probably. So I don't recall if that's in there or not. So I mean, the request for this has come out, and if people do request, I mean, we can put that. I mean, the announcement of this has gone out, but if people request a copy of the RFQ, we can certainly add that in, I think.
Yeah.
Do you remember, Terry? Is it in there?
I don't remember seeing it. No.
Okay. And I'll double check, Terry, after the meeting. I'll search the document. If I find something, I'll let you know. Otherwise, it should just be added.
I'm pulling it up right now. Maybe I can answer your question.
Yeah, I only have one screen where I am, so I can't. And I already have three tiles open.
Yeah, and this too. I mean, this hopefully we, like before we said, we'll get this lined up so that it's ready to go. So we've got a little bit of time to get the details sorted out.
All right, I've got it pulled up. What was your question again, Jessica?
If there's a specific request for the RFQ provider to specify the length of time each of the projects is going to take them, and kind of and rough scheduling.
Yeah, my look at it is only showing just the completion by date of the September.
Yeah, that's all I've seen so far.
Yeah, I've read through it too. I don't see anything in there about that.
Okay, so it's just a quick fix.
So usually when the bids come in, the contractor brings the bid with them, and you can actually ask them questions. They usually stay for the bid opening. Bless you.
This could be something that, I mean, when we
At least
get
I was on mute.
answered, work them into a contract. So
Right. The only thing is, right, if you're specifically saying that you're going to base your decision on these objective criteria, and one of them is a criteria, you're not asking all the bidders to provide. It's an internal failure. So it's just really a fix. It's not. It just the document itself should stand on its own and be kosher. So you have to ask everybody to provide the same information, that information upon which the town is going to base its decision. That's all. It's literally, you can copy whatever what the words were for how you're going to make your decision, including the scheduling, and just add that into the list of information they have to provide.
yeah. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. And then the other main one actually to talk about is the one for the trash hauling and the recyclables. We had started to put that together, and Terry and I were working with Bob, and his name's eluding me, but the executive director of the Wyndham Solid Waste, just to get some feedback from their perspective and other contracts or other RFQs they had sent out. One of his suggestions is that we may want to have a little bit wider window for people to submit bids, because just to get a wider range of people to apply.
And the timing seems tight.
It's going to be immediate, and they're going to jump right on it, and they're going to know, but then that might short us a little bit and having a wider pool to pick from. So the thought is to go, right now our bridge kind of contract with Casella goes to June 3rd or June 1st. The discussion was to see if we can extend that contract by a month. I wouldn't imagine Casella is going to say no. I mean, they're getting paid for it, and that would give us, we wouldn't be required to have the bids back by our May 7th meeting. It would give us another few weeks to get the bids back. And also looking forward, the following meeting after that is on Labor Day, and I think historically we don't have a meeting then. So I don't know what the rest of the board's thoughts are about trying to see if we can extend Casella's contract by a month and then open this up a little bit wider for timing to get the trash bid back.
I agree with that. It seems tight. It seems tight, especially in light of the no meeting on Memorial Day.
Yeah, and this kind of, like, everything seemed to sneak up on us, I guess, with everything going on in the past month or so. Any other thoughts?
I'd agree with that. I think that they may have some timing issues of their own, given the Corona thing going on. So they might
what are the yellow highlights on the organics, composting? Vendors could submit quotes.
So this one hasn't been finalized yet. So those were just questions. I think, I can't remember if Terry highlighted those or maybe Bob had highlighted them. Whether they were, some bids don't include those. I mean, and so he wasn't familiar with what we had done. So I think he was the one who highlighted those. Is that correct, Terry?
I highlighted them.
Oh, okay.
Because there were questions. This came from a RFP that was 3 years old, and it was a little different. So I took the 3-year-old one and I took the first one that he had sent to you and kind of mashed them together.
Okay.
And then this was so my questions were in yellow when I sent it off to him, and you got the yellow one too. So
Okay. So those aren't things we need to answer tonight.
no.
Okay.
Right, and right now Casella does, I mean, they do the organics also. I mean, Tam had been doing that, and so we would bid those all together.
Got it.
Okay, so I will contact Casella to see about extending that contract, and then we'll kind of just brush up on this, and I'll share it back out with everybody to see what it looks like, or any other comments on it. Let us know, and Terry can get that one out into the works also.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Okay, next item 8.
Before we move on,
take this one. Oh, I'm sorry, Paul.
I had my hand up, but it's a tiny little hand.
I didn't see you.
Real quick, before we leave the previous conversation about the bids for paving, before we kind of went pretty quickly. In the bid for paving, it's asking for a project completion date of September the 30th. Is that a reasonable time frame given the shutdown of everything for the last couple of months? What are the reasoning behind that particular date, and is that flexible enough given the current COVID issue?
I think it says we can decide. I read it this afternoon. I think it says we can extend it longer, but we'd like it done by the 30th. Is that right?
It says without written consent. Yeah, it says will be done it can't go longer without written consent from the select board. I just thought up front it seemed like it might be tight.
Well, I mean, if we can change it, what's the big deal? You know, then
I don't remember why. Yeah, what was the reasoning behind the 30th September?
Well, if we tell them the 30th, it's like me. You know, you can tell me I got to be done by Christmas, but you'd really like it done by September 30th. You know, if we give them the 30th, they'll try to get it done by then.
Yeah, right? I think part of it too, you're getting to the point where after that point, you're getting into more weather issues and stuff like that too. So let's force them to get it done earlier.
I'm just wondering if we'll force them to get it done, or we'll force people who know they can't get it done to not bother to bid.
Well,
Terry's got a thought.
I think that will give them sufficient time, because I think with the opening up, all the plants will be opening. If they haven't opened by now, they will be opening fairly soon.
Right.
And if they decline to bid on that basis, they're most likely to say, you know, guys, I would love to bid, but it's just not reasonable. And then we can come back and amend the offer.
I concur with that.
And this RFP was done by VTrans. So they know, I think, what they're talking about as far as dates and stuff go. I'm sure their RFP is
technical of all the RFPs, and the ones that we had the least to do with. So, which is
Terry, I thought you wrote that second page all by yourself.
I'm not looking at the second page, so I have no idea what you're talking
about. The one with all the tiny little details.
It's really, right. It's really technical.
Well, I do have the spreadsheet to figure out how many tons it takes to do a road, if you're interested in some light reading.
Okay, that was my question.
Good question, though.
Yeah.
All right, so next item was kind of a bucket of technology-related issues, and Tom was going to kind of speak to that. A couple of things this week or last week happened, and kind of work through them, but Tom's got more of the detail.
We had a rough time with the website, I think some of you know. First off, I want to thank Lou for helping me get it fixed and cleaned up. We went through and he cleaned out all the old JBoss, which is a website that the old website was on. So we've cleaned that up, and so the back end is a little clearer. But a week ago Friday, the website was hacked. What they call an injection, where someone puts in a JavaScript that puts a link in all of the redirects. So when you click on the site, it redirected to some malware. I spent some time looking at it. I spent some time with GoDaddy. We eventually had to purchase a security product from GoDaddy, and then they went in and cleaned it up. So that was an emergency purchase that Greg and I decided on because the website had to come back up. After that, I went in and I upgraded the website to the latest version of WordPress. So that is now, we now up at the latest version, and we are running the security. I had asked, and I'm asking the board, I think we should purchase from GoDaddy as well, a backup of the site. It's $2 a month or $2.99 a month for a daily backup, just in case this ever happens again. We'll have a backup, because that's one of the concerns, because basically we didn't have anything. So if they couldn't have gotten our site back, we would have lost it and had to start over, or start back from some point in the past, which was probably about a year old. So it's $36 a year. It's just added peace of mind if something were to happen or we were to get hacked again. But at this point, the site is up. It's been stable for a couple of days. Sarah, I downloaded a plugin as well. So now the editing looks like the old way. So if you go in, you should be, if you can get in, you should be able to edit things and edit the pages and stuff, just like you did in the older version. So, but it is still running the 5.4. So that was not a fun exercise, but we got through it. A lot of stops and goes.
Yeah.
The second thing we want to talk about tonight is the router for the town office, and the router failed at the town office. And we're looking at purchasing a new one. I think we have purchased one. I was throwing out an idea that perhaps we want to purchase a system which would allow some remote access. It would allow for multiple access points, so we could have an access point upstairs and downstairs. It's about $450 for the products, and I would install them. It just gives us more security and gives us more insight into who's on the network, and also allows remote administration of the network. So, you know, it's some bells and whistles, and I kind of showed Greg a little bit. I don't know if someone's interested, I can show you what you can see if someone wants me to demonstrate, because I run it at my house. Is anyone interested in boring tech stuff?
I'd love to see it, but both of those recommendations seem pretty wise.
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, let me show you real quick. I can pull up. I mean, again, and it's not anything that the end users are going to see any difference. I mean, it's going to be better performance and such. It's more of just as if we were hacked locally, we would just have a better idea of what, you know, who's on the network and those types of things. And we can block devices. If there's a rogue device on the network, we can go in remotely and block it. Let me.
Yeah, and a lot of this, I mean, there's all the administrative side of things that we use in, you know, systems in place that Terry and Sarah use, NEMRIC and things like that. But there's also public access. I mean, there's demands for that. I mean, we've got it shut off at the town office now, but the security of systems and the website and software and everything is becoming more and more of an issue.
And that's the other thing too. With this, you could provision out a separate network for public and a separate network for the office, and it runs off the same equipment. So we wouldn't have to. But basically, you see in my house, I have access points. Kind of gives my internet capacity. You can kind of look and see traffic types if we had people on the network that were, you know, just basic stuff. I mean, it can get kind of geeky, but the bigger thing here is devices on the network. So that's devices, clients rather. So you can see all the different clients on the network, and you can see what, you know, what the IPs are, where they're connected to. You can click over here and block a device. So I could go and block my kid's Xbox if I wanted to. Obviously I've geeked out on this and labeled all this stuff, but you know, like I say, it's not something that we necessarily need. What I was talking to Greg about is if at some point I leave town and I'm not around to do some of this administration, and Lou leaves, and, you know, then you know, someone could come in, say, here's this remote access stuff that you can, you know, get in and administer. It wouldn't even necessarily have to be someone local. Like I say, $450. I think a new router is about $130. So we're talking about a $300 difference. And it makes no difference if, I mean, if we say we don't want to do it, that's fine with me. I'm just throwing it out there.
Seems like a good idea. Given the fact that so much of our day-to-day activities in this country over the last couple of months have shifted to online across all spectrums, I anticipate there'll be some more people looking for avenues to attack it. So I think the idea of upgrading it makes good sense to me.
Yeah, well, Lou has his hand up.
Yeah, go ahead, Lou.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that about a week and a half ago, we did order and get in a new router. I told Terry today, because she was concerned about how she would get paid back, that if you decided to go this route, then the Jamaica Historic Foundation router is the one that was actually in the town offices that failed. So the Historic Foundation needs to purchase a new router. So should you decide to go with this new format, the Historic Foundation would then purchase the router we bought a week ago.
Okay. Yeah, the other thing too is, you know, there's multiple access points. So like I say, it's just, you're going to get better coverage as well. Rather than just having one in the closet somewhere, they're actually going to be in the office. So, I mean, you're just going to get better coverage, better throughput and that type. So.
Yeah,
Like
I mean, it does actually operate better, right? It's both. It gives you a lot more information.
I mean, it all does the same stuff. It's all
Right.
the same protocols and it's all the same technology. But yeah, it's just
It gives you a lot more information about how it's being used.
more visibility, more security, right?
Right.
And what one piece of it too is I wouldn't call this an enterprise level solution, but it's more towards that where you're getting a little more professional than just going out to Staples and buying a router, you know, buying a consumer level. It's definitely not consumer level. I wouldn't run it at my business per se though, like a college where I'm at, because it's not advanced enough for that. So it's good for small business, you know, and I think that we fit into that category.
Mm-hmm. Any other thoughts? I'll entertain a motion to purchase.
It's called ubiquity.
Anybody want to make a motion to that regard, or?
Sure, let me make a motion. I'll move that we authorize Tom to purchase the appropriate hardware to upgrade our current system.
And to purchase the redundant, the $2 a month redundancy of the website. So both, right?
Yes.
Okay. I second that.
Yep.
Okay, I've got a second. All in favor, or any other comments? Any other discussion? All in favor of making those purchases?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So it looks unanimous. Thank you, Tom.
One more thing to talk about too is the Windows 10 upgrades. I know we got the 2 new machines for Terry and Sarah. The plan of attack that Lou and I discussed is I have a machine here still that I took from the office a couple months ago. I'm going to upgrade that. We're not going to do an upgrade. We're going to actually wipe the machine and do a Windows 10 upgrade on the machine from scratch. I'm going to bring that in. We're going to pull Micah's machine out then and wipe that machine and do a Windows 10 upgrade from scratch. So I will also be buying Windows 10 licenses over the next couple of months. And I think that's something we've already approved. I just need to get the work done. So just want to let you know that was our strategy. Instead of trying to upgrade things, we've got the 2 new machines, we're going to wipe them and get the listers upgraded as well. So everyone will be on Windows 10 and we won't have any Windows 7 left.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Which is, we discussed it before. I'm just letting everyone know we kind of changed our plan of attack.
Yeah.
Yes.
Andy.
I did have my hand up.
Andy.
Are you getting like an obscene amount or a lot of time in all this, Tom? Because if you are, I think, you know, it sounds like this is quite a bit of work that you should be compensated. If you're not being compensated, you should be to some extent, unless you have an awfully big heart.
The network stuff shouldn't be a problem. Because I just did it at my house. I just did it back in February.
Yeah,
so
but still, I just putting it out there. I mean,
I mean, the other things, I'm doing it for the town. I mean, the website going down was, you know, I'm surprised it didn't happen before, you know, and talking to the guys at GoDaddy, they're like, you had no security on this thing. It was wide open. And I'm like, okay. So, I mean, I think we've fixed those problems. We shouldn't have any more hacks there. And if we do the backups, let's cross our fingers that nothing will happen. But I'm happy to do it for now for, you know, pro bono, all my pro bono
Okay.
work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But yeah, but I mean, I think the most works because I can configure the network equipment here and just go install it. Then some night, you know, I've got to go over do a little reconnaissance kind of stuff to figure out where some connections are as such. But other than that, it's not going to take me a ton of time. If it does, I'll let you know.
All right.
That's getting annoying. So thank you, Andy, though.
I've got one other thing I'd like to bring up on this topic.
Yeah.
One of the things we did when we were putting in the new router while we had Ernie from SV Cable there is we upgraded our internet service to the 50 megabit service. We were on a 6 to 20 megabit service, so we kind of upgraded 2 levels. I wanted to bring you up to date on how how we're paying for that.
Okay.
Right now, SV Cable's been very good to the town of Jamaica. We were on the 6 to 20 megabit service, and they were only charging us for the 1.5 megabit service plus a $10 fee for that second modem, and we were paying $39.95. When we upgraded 2 levels to the $69.95 per month level with the 50 megabits. However, Ernie's only charging us $54.95, which is for the 30 megabit service. So we're actually getting the 50 megabit service at the 30 megabit price. So my suggestion is to stay at the 50 megabit level.
Will that all change when Comcast buys Ernie up?
Well, Ernie's hoping that Comcast will support that fee going forward, but he can't guarantee that.
Right.
Right.
I'm concerned about that too. And if they come through, I know over in Bonneville, they run fiber. I mean, if they decide to run fiber through here and then they're doing, you know, or cable, you know, 100 megabit cable, that's definitely possible. It's a totally different ballgame.
Yeah, well, thanks, Lou. I don't know if we need to authorize that. I mean, that's kind of built into our operating cost, I think.
No, I just wanted to let you know so that you, because, you know, we did tell you that we upgraded the service.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. Next on the agenda is the local emergency management plan, and Paul can talk to that.
Briefly, I sent it out to everybody, so you also have a copy of it. I just talked to Alyssa today. We had to have a 2-week period where we solicited any comments or information or just basically comments. We'd gotten none as of today. So I talked to Alyssa. It is now gone. We will sign the paperwork, well, it's already gone forward actually, because I put today's date on it when I sent it to her. And we should hear back from the state eventually, but right now it's all done. And the ERAF is oh, Terry, help me. Emergency reimbursement. Anyway, it's the fund where the state picks up a portion of our portion of any kind of FEMA projects that we buy. At any rate, it is now up to where it needs to be. Everything's taken care of. I just want to let you guys know that there were no comments. Everything went the way it was originally done. It is now in the hands of the state, and we should be fine.
Yeah, and so this is something that's updated every year, readopted every year, something required by FEMA in order for the town to be in the chain to get reimbursement if we need to. And it's a fairly straightforward, simple document for people who haven't seen it. It's more or less a chain of command, a contact list, who to call if something's going on, basically. It doesn't say what's going on or when it's going to happen. It just says who to call.
And in the future, future as in when I'm gone, in order for that thing, it has to be signed by someone who's taken the ICS course, either 100 or 402, I think the other one is. Those are available online. I keep sending links to you guys as they come across. But all the select board members should have at least 100. But in order to get that signed, it has to be signed by someone who's taken the ICS course.
I have it.
You've got it? Oh, good. Good,
Yep.
you signed it, yeah. So in
No,
anticipation.
you can sign it, but I'm
Well, it's
still
all done
around.
now.
I'm still certified for one, or I can't remember if I took the second one. I know I took the first one. It took all summer because of all there were a lot of things going on, and the guy, it took all summer because there were a lot of major crimes, and the guy facilitating it, they kept postponing the class. Me and Judy took it.
Well, the way it's set up now, they're pretty much putting everything online, all these courses, and either 100 or 402, either one. Just a heads up, because next year I won't be on the select board at this time, so someone else needs to sign it. I'll still be the EMD, but unless you guys fire me, but we should have somebody on the select board to sign it. And Andy, if you can do that, that doesn't remove the responsibility of the other select board members from taking the ICS courses, but it's good to have.
Yep, and I hope to and plan to, just haven't got to it either.
Yep.
Andy?
Can I ask a question? Were there other incentives for select board members to take that ICS 100 at least, or did that make us eligible for things, or was it just that one thing? Or I almost think there was some other advantages to a couple of select boards members at least having that certification. I just can't recall what it is.
Well, this particular one right now cuts our portion of the, the state's paying 75,